Hello, everyone. Good to see you. I hope everyone is doing well, keeping warm, and staying safe. This is Pop Culture Curator here. It is Tuesday evening in my neck of the woods, which means it is time for another stream of our horror sci-fi. And tonight we are covering the 1968 movie Planet of the Apes. Now my voice gets out. Hold on.
You okay, Pop?
He probably needs a glass of water or some cough medicine.
I just took a swig of juice before it started. It takes a couple minutes for my voice to kick in. I'm really sorry, everyone. But tonight, 1968, Planet of the Apes was starring Charlton Heston, Roddy McDowall, Kim Hunter, and which obviously spawned a franchise which most of us have heard of. Some of the younger people in the crowd, this may be their first time experiencing the movie. If you have not seen it yet, I highly recommend it so we don't spoil it. There are links in my community tab on my YouTube channel. If you go follow those links down where this is community, and down below where the comment section, you'll see links where you can go and watch this for free if you don't have it or if you're not able to. I don't want anybody to have to pay for streaming. We try to avoid it whenever we can. But hello to the chat. I know you guys have been patient. You've been waiting for a while. I really appreciate that. And I'll be saying hello to you in a minute or so as soon as I welcome the panelists. How are you doing tonight, Gorilla?
I'm doing all right.
Okay,
I had a long day.
Long day. I'm sorry to hear that. Yeah, are you still finishing the movie?
Yeah, I'm at very end here.
Go for it. Hello, Sci-Fi Sit Dan. How are you doing there?
I'm doing all right, still alive and kicking.
Well, I'm glad to hear. That's always definitely something to celebrate. And Stone Racket, how are you doing, sir? Good to see you.
Yeah, I'm doing just fine. Happy to be here to celebrate some more science fiction with you.
Well, it's definitely, I think we're in for a good night. It's a good movie, and it's groundbreaking. I think we may have a good turnout tonight in the chat, hopefully. And also, my good friend Nemesis of Eden. Hey, Nemesis, how are you doing there? My co-host, I should say. Let me get him up there and get these in order. There we go.
No, I'm doing very well, Pop. Thank you once again for having me, and hello to everyone in the chat. Thank you for being here, and of course to the fellow panelists.
Absolutely. I think this is going to be fun. And it's going to be, I promise everybody, 100% drama-free. We will not have any issues tonight like the last couple times. I think I've pretty much run out of tolerance for that. And I will not allow people to come on and be rude anymore or to try to start fights or talk over people. All the issues that we had the last few times.
I don't know, Pop. I'm in a fighting mood today.
We're in a fighting mood today. Maybe I'll let you handle them if they try it, but I'm not going to even let. I don't feel like stressing out.
No one wants to get tossed around by a gorilla.
That's exactly right.
Yeah, I might just throw some. I just might use some nets and some whips on you.
Yeah, everybody. As a reminder, if you come up, if you're in the chat, this applies to the chat as well as the panel. Please respect everybody. I'm not saying that any of you guys have done this, but the last couple streams I had, we got certain jerks on here that is all they want to do is pick fights. They kept talking over everybody, shouting over everybody, interrupting everyone. They wouldn't let anybody talk. The accusations, criticizing. I mean, it was a nightmare. And I can tell you right now that those people are not allowed on the panel tonight because, like I said, I don't have the patience for that anymore. I'm not going to put up with it. They can go tear apart their own channels, but we're here to get along here and just enjoy ourselves, have a good time, talk about the movie. And I want to again apologize to Nemesis of Eden because we didn't get a chance to get your review last week. I don't understand why they were doing what they were doing. It was during the Westworld stream. But
yeah,
I really apologize, though.
Oh, it's not your fault, Pop. And if anything, I'll be policing even more actively. So will Gorilla. Like, it's we try to keep it respectful. We try to keep it on topic here, but we don't have time for that nonsense anymore. Like, right? Like, this is a review, not just a circus.
Right, and when I get to the end and say, okay, I'm going to wrap it up, I seriously mean I'm going to wrap it up. That means when we're going around the panel and everyone's giving their review, let them talk. Don't keep interrupting them. Nobody here has done that I know of. But when we're doing the reviews, we need to stay on topic, talk about the movie. You don't have to give a recap of the entire movie. Just tell us what you think about it, whether you like it or not, what grade you give it, so on. But if somebody else is talking and giving their review, don't anybody talk over them or interrupt them. Just give everybody free time to talk. That's what we seem to be having trouble with lately. But between all of us up here, I'm sure we'll be able to control ourselves tonight. And with that, I want to say hello and a mighty big hug to everyone in the chat. I hope you guys are doing well tonight. So good to see you. We are going to have a blast. It looks like Stone Racket was first in the chat tonight. Stone Racket, can you read this for us?
Yes, I posted this, and it says, "Stop the Planet of the Apes. I want to get off."
Absolutely. And what does this say here?
Well said.
This is also from that Simpsons parody. I hate every ape I see, from chimpanzee to chimpanzee. No, you'll never make a monkey out of me.
Exactly. You know what's interesting is there's actually at least 2 generations that's all they know about Planet of the Apes. They've never seen the movie, but they've seen that episode of The Simpsons.
Yeah, the title, "Stop the Planet of the Apes, I Want to Get Off," is a parody of Anthony Newley written musical, which was
Stop the World.
Stop the World, or Somebody Stop the World, I Want to Get Off, that kind of thing. Is a parody of that title of that show that he wrote.
Was that successful?
I think it was. I think it was a successful Broadway musical. But I really don't know any more than that about it.
Gotcha.
So, Stone Racket, you're saying you hate me because I'm an ape?
No,
Well, wait
he's
a minute.
saying that
Now-
he's talking about a skit on The Simpsons.
I'll just give him credit. He says I hate everyone.
But Gorilla, I've seen you on camera. Your avatar. That's just a facade. I don't hate you, Gorilla. I mean, this is your party. This is for your birthday.
Right.
Well,
This is for
I
his
picked it
birthday.
for
And I want to
Pop.
remind everybody, thank you. It's a late birthday party for Gorilla.
Yeah, I picked it for Pop because he's been trying to get this one here in for a few months.
I appreciate it.
Stone Racket, are you sure that Gorilla is human and not a very intelligent ape that's pretending to be human?
Well, you got a point there.
Oh, now I got called dumb. Now I got called dumb.
All right. Yeah, because we've got some young people here that may not have seen the movie yet. And so for some, this may be their first time. And for that, I'm excited, and I can't wait to share their opinions.
Well, this was my first run through, so.
It sure was, which that's exactly, I can't wait to hear what you have to think about it.
I have mixed feelings.
You have mixed feelings. Stone Rocky says, I love Nova. And Basil says, hey, Ola Greg, I have to work tonight, so I can't hang out with you and the gang for the pop culture stream, but I wanted to wish you a very happy birthday. Have a great day. Well, thank you, Basil. Hope you're doing well. Hopefully you can catch us on the rerun. And so it's Ola Greg's birthday? Oh, okay. Well, happy birthday, Ola Greg. I'm sorry I don't have the
Happy
voice
birthday,
to sing
Ola.
happy birthday.
Yeah, happy birthday, Euler Greg.
Well, I could do it.
Happy birthday, OG.
Yeah, I
Happy
can see it.
birthday.
Well,
Go for it.
Where's
Do
the
we have a
dang kid when
volunteer?
you need him? Where's the dang kid when you need him?
Oh. So does this mean you volunteer, Gorilla?
Yeah, I guess since I can't volunteer my kid.
All right. Hit it.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Euler Greg. Happy birthday to you. Cha cha cha.
Yay.
Yeah, and many
Perfect.
more.
Thank you,
That's
Gorilla.
awesome.
I appreciate that.
Yeah, I could have done the whole one like you smell like a monkey and all that one too, but I can't remember what the words are exactly. Yeah.
And we're watching Planet of the Apes. We don't want to offend any monkeys tonight.
That's right.
Oh, I've already been offended.
Oh dear. I'm so sorry.
And Sci-Fi Sit Dan is next in the chat. And what does he have to say here? Can you read that for me, Sci-Fi?
Hello there, Stone Racket.
Why, hello there.
And there's me saying hello. Sci-Fi Sit Dan says, hello there, Pop Culture Curator. Well, I return the hello. Good to see you. And we have our wonderful lemon pie. Hail, hail, lemon pie. Hail,
Hi, lemon pie.
Hey,
Yeah, lemon pie says hi, Pop. And lemon pie, I hope you are doing well tonight and ready to watch this movie with us. Lemon pie says hello, Sit Dan. And we do not need to read mine. Sci-Fi Sit Dan says hello there, lemon pie. And welcome to LDG. Congratulations on, what is it, 20,000 subs or something crazy like that he said today?
Yeah. And hey, Pickles.
hey, LDG. Good to see you, dude.
And hey, Scooby.
Yeah.
That's
He
incredible.
definitely- Exactly. I mean, he's like moving fast. I need to listen to the guy and try to learn his strategy.
Yeah, I had
Definitely.
warp speed.
Oh, I can tell you a strategy. Pay YouTube $100, it'll be good.
Yeah, pretty much. I'll just grease the palms. That's how everything works. That's how the world revolves, right?
Yeah, money,
Well,
money,
pretty
money.
much.
Lemon Sveden says lemon. And then Sveden sends some, looks like a fruit basket.
Wait. Does
It's
this
a gun,
mean
a lemon, and a birthday cake or a pie for birthday cake or something.
do I have
It's a
to,
lemon pie with a gun. Come
Hey.
on.
Hey, wait, do I have to buy a lottery ticket because Nemesis got the draw on Scurvy?
Maybe. If that's a thing. Like,
You
Like
got better
I-
luck than I do, Gorilla.
Well, my sister works. Whenever Jill swears on her stream, you gotta buy a lottery ticket.
Yeah, you need
Do you
to
have a
get
rant?
some kind of alert. Yeah, you just set up like an alert that'll announce in case you're not watching her stream. Something that'll announce every time she swears.
Are
And you haven't won the lottery yet with those tickets.
you sure about that?
He's won some money here and there.
Yeah, but
he's not
that-
going to brag about winning money. Like, well, if he was smart, anyways.
No, I think Jill for when she got me my oil change, I win $10-20 here every time she swears.
Dielberg, hello there, Dielberg says, looking forward to this. Planet of the Apes is
Dielberg.
one of my all-time favorites. Well, that makes at least two of us.
Oh, and hey,
Lemon-
Basil.
Lemon
Yeah,
Pie
yeah,
says
that
Nemesis. Lemon Pie
Uh-oh.
says, don't hate Nemesis.
Hi,
And
Lemon.
Sci-Fi Sit Dan says, hello there, LDG, free the net. Are you maintaining the number of subs you have, or are they going down? He said today on Bird of Prey's stream that I think today was the last day of his promotion, but he was still getting subs trickling in. If I understood that correctly.
The question is, will they maintain them or will they go down after the promotion?
Well, he might still get them because of word of mouth spreading and all that, but I don't know if he'll get them at the rate as when the promotion is going on because obviously he's not being promoted like he was before. Sci-Fi Sit Dan says hello there, LDG. Oh, I already read that one. Nemesis of Eden drops a link to LDG's channel. Thank you, Nemesis of Eden. And
You're
Nemesis
welcome.
also says, hail, LDG, free the net. And Nemesis says, you were distracted by LDG, Lemon Pie. I took the opportunity. And Lemon Pie says, well done, Nemesis. And LDG says, evening, everyone. Ready for the apes. Yes, we are. LDG says, Sci-Fi Nation. Sorry, Sci-Fi Sit Dan still going up, actually. So, yeah, that's an excellent thing. DVB says,
Awesome.
in fact, if I heard, I think, I didn't hear the entire stream today, but I think he said that, Bird of Prey, and I think Jedi Bill, I think they're somehow, it worked for them as well, I think. I think they're getting a boost in their sub counts.
Mm.
DVB says, hey, Pops, I voted A+. Well, so did I.
Yeah.
Thank you, DVB, and good to see you.
So did
Hey,
I as
DVB.
well.
Oh, is there a poll? Uh-oh.
There is a poll in the chat. I
Okay.
do remember tonight.
Yeah, I gotta go and vote for definitely here.
Yeah, everybody.
Yeah,
there's
put your vote in.
as a reminder, everyone, there is a poll in the chat. If you'd like to feel free to vote, please do. It costs absolutely nothing. You can give us your grade of either what you think of this movie or what you think, how we covered the stream. So let us know, and I will be reading the results of that at the end of the movie. Gorilla is ready if someone comes in and says, "We don't kindly to gorillas around here."
Yeah.
I think he means kindly take to gorillas. Let's lemon
we,
pie.
we don't take kindly to gorillas around here. And did I say hey DVB? I don't know, but hey DVB.
There you go. DVB says, DVB, I mean, lemon pie says, DVB, hey, hey. And DVB says, hey, great to see you, lemon pie. And Taylor Swift, greater than Disney, Star Wars, and MCU, is waving. Hello, Taylor Swift, or Matt G. Good to see you.
Hey Taylor Swift.
Hey, Taylor Swift.
Lemon pie says Swift and is also waving. And Taylor Swift says, hello. And good, my Stream Elements bot's working. That's always a plus. DVB says, if only basic manners were standard protocol on YouTube streams, LOL. I know, DVB, you're totally right. I don't understand what people feel they have to gain from it. I mean, because all they do is get ostracized and blocked from channels. But I don't know, if they're so desperate for attention, it's like you've got that redhead stepchild who's standing in the middle of the room when we're all trying to talk, and he's standing in the middle of the room yelling and screaming, saying, look at me, look at me, look at me. And they're no longer allowed, those types. A gloom dispenser. All right. Nims of Eden says, right, DVB, I hope you're doing well. And I second that. Lemon Pie says, also from the Simpsons musical, oh my God, I was wrong. It was Earth all along. DVB says, Dr. Zayas, Dr. Zayas, Dr. Zayas, Dr. Zayas. Ooh, Dr. Zayas. If I remember right, I think that movie starred Troy McClure.
You got it. Troy McClure.
You know that Doug McClure was still alive when that was going through the emotions. Yeah, I saw an interview with him where his kid came in and said, Dad, they're making fun of you on The Simpsons. And he said, what? And they said, yeah. And they called him over to the television, and he didn't even know they had that character. But that's good. And he said he got a good laugh out of it.
Yeah, it's a combination of Doug McClure and Troy Donahue.
Right. And it's a parody of all those like dinosaur movies and all that kind of stuff.
You got it.
And DVB says, hey, same to you, Nemesis. And Nemesis says, happy birthday, well, Greg. Absolutely. So we've got 2 birthday celebrations tonight.
Wow.
DVB says, LOL, yes, lemon pie. And DVB is smiling. I don't care what Stream Elements is doing as long as it works. DVB says, on the topic of the movie, though, I've always loved the original Planet of the Apes. For me, it's very close to my heart. I saw it at the theaters, and I immediately fell in love with it. Charlton Heston is my absolute favorite actor. I've seen every movie he is in, and out of all of them, Planet of the Apes is number 1. I could never get tired of it. I love it. I know there's going to be a lot of the newer generation, who are going to be commenting about the makeup and certain other things and how they've seen plot points before. But let's keep in mind, everybody, this was, when the movie came out, was groundbreaking. And it had a lot of twists that people were not expecting. The makeup won an Academy Award. It had never been done before, but it's been copied many times since. DVD's never seen any of the sequels, though. I highly recommend the first 5 movies. You can't beat it. You'll get an entire week of simian survival.
There you go.
I think when we get to the Planet of the Apes franchise on Cinema Sunday, well, like when I do a franchise, though, I like to do all the movies. Even if some of them we have to just sit there and mock them.
Are you going to do all 5 movies?
There's more than that, I believe.
Well, I'm talking about the original set, but when did you decide to do this?
About 20 minutes ago.
Well, I'm glad to see that we were able to influence you, Gorilla. And Lemon Pie agrees. DVB, same here. I've only seen the original. DVB says Tim Burton's Planet of the Apes was okay, so. The ending was pretty bad, though. The movie is derided for being fairly bad. I've seen it. I know we're going to end up comparing to the sequels. But the best part of the Tim Burton version was the makeup. It was done by the amazing Rick Baker. And I thought it was a great homage to the original makeup, but yet it was advanced to where it could articulate better. I didn't like the casting. I thought the writing of that movie was weak. Mark Wahlberg can't act. But anyway, that's for another day. DVB says, hey, Gorilla. And D. Olberg says, Tim Burton's POTA, Planet of the Apes. Thumbs down, which I definitely agree. Stone Racket says, D. Olberg, indeed, Tim Burton's Planet of the Apes was terrible. You know, the sad thing is, the only thing that got me into the theaters to watch that movie is because I knew Charlton Heston was doing the cameo as an ape. And I had to see that. Otherwise, I never would have seen the movie. Because I had already, as soon as it hit the theaters, word was already going around about how bad it was. But I had to see Charlton Heston on the big screen for the last time. The Phantom Boomer Explorer says, howdy. Hello, Phantom Boomer. DVB says, howdy to Phantom Boomer. Phantom Boomer says, hey, DVB. And hello, Cody Guy. Welcome, welcome. Cody Guy says, hey.
Hey, it's the man of many words there, Cody Guy. And welcome,
That's
Boomer.
right.
Hey,
And we all
Cody
say-
guy.
And we all say, hey, Cody Guy.
Absolutely. When this movie came out, I was 4 years old, 4 or 5, but I remember it. When I walked out of the theaters, that's all I thought about for weeks was Planet of the Apes. And I was excited for every sequel. As I got older, I went and saw every one of them at the theaters. And for people that are not aware, Planet of the Apes was another thing that was original about it and groundbreaking at the time. Was it had a really good big merchandising push. This is before Star Wars. So when Planet of the Apes came out, you could get lunch boxes, you can get pillows, blankets, all this Planet of the Apes merchandise. So it was very successful. So what would make a lot of people scratch and say, oh, by the way, the idea of the movie had been bounced around to all the different studios and everybody had turned it down until Zanuck at 20th Century Fox agreed to it, thank goodness. If they put his girlfriend in it. But the thing is it did well, but cheap 20th Century Fox, for each sequel, they would give it less and less money, which was a slap in the face because it's noticeable. If you watch all 5 movies, they're still good. They're still watchable. I still recommend them. But you could see the budget slowly decreasing, which was really sad because they were making money at the time. But the thing is 20th Century Fox had underwent. Wasn't it 20th Century Fox that had that big fire? I know MGM had a fire. No, MGM lost money because of Cleopatra. And they were struggling.
20th Century Fox lost money because of Cleopatra.
That's right. And MGM did it because of the fire. Because they had a fire, right?
That's a good question. I think they did. Yeah, I think they did have a fire because they lost some of their original film elements.
And props and
yeah.
Right. So what happened was they released a Cleopatra movie in the 60s. This is 20th Century Fox. Very big budget at the time. Elizabeth Taylor. They pulled out all the stops and did everything they could to throw everything at it, including the advertising. Then the movie bombed, unfortunately. It lost 20th Century Fox a lot of money. So they were being very skimpy at the time. So even though Planet of the Apes was a success and brought in money, they were still being skimpy, which was, you can't go back in time, but it's a shame.
Yeah,
go ahead.
I'm sorry.
I was just going to say, whenever you have a successful franchise, I think you should put more money into it, not less.
Yeah, unfortunately with 20th Century Fox and then the Cleopatra debacle, they lost their backlot. And that became Century City, that development, which we get to see a lot of in the 4th sequel.
Oh yes.
And Pop, more money does not mean a better movie. Just perfect.
I agree.
Disney.
Yeah,
I agree. And Star Wars, everything Disney, Star Wars, all that crap. But with Planet of the Apes was back where they actually did go through the effort of writing good scripts. So now we can see where they throw more money at it, but it's bad writing. So no matter how much they throw at it, it's going to be a bad movie. But back then, I think it actually hindered the movies. It would have been nice if they had a little more money. Well,
Yeah.
especially because I can't help but compare the book and the movies because there was a lot in the book that were not in the movies due to budget constraints, and I thought that was kind of sad.
Well, what they changed and how they handled like Ape City, I thought that was really unique, and it was its own thing as compared to the Ape City in the book, which would have been cost prohibitive to duplicate that.
Right. And just a quick, explanation, everybody. In the book, when they discover the apes, I don't want to give away too much yet, but when they discover the apes have the same technology as humans up until about roughly the 1970s when the spaceship launched. So the apes were actually like driving jeeps and flying helicopters and stuff like that. But
And
that's
they
what the
had,
studio. Go ahead.
I'm sorry.
Well, I was just going to say that's what the studio deemed too expensive. So instead, we get them living in a stone village, like we get in this movie and in the sequel.
Yeah, one thing considering 20th Century Fox and budgets, and it's specifically Arthur P. Jacobs, who produced Planet of the Apes. He produced a movie before in '67, the year before, which absolutely bombed, and that was the musical Dr. Dolittle
Dr. Dolittle,
with
that's
Rex
right.
Harrison. That they sunk a lot of money, well, pretty good hefty budget into that, and it bombed. And so I'm wondering if they were a little hesitant with Arthur P. Jacobs yet again with this movie, and that's why they kept kind of cutting the budget for his subsequent productions.
I wouldn't blame them. From what I've heard, the Dr. Dolittle was a disaster, even behind the scenes.
Oh boy, yeah.
Right. So yeah, that was a total money pit. So they were just bet. They were almost every movie that was coming out was bombing one after the next. Right. They were doing the old like Disney is doing now. So
Yeah,
they needed Planet of the Apes to pretty much save their butt, which it did do.
Yeah, and then of course, then there was Star Wars.
Then we got Star Wars, right? 1977.
Hey, welcome Edge of Time, who says greetings from the Edge of Time.
The
Hello, Edge of
mysterious,
Time.
the mysterious Edge of Time. Hello.
Hey, Edge of Time.
And good to see you, Edge of Time. I've been checking out your channel, lurking in your chats. Very, very good work. And you got some nice panelists over there. So I like your channel. I'm glad I subbed, and I recommend everyone else do the same thing. Not only check out everybody you see on the panel, check out their channels, but also Edge of Time and also LDG. My Stream Elements bot. Hopefully, all of you that I just mentioned, hopefully your channel is programmed in my bot where it'll scroll through the chat. If it's not, please let me know and I will add it. My Twitter handle is right under my avatar here on the panel. If you don't know it.
All
So
right.
in other words, same as your YouTube channel name. In other words,
It sure is. Right. Well, the difference is it's abbreviated for YouTube. So YouTube, it's abbreviated for Twitter. On YouTube, it's Pop Culture Curator, and on Twitter or X, it is PC Curator altogether with no spaces.
So, never mind. No.
Right, but I
All
think
right.
you can probably find me under Pop Culture Curator because that is my official name on the channel.
Yeah. All right. Edge of Time says, my best friend is a monkey. He's a primate.
He's a primate.
And Ola Greg says, cheers. Oh, Greg, are you just getting here? Are you seriously just getting here? All right, you're gonna have to go rewind, put this on 2x speed. But
That's
I
right.
sing happy birthday for you, for you, and I'm not singing again.
I say if he missed it, he needs to put it on half speed and play it at least 5 times.
Yeah.
But then that's just a passing joke, obviously.
Yeah.
And all right, Edge of Time says, hi, Pi. I'm procrastinating mapping. I just like Floor's Day. Ooh, sounds like you're doing some work around the house. Lemon Pie says,
mapping.
or on it. Yeah, Lemon Pie says, Euler. And Edge of Time, hey, Greg. Ola Greg says, lemon. And Ola Greg, I'm buzzing, LOL. Oh, that sounds good. I wish I had a drink. Currently, I'm drinking juice right now. Pineapple, orange, coconut. D. Oberg says the Saturday morning cartoon had them driving cars, etc. Yes, it did. So, yes, Dan, sit down.
You can always crack open a bottle of your honey flavored whiskey.
I know. I've been thinking about it. I just don't. I wish it was refrigerated, but I guess with hard liquor, does it matter? I don't know.
It doesn't matter with hard liquor.
I guess especially after a few swigs, I guess that'll be the last thing I'll be thinking about, right? D. Oberg says the Saturday morning cartoons had them driving cars, and they also had a short-lived series in 1974, which I think lasted one season, if I remember right. And basically, it was the same plot from Time Tunnel and many other shows, and that's where two humans land on the planet, and every week they get captured, every week they escape, and the next week they get captured and they escape, and so on and so forth. So I can see why the series didn't last very long. But I'm glad that it did have Roddy McDowall in the series, so that kind of gave it a little bit of class in a Planet of the Apes movie, if that's what you want to call it.
Yeah, that series was on Fridays, and my dad ruled the roost every weekend starting on Friday, so that's why I never got to see the TV show. We had just one TV in the house, and
all of us did at that time. TVs were so expensive.
Oh yeah, and so whatever my dad wanted to watch on Friday nights, that's what everybody else watched. And that was not the Planet of the Apes TV series. I did see ads for it, though. I just was very curious, but I never did get to see that show.
Was it any good?
It was okay. It was like I just said. It's every week the two guys get captured, and then they escape, and then captured and escaped, and captured, escaped. So, to take it from me, I'm a big Planet of the Apes fan. It got repetitive early. And I was watching it at the time.
That sounds awful.
It was they really didn't care.
At that point, to the point, it was just a cash grab.
That's exactly what it was. Lemon Pie says, no booze in me yet. And Ola Greg says, great movie Heston trilogy of science fiction movies from the late 60s and early 70s. Yes, Ola Greg, and you can bet we will be covering the Omega Man as well. And Lemon Pie says, once in a while, I'm told I'm supposed to have this clear alcohol-free liquid called water. Oh, yes, I know, right? That rare commodity. And Nemesis of Eden drops a link. Thank you, Nemesis of Eden.
Yeah, I'm a little confused. I just subbed to Edge of Time, but there's no content there.
I think, let's see, I thought Edge of Time is doing reviews and live panels. Maybe it just has no stored. Lemon help me out on this here, if you're still listening in the chat. Do you have a channel, or am I imagining things? Am I mixing you up with somebody else? I really feel bad if I did that.
I think Lemon Pie has no content on his channel yet.
Yeah, I said Edge of Time's channel. I'm a little confused because I just subscribed to it, and it says there's no content.
I thought Edge of Time, but I might have the names mixed up. And if I do, please correct me, guys, and I deeply apologize.
Yeah, so you're thinking of Lemon Pie's channel when you said you like this content? Oh, okay, excuse me.
No, the channel I'm thinking, whatever it is, definitely has 3 words in the title of the name.
Okay.
And I thought it was Edge of Time, but I could be wrong.
Yeah.
All right. And let me see where I left off at. There we go. And I agree with Ola Greg. I recommend subscribing to channels without content, right? That doesn't mean don't give them a sub anyway. So I sub to everybody.
Yeah, that's good. I just subbed to LDG and Edge of Time.
Very cool. LDG, I don't know if you're aware, but he also has a 24-hour backstage that people hang out at even when he's not live. That's always fun. And it's a good way to get to know people. Nemzabin says, I somehow wasn't subbed, but I am now Edge. Very cool. Ola Greg says, I will rewatch later tonight, and thanks. It is always our pleasure, Ola Greg. And the Phantom Boomer says, Greg, Lemon. And Ola Greg says, I learned to drive watching in Speed Racer, Go Speed Racer, Boom Crash, and you guys didn't hear me say this, but I learned driving from Smoking the Bandit. That was right at the time where I started, let's say, borrowing my dad's keys late at night when he was passed out.
Well, it could be like that one kid. He just got his license there, and he got. I don't know where it's at. It's where they have like different ranks and licenses from like G2 to a G1 or something. He just got his G1 license, which is probably just your basic driver's license there.
Baby steps, yeah.
Yeah, but anyhow, he got busted doing 131 kilometers per
Jeez.
hour in a 50-kilometer zone. So, yeah, they say he lost his license and the car is impounded.
Oh yeah, he'll never see that car because they charge him obviously for every day that's impounded, and they're going to keep it a certain amount of days. So yeah, he can kiss that car goodbye. That is foolish. That's why the young people have the worst driving records. They get out there and they think they're invincible, and they end up being the most deadly on the road. So it's tragic. I got to admit, I did a few dumb stunts when I was young, but nothing like that. Nothing like that.
Hey, nothing beats almost dying there from on a gravel road there when I was.
Ooh, no.
I was doing 95 going down Blackbridge there, and I hit a wet spot. Did a 1040 and ended up within about 5 feet of the river.
Wow, no, that's not good. Yeah, I did a few illegal. One thing I know I should not be proud of this, but I can't help but mention it. Is I was involved in some chase scenes, probably at least 5, 6. I got away with every one of them, and at least 2 or 3 involved the police. And I was lucky because that's back then when they didn't have the helicopters and all that other good stuff. These days, I would not try it. These days, anybody who does is a fool. You cannot get away from the cops these days.
Pop, it depends on where you're at,
Wow.
because a lot of departments are invoking a no chase policy.
Yeah, well, yeah, I've heard that, but they usually end up grabbing the plate numbers before that. But you're right. If you're in town, right, they have that no chase policy because some of the stupid cops, when they go to do the pit maneuver, they end up crashing the bad guy's car. Plus, he runs into a bunch of innocent people and kills them. So, yeah, that's what finally took them to stop that. To the cops, it's worth it. They'll take out 10 people just to get one. They don't care.
Did I hear you right?
Anyways, should we carry on with the movie?
Oh yeah.
Nemesavine says, "Hail Boomer." Then we get to the chat, then we'll start the movie. Lemon Pie. Sometimes someone with no content surprises you. Absolutely. Edge of Time says, "I sometimes think certain franchises are cursed, like Dr. Dolittle and John Carter of Mars." I think John Carter of Mars was because A, it was Disney, and B, because everybody had seen all the tropes in it because it had been borrowed from so heavily over the years. But that's my opinion. Nemesavine says, "So you learned to drive with very limited animation, OG." Animation back then, yeah, right. Or Greg. People kept subscribing to our channel and eventually started making videos. All right, then. Okay, that's Orla Greg. And see what it took for him to start? Just takes a little incentive. And Nemesavine drops a link to Orla Greg's channel. Thank you, Nemesis. Orla Greg says, "Yes, Nemesis." And Nemesavine says, "Nice. So did you have a kid and a monkey in the back of your vehicle? Or did you have the monkey driving?" Orla Greg says his car will escape like Kit from Knight Rider. And Nemesavine says, "Somehow wasn't sub to you either, OG." And Orla Greg says, "Thanks, Nemesis." Yeah, thank you guys for subscribing. Orla Greg's a great guy.
Yeah, no worries,
says,
buddy.
"Hey, Orla Greg." And Orla Greg says, "My Mach 5 is out of warranty, but still runs great. Excellent." And the Phantom Boomer says, "Nemesavine, hey, enjoying my evening of multitasking." There you go.
Glad to hear it, buddy.
says, "You will survive in your Mach 5.
That rhymes.
Absolute. DVB says, "Hey, Edge of Time," and I'm going to mark that. There we go. And is there anything anybody wants to add before we start the movie?
I wanted to thank Nemesis for putting that link in for Euler Greg because I also just subbed to his channel.
Absolutely.
Yeah, no worries.
I want to. There is one thing I do want to mention about this movie since we don't have the sound on. there was a lot of dead air time in this movie here. Like whoever's ever in charge of the music and the sound there should have been fired.
There is a reason they did that. There's a reason why there's a lot of silence, because they were trying to put isolation. A lot of it is psychological. They were trying to make the audience feel isolated and alone, just like the astronauts were. The music, done by the great Jerry Goldsmith, I have to say, the same guy who did Star Trek: The Motion Picture, among other great soundtracks. Yeah, I always thought he was second best behind John Williams. But anyway, when Jerry Goldsmith did the soundtrack for this movie, he wanted to use only basic instruments, like no wind instruments or horns or anything like that. He wanted it to sound like something that a tribe would put together, a primitive tribe. He even, and I'm going to try to dig up a picture here during the stream, but Jerry Goldsmith even wore an ape mask while composing the music for the movie. He was so into it.
Yeah, it's a great, it's probably the most commercially successful avant-garde soundtrack of all time.
There was. I know people these days are going to look back and not quite understand the history of it, but it was very successful at the time. And sometimes, especially you guys, I recommend you, if you get a chance, start exploring Alfred Hitchcock movies. You'll know what I'm talking about. How silence is definitely a necessity in a movie, just as much as music and everything else. It helps build the mood, especially isolation. Yeah, atmosphere and isolation.
Yeah,
so
we definitely got to cover some Hitchcock movies. Sorry, just putting that out there.
I agree. We'll start with the birds.
Yes.
Now we start with
and the no sound also builds anxiety and tension in the movie too.
It does, and the thing is, it takes patience and good writing for it to be effective and for it to work, which is something modern movies absolutely do not have. Everything now is all a bunch of bells, whistles, noise, bangs, and explosions. Even that, sorry guys, but I did not like those It movies. But unfortunately, they were very successful because it proves my point that modern audiences don't know how to see a good horror movie. They wouldn't know it if it kicked them in the butt. So here's now we open up with our narration from the captain of this mission, which is from Earth. And this voiceover will have the great Charlton Heston. I always wanted to meet him and get his autograph, but never so lucky. And of course, everybody has to skip so many frames so we don't get a copyright strike from 20th Century Fox. God bless them.
Well, they're part of Disney now, so be more afraid of Disney.
I don't know how
it's Disney, right?
I don't know how bad Disney is with their copyright thing. Some people said they're really good and fair, then other people said F them.
Well, yeah, not only that though, but how stringent is Disney with the 20th Century Fox property? We know that they may be more stringent with Disney property. I don't know. They don't seem to care about Fox very much.
Something this old, you might be able to get away with a little bit more.
Possibly.
But also, it's Disney. They're bleeding money, and they might try to squeeze a few cents out of it.
Right, and
they slapped my Steamboat Willie down immediately, and I had to file a claim against it.
Yeah, but
only Disney could change the law, right? Because that was public domain, but only Disney with their bribes and their money could change it.
What it was is the Steamboat Willie thing became public domain, but that music was added later on, and that was not in public domain, from what I understood.
Well, what they did also is they trademarked the character. And the trademark didn't expire, only the public domain status. So that's how they were able to get past it. But they're basically crooks. Everybody knows that. And they're not fair. And besides, who gives a shit about Mickey Mouse? He sucks. God, he sucks. I watched Warner Brother cartoons when I was a kid. I thought Disney cartoons were boring as hell and made for little girls. But I hope I didn't trigger anybody when I said that. That was just my opinion.
Oh, I'm steamed here. No.
Yes, we can tell, Stone Racket.
Oh,
anyways, but
Candy, all that stuff.
But Nemesis, he called me a little girl. No. Just kidding.
By the way, when Planet of the Apes premiered in 1968, and this movie we're watching is a rated G movie. These days, it would not be, but yeah, this is where you could do a rated G movie, and it wasn't a cartoon.
And they pushed the G rating. I mean, some of the scenes in this movie can be PG-13.
Oh, but they even showed Charlton Heston's butt. So if all you guys get excited, you can go ahead and pause it on that scene if you want to. For me, I don't really care.
Well, the ladies probably will, but not us.
Yeah, Linda Harrison. Yes, we'll pause it on her, please.
Yes, but you won't see her butt, unfortunately. Sorry, guys.
No, but she's gorgeous. No matter what angle you see her from.
I completely agree. And also, this being 20th Century Fox, one thing we learned, similar to like we did from Lost in Space, which was also a 20th Century Fox property, is they like to reuse props over and over and over. So these two black chairs you see are actually in a lot of sci-fi movies. They definitely got their money's worth out of them.
Yeah, also the sound effects. You know, if you watching Batman or Lost in Space, it's like, hey, that's the sound of the Jupiter too, and hey, that sounds kind of like the Batmobile. It's like...
Yep. And believe it or not, this I'll say clock, whatever you want to call it. This at the time was what they thought the future would look like. So these are not LEDs; these are actually quartz digits, which actually took up a lot of power, believe it or not. They were actually tube. So this is before we had LEDs. And there is the narrator's explaining that they've been, I think he says, gone for 8 months from Earth. And his fellow, the other crew have already put themselves in suspended animation. And he's getting ready to do the same for himself.
Why isn't he in suspended animation already?
Because what he did was he oversaw all of them, but going into suspended animation, make sure everything was fine. And then now he's explaining that he's doing like a captain's log on Star Trek. He's saying, okay, we've completed this part of the mission. We've been in space this long. I just put everyone to sleep, and now I'm getting ready to go to sleep. So it's the ship's log. And only Charlton Heston can play an astronaut where he smokes a cigar inside the ship.
Oh, God, you can't get away with that anymore. But
No, it's not a matter of getting away with it, but we know practicality-wise, oxygen is a very rare thing aboard the space station. So they would definitely never allow smoking for that reason. It's not necessarily censorship or anything. It's just that it's not practical because
the charcoal smoker or the charcoal filters will take care of it.
Well, yeah, but think about this: if you're in a small, closed setting, no one else around you is going to be wanting to smell that because we all know how pungent cigar smoke is.
Yeah,
you think cigarettes bad? Just try cigars. My God.
Well, maybe you have one of those flavored ones.
Even worse.
Smell good.
Yeah, with Charlton Heston playing George Taylor, he's like, yeah, I know this is against regulations, but hey, everyone's in suspended animation. It's not just me. Screw it. I'm going to do what I want to do because I'm George Taylor, commander.
Right.
Yeah, right? It's
right, and they'll be in suspended animation for several months. So I'm sure the smell will dissipate by then, right?
We hope
it's
so.
like, once again, establishing that he's just an asshole immediately out of the gate. Like,
he even says he's very cynical. He said he's more than willing to say goodbye to the Earth.
Yeah,
and which will explain more. Basically what it is the other astronauts were hesitant because they were relatively young. They all had families, and it's just like now we know that if we ever get volunteers to go to Mars for Musk, that they know that it's a one-way trip. They'll never return. So that is a very difficult decision for astronauts to make, and that's what he mentions. But he said he's out of all them, he's the only one that didn't care. He said he didn't like the way the Earth is headed and the politics and all that. So he says he's cynical. And also, by the way, without giving away too much, it's part of his character arc.
Yeah, it's a great character arc.
Yeah, and as they're smoking in a ship, from what I hear, oxygen is pretty flammable. So if smoking in a ship is also pretty risky too.
Yes.
Yeah,
exactly.
But wouldn't they have like the same composition of Earth atmosphere in there because we
No.
need our nitrogen and because
Yeah,
our atmosphere is only 29% oxygen.
oxygen, right? But the thing is we're talking about the source of where the oxygen comes from, is like tanks and all that. They are very, very flammable. I'm sure you guys have all been in hospitals where there's signs all over. Anytime you see oxygen, there's no smoking signs, no flame, none of that. In what, 5 different languages? So
At least 2, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, we had
Seen
one.
from out here. Go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was going to comment on your oxygen thing, but it's just a little anecdote. You go ahead. That's fine.
Well, I was just going to read what the subtitle said, but go ahead. Go for it.
Oh, there was a doctor in the hospital I used to work at that back when I first started working there, they still allowed smoking. And he would actually kick people off that had a patient in a wheelchair with oxygen. He would kick people off the elevator just so he could smoke on the elevator.
Oh, geez.
Yeah, he was an arrogant cuss. But yeah, I'm glad that they got rid of this. You know, there was absolutely no smoking anywhere in the hospital or within 30 feet of the grounds. Later on, by the time we rolled around and into the late 80s.
Right. Smoking was allowed for so long. Now we're talking about centuries. That by the time came in the 80s or whatever it was, when they started banning it from restaurants and hospitals and everything, people put up a fight. A lot of people put up a fight at first. And then when they realized it was a losing battle, they finally accepted it. But yeah, restaurants, bars, they all put up a fight. But it was nothing but a bunch of hollow threats.
Well, I can see the bars put up a fight because the people like to smoke when they drink, and that sells them more alcohol.
Yeah, but then they just told them, all the bars, well, then you can have an outside smoking area. So yeah, their arguments didn't hold water. I was happy because I hated going into a restaurant and all I could smell was cigarettes and I couldn't smell my food. I hated it.
Can we stop to catch up on chats here? We got a lot of them.
Yes. Thank you, Gorilla. Okay, if you'll help me out, I really appreciate that, Mr. Chat Master.
Hey, I'm not a chat master, but okay.
You're not a chat master? You're the master of the chat?
DVB says, you've heard that song, right, Greg? I don't think so, DVB. He said, Mach 5 by the Presidents of the United States of America. Great song. Thumbs up. And then he goes, I'm listening now, DVB. Good song. Oh, awesome. And then Oiler Greg says, Raquel Welch would have been great in this as Nova. I have no idea who that.
Oh, you need to find out. You need to watch a movie called Fantastic Journey. Raquel Welch was like
Fantastic Voyage.
I always get the names mixed up. Thank you so much for that. But at the time, she was a big, big draw in Hollywood at the time because she was so beautiful.
Yeah, poster girl. You know, it's a famous poster from her 1 million years BC from 1966. It's super iconic image. That poster was everywhere.
It was odd because I remember she was so voluptuous, I'll put it that way.
Yeah.
And then the movie Cocoon came out by Ron Howard where her daughter starred in it, and she looked like she was built like a 12-year-old boy. And I never figured that out. I was like, okay, well.
All right.
Go ahead, Gorilla.
D.O. Berg says Duck Castle, I think.
Oh, I know what he's saying.
You want to translate?
He's saying to F Disney, I think, except he's using the duck.
Okay, gotcha. I agree, yes.
I could use the different emojis for that, but good.
Oh, great. Look at Oiler Greg. My theater never enforced the rules of ratings, and I went alone at 7 years old. Incredible. I wish I could have done that.
Greg says Batmobile lost a wheel and Batmobile lost a wheel and Joker got away.
Hey.
In the future, smoking is clearly encouraged. Maybe it's a vape. No, maybe they have the same technology. They they had for that captain on Picard, there were all the smoke got isolated to just around him while he was sitting there in the captain's seat smoking a cigar. What's his face? That's not important. DVB says in the future they only smoke Winston's. LOL. I spoke for the health benefits. 60 science.
I know people that still smoke unfiltered cigarettes. I'm like, oh god.
Mine are filtered. And Scurvy here says DVB only Winston's has that scientifically proven smooth flavor.
Winston tastes good, like a cigarette should.
Right, recommended by all doctors and physicians. Right.
Yeah. DVB's laughing at Scurvy. Good one. Oh, Greg says, I lit the no smoking sign on fire in the hospital. Hey! Technically, it's not smoking. Then it's because once you get the fire hot enough, it no longer produces smoke.
Well, that's true. Then it's just. Well, I guess they think you're just trying to burn down the place. I guess. Arson.
Yeah, then it turns into arson instead of a misdemeanor smoking in the public building.
And of course, people still to this day get busted for trying to smoke on airplane bathrooms. It's like, are you kidding me? My goodness.
Man.
Oh, my favorite one is when they bring what's his face up from Mexico. I can't think of his name on NCIS, but for the first few episodes he was in, they kept finding him smoking indoors, and they kept yelling at him.
Jeez.
And he goes, "No wonder I moved to fucking man. No wonder I moved to Mexico." There. Like DVB says, I remember as a kid in the early 80s, smoking was still allowed on airplanes.
Yep, they had the little ashtrays in between the seats. I remember.
Yeah. Well, hell, they even banned smoking in the casinos. I had to thank them for saving me so much money because they made me go outside.
You're exactly right. Yeah, they have for casinos. I've seen where they have like a little glass booth where all the smokers can go in and suffocate, and nobody's in there. And I've seen where it's the opposite. I've seen where they allow smoking in the casino, but then there's a glass booth for people who don't smoke.
Oh, the casinos around here, they have separate rooms. They do have a non-smoking sections, but otherwise, it used to be smoking throughout the casino, and they had some non-smoking sections. It's like separate rooms.
Even when they stopped smoking or stopped allowing it, the rooms, if the nicotine was saturated in the walls, the floors, the ceiling, so you could smell it for years, even though they didn't actually allow it. It still stunk.
Yeah. Well, Greg says awesome science research, Scurvy. 4 out of 5. D-Berg says 4 out of 5 doctors recommend Camel.
That's right.
Smart doctors. DVB says people used to smoke in shopping malls, groceries, everywhere.
That's right, everywhere.
LOL, D-Berg, yeah. I remember that old ad, D-Berg.
It was sad when you see them driving around with kids in the car, smoking with the windows rolled up. I still see that, and that pisses me off.
Hey, Pop, that shot of Stewart in suspended animation reminds me of Marta Kristen.
All right.
She is, similar. Right.
Yeah, it was an actress by the name of Diane Stanley that played astronaut Stewart.
All right.
And unfortunately, she gets very few to little to no lines.
Yeah.
And
absolutely no lines.
Yeah.
Right.
DBB says, if I had to go into suspended animation for 700 years in space, I probably want to smoke beforehand too, LOL. All right, that's all the chats.
And I wanted to shout out to go ahead, Nemesis.
I was just going to say that this intro kind of reminded me of I Have No Mouth, But I'm a Scream.
Yeah.
Just the character set up with it.
Yeah, Harlan Ellison. Great story.
Yeah. And welcome, Daniels.
Says, introducing Linda Harrison as Nova.
Nova.
Yeah. And Daniel says, 10th like, hi, bro, I'm back home.
Obviously, everyone, this was before we had any CGI. It was years away from this. And And special photographic effects, I have to shout out L.B. Abbott and Associates, same people that worked on Lost in Space.
Oh, you got it.
Panavision, Color by Deluxe, all the good old days. Based on the novel by Pierre Boulle, I think if I pronounce that right. And I recommend the book for everybody. Don't think that it's going to be some grueling 500-page book like Stephen King's It. It's actually relatively short. You can get through it in a couple days.
Hey, no, no, the book It is over 1,000 pages.
Something like that. It's incredible. It's dumb.
It's over 1,000 because I said screw it when I went to go read it after I seen the movie. I went to go read it. I see it as 1,000 pages. I was like, yeah, fuck that.
Yeah, well, he was like really high at the time. Sorry, go ahead. There's still
yeah, I missed that. You were talking about Pierre Boulle's novel, then you switched to 1,000-page. What?
No, I was saying that it's a quick read. It's not like one of those 1,000-page books. So
gotcha. I got this. I got the paperback movie tie-in through Tab Books at school, the Scholastic Book Services, and I read the novel. That was when I was in 4th grade.
Yeah. Okay, what caused them to crash here?
Malfunction of the ship.
Okay.
Right, the computer's malfunctioned.
Okay.
I think this was Lake Mead, if I remember correctly.
It's Lake Powell in Utah.
Oh, that's it.
Yeah,
Thank you.
and I will have all of you know that I swam in Lake Powell.
Well, that's interesting because I heard. Now I don't know which was. I've heard two different conflicting stories, and that is one is when the prop of the ship sunk, they just left it down there. But then we've seen it in the sequel, so I don't know if they rebuilt it or did they eventually go down there and pull it up.
Well,
I heard they left it in there.
I think I've heard that they had a little trouble with the life-size model,
right?
But the one that actually we see actually sink is obviously a model. But the life-size prop, I think they had a little trouble. But I thought they fished it out. But that's interesting. I couldn't answer that. It's conflicting stories. So
the DVD set had a really good behind-the-scenes interviews.
Yeah.
So that's where I had seen a lot of that.
Yeah, I was out in the Arizona, Utah area in '86, and there was this really cool tour that took you to a slot canyon, and but we got to kind of chill out at Lake Powell, and so it was so hot, we all took a dip in the lake, and by the time we got back to the vehicle, we were all dried out because it's a dry heat.
It's a dry heat, right? Which, believe me, anybody who knows, there is a big difference between dry heat and humidity and the dampness and all that. So I'll take dry heat any day. So the ship crashes, and as you can see, they've been in suspended animation for a while because he has grown the beard over the time.
How long does it take usually to grow a beard like that?
Everybody's different, but I'm guessing by the look. Well, his is nice and trimmed, but I'm guessing at least 2 or 3 months.
Oh, like that. It'd take 3 weeks.
He does.
Yeah, I was going to say for me about 4 weeks.
Yeah, I think before they abandon ship, I think Taylor does look at the clock and figure out how long they've been under.
Yeah, he does. There's a camera shot where he's point of view shot where he's taking a gander at the clock.
Yep.
And since they are in suspended animation, remember everything's slowed down. So a month-long beard. Oh dear, there's Stuart. A month-long beard to grow that, everything's slowed down. So
yeah. And what did they say was the reason she's dead?
The crack in the glass.
Look at the crack. Yeah.
Oh,
okay. She died in her sleep.
Yeah.
Yep. Air got in there and she basically decomposed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, when I die, I want to go peacefully in my sleep, not yelling and screaming like everybody else in the car.
The majority of people, very few people, go to sleep and then just. Well, I don't mean that. I mean, very few people, even though when they die in their bed, very few of them don't suffer. I mean, some of them, the lucky ones, the very rare ones, are lucky because they just never wake up. And they don't know that they die, pretty much. But a lot of times people will wake up in the middle of the night and they'll have a severe heart attack or stroke. And then they'll die and then they'll be found right in their bed. And then a lot of people, to soothe their own grief, will say, oh, well, at least they died in their sleep. And the only reason why people say that is to satisfy their own grief, because they don't want to imagine their loved ones suffering. And by the way, this decision here to kill off the female of the crew would not do that these days. My God, she'd be the captain and she'd have all the lines and ordering everybody around.
Yeah, Taylor would be a woman in the
That's
reimagined Planet of the Apes.
Right, now let's not forget now, an overweight black woman to be exact.
And then Ape City would it would be a matriarchy.
It sure would, right? Right, and the only humans they keep around for slaves are the men.
Yep.
Yeah,
it writes itself. Pop.
So-
It writes itself.
Sorry, so
and the human women are privileged slaves too, probably.
There was actually a movie that right now what we're describing was actually a movie by Gene Roddenberry called Earth 2, starring John Saxon in the early 70s. It was a bad movie, but it predicted exactly what we're talking about.
It was called Planet Earth.
That's right. Where'd I get the Earth 2 title? Thank you.
Yeah,
Now,
Earth 2, that was a totally different project, if I remember. And then Genesis 2 was his first
yes
crack at this kind of story. This time,
dystopia.
Dystopia.
Yeah. Now we kind of skipped over this here, but this thing sank so slow, like it sank slower than the Titanic.
Yeah. It's okay. Taylor's ship is not the Titanic. It's a future starship. Okay. No.
Yeah, but still took forever to sink.
Right, but remember, it's a spaceship, so it's also airtight.
Yeah, there you go. Pop for the win.
I was gonna say that, but Pop beat me to it.
Of course, they
airtight except for all of the water that was spraying in. So yeah, no, there was a giant hole in the hatch already.
Well, there is. I'm saying, but it's still the way it's designed. If air is trapped at the top of it, where the point is, the needle, it'll take a while to go down. One of the way guys, I don't know what you guys are thinking, but the Titanic took hours to sink.
2 hours.
Yep, almost 2 hours.
Roughly.
No, well,
Almost 3 hours.
Well, this movie here, it's kind of a joke there. This movie, it took like three minutes of the movie time to sink, and it wasn't really that big of a craft.
I don't know. I thought they were pretty much. I thought it moved along pretty quick.
Yeah.
Because basically, as soon as they realized what was going on where they were, that's when the leak suddenly sprung, and then that's when they decided to hurry and get out of the ship. So I didn't think they wasted a lot of time, but I don't know. That's my opinion. I guess this movie's going to really try the patience of younger generations. They're going to expect a lot more action probably going on.
Yeah, I showed this movie to my two nephews, and they were enthralled. So there's still hope for the young generation.
Yeah, some can still, some still appreciate it.
And there's that barbershop.
The barbershop
thing.
It looks like a combination of a barbershop pole and a projector. Because sometimes people have those projectors attached to the ceiling.
Uh-huh. Oh.
I think this is one of the lakes that was suffering from all that drought there a year or so ago.
Yeah.
I wonder if there really is no life around that lake area, or did they clear it out for the movie? I wonder.
No, they went during the winter.
Yeah, there's
during the summer it was packed with, campers and everything.
Yeah, Pop said it. Mm-hmm.
You could tell it's a 20th Century Fox prop. I mean, it just looks like a bunch of lights and unnecessary switches and everything. So yeah, that's a prop. And there's a miniature like you were talking about.
I like it when they blow the hatch on the live action one. That's pretty cool.
And there it is, right?
Did any of you pay attention to the clock when Taylor Moon went to sleep?
Yeah, they showed the clock. That's where I was talking about that it was a futuristic and it was a quartz clock during that scene.
But my point is, I would like to, when you get back to the clock scene, I would like to see How long have they been? How long has Taylor been under for him to grow that beard?
Oh, he'll say how long they've been under, because he checks the clock before he evacuates, and they do mention it again in the movie. Exactly how long? I don't remember off the top of my head, but they will mention it.
Yeah, I don't either.
Great use of it. Yeah, excellent. The scene here. Only enough time to get one supply pack for each person. You can tell they definitely milked this scene here with the helicopters.
Yeah, a lot of great location footage here.
Looks amazing, yes.
Well, you got to pay for those helicopters, but might as well get your use out of them.
Exactly.
Because back then, even in the 60s, with it being a relatively new technology, it had to be expensive. A lot more expensive than nowadays.
In most cases, the studios probably had their own helicopters. So it was probably just for the expenses. I don't think they had to rent them back then. But sometimes they do. That could be an exception.
Well, even then, they're still pretty spendy, so you might as well get your use out of them.
That's right. And there's all the goodies they have for their mission, which is very little.
Yeah, it's pretty sparse. I think each pack would have, a big container of water, but it seems like only one does.
Well, they may have had more, but they may not have had time to get them off the boat before.
That's true. Yeah.
And here's they're talking about Stuart, how she died in her sleep, pretty much. And they're mad because he's not crying over it. And he's like, "No, to him it's just a mission. She knew it."
Yeah, he's
such
a
risk when she signed.
Yeah, he's such a jerk in the opening.
Hey, well,
in the opening.
Well, I think it's.
Well, I mean, as long as he is with his crew, and then when it becomes, everything goes topsy turvy, he's the one we're rooting for. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, and he's still an asshole.
Yeah.
Well, no, he's our hero.
Here's the
No,
thing.
he's not.
He is for me.
He might be your hero, but we'll get
my
into
hero.
that. Oh, good for you.
I want George Taylor to win.
Yeah. But he has to be the asshole here because if he starts grieving over a lost crew member, they're not going to focus on survival. They need to sit there and survive. They're in a hospital.
That's exactly right. The first thing they need now is shelter, food, and water.
Yeah, and there's your figure right there, 2031.
Well, there's a couple thousand tons of water behind them, so.
Well, yeah, but they've got to test it and all that. So, the water will do, but they need shelter and food. And unfortunately, the land looks pretty barren. It's pretty chipper for a man who's 2,031 years old. So, yeah, that's. And by the way, the character, this is Charlton Heston playing George Taylor. The book is a French book in French, the original in French language. And of course, they have a English version, which I bought and read the English version. But the scientist, he was more of a scientist. He wasn't like a gung-ho guy like this. He was more of a scientist, and he was not cynical and like this here. They kind of changed the character for the movie. So he was not this cynical, or like you could say like a snarky or whatever. I hate that word. I don't know why I said it.
Yeah, I think it's mostly from Serling.
Yes, I agree.
Yeah, and then I'm blanking out on the other screenwriter. Almost had it. Pop, help me out.
Yeah, went through. I don't remember off the top of my head, but yeah, when they wrote this movie, they went through a few different writers, and Rod Serling from Twilight Zone fame got the ultimate script polish there towards the end. So a lot of what we get is a tribute to him, and you guys will anybody who's a fan of Twilight Zone, you're going to recognize some of the things in this.
Yeah, it was Michael Wilson.
Thank you.
who
Yes.
who was one of the blacklisted screenwriters in the 50s.
Was that his real name, or was he using a?
That's his real name, Michael G. Wilson.
Gotcha. All right.
Of course, by this time, he could use, he could do all the writing he wanted, got all the credits that he wanted.
Yes. God, that's hard to believe. Those they were trying to weed out communists at the time, and Hollywood is all communist now. So it's like, what happened, right?
Yeah, I highly recommend Razor Fist's Hollywood Was Always Red. You'd get the true history of what went down and how the modern Hollywood. Well, this has been going on for quite a while. They always put McCarthy and McCarthyism in with the Hollywood 10, who was in the blacklisting. And McCarthy had nothing to do with the Hollywood blacklisting. It was the House on Un-American Activities Committee, which was headed by a Democrat, and that started in the fall of '47.
What a surprise!
And so McCarthy was interested in the military and what was going on within the government itself, not Hollywood. But I highly recommend Razor Fist's video, Hollywood Was Always Red.
I appreciate that. I have heard of that user.
Yeah, if you Rageaholic, I think is the channel name, and then he goes by Razor Fist. There's some marvelous landscapes that they really, they really had an eye for the locations here. It was just great.
Yeah, they used to actually use professional cinematographers back in the day, huh?
You got it.
None of that shaky cam garbage, or where the camera's like 6 inches away from their face, or there's a cut every 2 seconds, like Michael Bay movies.
Yeah, that's just, I call that, fire monkey on speed editing.
Yeah, when I was a teacher, I was teaching my kids how to handle video cameras, how to videotape. They had seen so much television, that's all they knew. And the biggest thing to get to the hurdle with teaching them was to stand still with that damn camera. No zooming in and out, just stand still. They didn't have that perception in their mind. They just kept jerking around, moving, and all this kind of stuff. And I hated the shaky cam. I remember there was a point there, like in the late 90s, mid-late 90s, where everything on TV was the shaky cam. And I hated it. I always did, and I still do.
Yeah.
Fortunately, most of them got over that.
Yeah, I'm with you on that, totally.
And this is where they start talking about why each one of them signed up for the mission. And then Taylor says he pretty much didn't care. Feels he didn't leave anything behind. That's how I am, honestly. Right now, I'm ill, as you guys know. They would never accept me for a mission because of my health. But if I was young and in good shape, I would say, yeah, let's get out of here. I won't miss the world. But I would say, can I take a couple of pot seeds with me? Yeah. Otherwise, I'm going to go crazy. Yeah, just a few variety of seeds, and I'll do the rest.
Yeah, if I had a chance to go to the moon, I wouldn't hesitate. I'd love to experience that.
Yep, same here.
Hey,
and or even to go to Mars, even though we'd have to. What is it? 18 months you have to wait before you can.
Yeah,
yeah.
I reckon just cough up $250 million. You could go to the moon.
Oh, that's a drop in the bucket for me. No.
Yeah, sure. I got that around here somewhere. Where's my other pair of pants? I think I got it changed in the pocket. And here they found a sign of life. Which is a big deal, obviously, if you're on a alien planet. That means yes, we can grow stuff. It'll work.
You think there'd been more stuff by that lake there
Very
growing?
possible, but it is a natural formation, so
Yeah,
that's how it really looks.
that's how it is
No,
in
but
real life.
no, but by the lake, you thought there would have been more plant life instead of it being barren like it was around that lake.
That's why I think it was such a good decision they decided to film in this area,
Yeah.
because it really throws you off. I mean, this is almost frame by frame a remake of a specific Twilight Zone episode. It borrows from a few of them, but one of them specifically.
And that's the Lonely.
Yes.
Hmm. Yeah, and that was actually, if I remember right, that's the first one they filmed for the series.
I don't know. I know the first one broadcast was
Yeah.
Where Is Everybody?
Where is everybody? But I mean, oh wait a minute, that was the pilot. Pop. That Where Is Everybody was the official pilot. I'm talking
That's
about
right. Yes.
the series.
Aaron.
When it went to series, the first one in
Uh-huh.
production was The Lonely, and of course they filmed that in Death Valley. It's like,
can we
yeah, it
take-
was too darn hot.
They had people passing out on the set from that.
Yeah.
Yes,
Oh,
Gorilla. Thank you.
oh yeah. First of all, when I seen these, you know what I was thinking?
What's that?
It's a trap.
Yeah. I would be
Yeah,
worried
this
about
is-
that.
This is just creepy with the music and everything. It's like, what the heck are they going to walk into if they continue?
What music are you talking about? The whole thing felt silent.
No, it had music every now and then when it needed
Yeah.
it. If it's just didn't
Yeah.
overdo it and didn't try to overrule the movie. I thought it was perfect.
Yeah, it's an exceptional score. It's one of my top favorites.
Right. If you go back and listen, now that you've heard what we told you about Jerry Goldsmith's motivation when he wrote the music, you would understand. Because, like I said, it sounds almost like tribal. It's mostly like drums and sticks and stuff like that.
And when the first time we see the apes, what instrument is being used, Gorilla?
Dead silence.
No, Nemesis. What instrument do we hear when we first see the gorillas on horseback?
Drums.
And Pop, what do we hear on the soundtrack when we first see the gorillas on horseback?
I thought we heard like sticks.
It was a
Am I wrong?
ram's horn.
I thought you said they didn't use horns.
No,
No,
Pop's,
I
Pop,
forgot. He brought in a bunch of weird objects. So, yeah, you're right.
Yeah,
I forgot about that.
yeah. What Pop meant when he said no horns, he meant no brass.
Yeah,
Traditional
trumpets
brass.
and trumpets and stuff
Okay.
like that.
Okay.
Yeah, but
Uh,
playing a ram's horn, that goes way back to biblical times. So,
Well, and I was going to say that makes sense too, for sure.
All right, let's catch up on chats here.
Thank
Other
you, sir.
Drake says, Nova, greatest female character in history, according to 4 out of 560 doctors.
oh yeah, the cigarettes.
And there was a Nova in the book.
All right.
That's right.
The woman's pod malfunctioned and she died in her sleep. The 60s technology for you.
No,
you're
70s
right.
technology.
70s technology, especially because it was thousands of years later. So, yeah, she's definitely going to be quite. In fact, there probably would have just been a skeleton left over, but
Yeah.
we don't know when the thing sprung the leak. So, we don't know
Yeah.
exactly during the trip when that happened.
Matt G sent us some cookies. Yay.
Hey, Matt,
Yeah.
thank you so much. I hope it's chocolate chip.
They are.
No, we
Even
need
better.
molasses. But DVB says, yeah, excellent cinematography, entire CGI free.
Now we're getting to some lush greenery. So, if
Yeah,
not,
this
totally
is-
barren.
This is part of the 20th Century Fox backlot.
Yes, we will see MASH filmed here later on.
Yeah.
All right. D. Over
many other
says,
things.
Uh-oh. What did I see? I have to avert my eyes.
I know that's why I tried to skip by. I passed. It. Sorry, guys.
hey,
We're gonna see a
where's
little bit of male butt there.
hey, where's my equal representation? I want my equal representation.
Well, like I said, you're gonna get Charlton Heston's butt, but that's about the extent of it.
Yeah, I want my equal representation. I want to see Nova's butt now.
I read I read three or four, I can't remember, 3 or 4 books by Chuck Heston, and one of them was called In the Arena, and it was basically like a day-by-day diary of every movie he ever made. He was writing down notes. At the end of the day, when he got back to his trailer, he would write down what happened during the day. So it's a fascinating book because you find a lot of interesting material you won't hear anybody anywhere else from all the movies he was making. And there's a lot of trivia he talks about with this movie here as well. And he brings up, it's interesting. It was a very grueling experience for him.
You said
So
that book was called Into the Arena?
In the Arena.
In the Arena, yeah. I'm going to have to get that.
An excellent book, yeah. He
All right.
He wrote a few books, but that's the one that was specifically like a diary if you want to really find out behind the scenes of each movie.
Yeah, I got the deluxe Blu-ray set for Ben-Hur, and that included
wow.
Charlton Heston's production diary for that film.
Oh yes, that's an amazing movie.
Yeah, I love it.
If any of you guys out there are listening to this and you haven't seen it, shame on you. Ben-Hur and the 10 Commandments are absolutely 2 must-see movies.
Yeah, and I'm lucky that I saw both of those on the big screen on re-releases.
Super CinemaScope. Those
Oh,
are
you
extra
got it.
wide.
Yeah, it's just gorgeous. And then the Blu-ray of 10 Commandments is just gorgeous, and the 4K kind of shows the seams even more. But the Blu-ray itself is just gorgeous. I'm still waiting for the 4K of Ben-Hur. So one of these days they'll get it out, but I don't know when.
Yep, exactly. Oh man, times have changed. My God, the stunts on that movie, it would all be CGI now.
Oh, it'd be CGI crap. Yeah,
it would look terrible. And here's where they realize that somebody took their clothing.
Oh, Dio, we still had a bunch of chats.
Go ahead, Gorilla. Thank you. Sorry.
Yeah, Dio Oberg said, wondering if their survival packs had condoms and chocolate bars.
Well, yeah, condoms are first and foremost, right?
No, not at all, because we'll find out about what he has to say about that later.
Right. Oh, yeah, there is.
There would be no condoms.
Yeah. And Daniel said they landed in the year 3955 AD as stated in Escape from the Planet of the Apes when the president told Dr. Odo Heston where the ship came from.
Thank you, Daniel.
Actually, I think the escape date is a little off from the one that's actually here in this movie.
Well, yeah, they escape later. It's like a few months later.
But I'm just thinking a bit of trivia that the date given in the third movie is off. But I may be mistaken. That's just something that popped in my head.
Very cool.
All right. So Daniel asked Kirby how he's doing tonight. He says, I'm good. Daniel, how are you? Just got at home. It was a good day. Thanks. And Charlton Heston was a great actor.
It was not only that, though, but as you can see here, physically fit. He always worked out every single day.
And I don't care what Lee Remick says.
What did she have to say?
She was miffed that Charlton Heston won Best Actor for Ben-Hur, and she goes, "You call that acting?" I'm kind of like, you snob. It's
jealous.
Yeah. It's just no. Heston is what Orson Welles would call primarily a king actor. You know, the big roles, the hero roles. He's just perfect for that.
Well, what's great about him, and we've mentioned before, is range. He had range.
Yeah.
He can go from wearing tights, playing Ben-Hur, or doing Shakespeare, to doing the Omega Man, toting a machine gun, and kicking ass.
You got it.
There's not that many actors that could. In fact, there's no actors these days that can do that. The closest one I can think of might be Christian Bale, maybe.
Yeah, if you want to see a really interesting performance, an offbeat performance by Charlton Heston, check out the Western Will Penny.
Yes, Will Penny. And in fact, we get Maurice Evans in this movie because it was a suggestion by Heston, because they had worked together in previous movies, The Warlord and a couple others. So because that's when they figured out that Edward G. Robinson said, "Sorry guys, I'm just too old. I can't do it."
Yeah.
So Charlton Heston said, "Okay, I've got my good friend Maurice Evans. He could play Dr. Zaius."
And he's just superb.
He is, and it's interesting because It's the same guy who plays Samantha's dad in Bewitched.
Right.
So he's like a nice old man.
You got
he's
it.
Or he's mean and conniving in this one and cunning, as we see.
Yeah.
All right, so Daniel says
there they take the clothes. Oh no!
Oh, now they do. That's right. Now they do.
Hey, and welcome Herc 130. He says, "Take your stinking paws off of me, you damn dirty apes."
Right.
Oh, hey,
and
Daniel and Chet. I didn't realize this was a movie tonight. I take back to damn dirty ape.
Yeah, sorry. This is the one tonight, and this where the part where the natives steal their clothes was also in the book while they're swimming. It's right from the book.
Yeah. And Daniel says, "Pop, did you see the vid I gave you? It's about the U.S. general who ran into aliens, and he went on record talking about it."
Oh, you're talking about Admiral Byrd? How did you send me the video? Was it through Twitter? Remind me, Daniel. And I don't know if I saw it, but it might be about Admiral Byrd. But if not, either way, I'm still interested. One of these nights, we're going to do a paranormal stream on my Rumblings from the Lab. I mean to do that.
That's all the chats.
Thank you, Gorilla. That would piss me off. Swimming and then somebody steals my clothes, my only clothes on an alien planet. You don't know what you're going to do next.
Like, uh-oh. But fortunately, there's plenty of foliage to hide the naughty bits.
That's right.
I still want my equal representation.
And they even went through their supplies and destroyed them. It's like, oh.
Yeah, it's like, well, Nova, she's gorgeous, even in her primitive outfit, because
even better than that primitive outfit.
She shows a lot of leg.
Yes, she does. Her character's similar to Raquel Welch's, now that I think about it. Yeah.
Yeah.
By the way, they grew that cornfield for the movie.
Yeah. And they were wondering, well, gosh, is it going to be tall enough in time for production? It was like, yeah. Yep. And then some. It's like,
yep. Yeah, they grew in record time just for the movie. And it did, they were worried, but it did well. It was very serviceable. Now, the introduction to the humans.
Yeah, in 6 months we'll be running this. Yeah, if this is the best they got, in 6 months we'll be running this planet. It's like, oh, guess again.
Exactly right. And there's Nova.
Nova.
So the three astronauts are thinking that this is the only life on this planet, so that's why they're cocky, thinking that they'll be running the planet in no time.
I guess again.
And suddenly they're spooked.
Yeah, they hear that creepy sound.
I think it's a whip, right?
It's a weird. It's like a ram's horn variation. It's just this kind of almost. It sounds almost like an animal.
I think this movie may have won an Academy Award for the music. I know that it won awards. I just don't remember for an Oscar.
Yeah, I don't know about the music. For makeup, for sure.
Makeup, definitely. And we will see a little bit of samples of this makeup on a future episode of Lost in Space.
Yes, indeed.
Which is actually a very funny episode. I can't wait till we get there.
Yeah, it's that makeup and some prison stripes.
And Charlton Heston used the same stuntman practically throughout his whole career. So, and the guy's name was Yak Knut. And he was a stuntman for Ben-Hur, and he's also a stuntman for this movie.
Well, it was Yakima Knut's son that doubled him for Ben-Hur.
Oh, really?
Yeah, Yakima Knut actually directed the chariot sequence, but his son doubled for Heston during that famous jump of the chariot.
Gotcha. Thank you. I appreciate it. I'm glad you're here. That helps. Because I want everyone to know the truth and what really happened. So you're like my fact checker. So I appreciate it.
No problem. Yeah, this is such a great introduction to the apes. It's like they were like, okay, we're going to test this. if the audience doesn't laugh, we got a winner. And they didn't laugh. They were like, "What the hell's going on?"
You're right. We were all. It was a surprise. The way they built up to it, it was well done, and everybody was surprised, right? Even though we seen the title of the movie, it was like, whoa.
Yeah.
Here's where, of course, he's very surprised too.
Yeah, and the music is just awesome.
I can just imagine Jerry Goldsmith standing there conducting with an ape mask on.
With an ape mask.
Yep. But I think at the pinnacle of his career, my favorite is still Started the Motion Picture. That one.
Yeah, it's just majestic. Yeah.
It is.
Now, did you say you might have a still of Goldsmith conducting in the ape mask?
Yeah, I'm gonna pull it up here. I'll do it when one of these points when we're catching up on chat.
Okay.
And just like animals, those nets are very effective.
Yeah.
The brutality of it, I love it. Now, those are bolt action rifles, aren't they, if I remember right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's a good question. I don't know. I think so, yeah.
So here they're getting chased around like a herd of buffalo and stuff.
Oh no, he's going to get hit in the throat.
Well, we already lost the token black guy in the movie. Same shot though, too, but his was in the back of the neck.
Right, and they would not show that. Of course, there's so much in this movie they would not do these days. Damn them all to hell.
Yeah, poor Dodge. I like Dodge. For as little as we got to see of him.
Yeah, it's just it's and then when we find out his final fate, it's horrific.
Oh yeah, brutal. Totally brutal.
And that's why I wasn't able to see the movie in '68 with all the mothers in our neighborhood like, "Oh, you don't send your kids that movie. I heard that they dissect humans and they stuff humans. They can't go see that movie." No. So I wasn't able to see it, doggone it.
Well, I wish all of that was in the movie. That would have made it awesome.
But I got to see the first sequel when it first came out. So the ending of this movie was ruined for me because they replay it in the opening of Beneath the Planet of the Apes. But that's all I'll say. Now, we watched this when on its network premiere on television, and this is where my sister kind of rolled her eyes a little. She just like, she just didn't like seeing this.
Right, 1968 version of a selfie.
Yeah.
And of course, he passes out due to the exhaustion in the wound.
Yeah.
Oh, I love the casting in this movie. Kim Hunter and Roddy McDowall are just excellent.
Yeah, it was inspired casting.
Did you see Kim Hunter in the movie Bad Ronald?
No, I haven't. I've seen her in well, of course, the Columbo episode.
Oh yeah.
Oh, now the title's escaping me. It's the one with Ross Martin.
Yeah, I remember the episode and I don't remember the title. So
I'm bad with titles sometimes. I'm sorry. It's no, it's not coming to me, but it's got one of the best gotcha endings. But Kim Hunter's kind of playing against type. She's kind of a befuddled woman.
Right.
Seems to be kind of clueless, but very, very sympathetic and gentle. But I haven't seen Bad Ronald.
Made for TV movie, early 70s. So it was when they were making like Trilogy of Terror,
Right.
Burnt Offerings and things like that. So it was actually not bad.
Well, Burnt Offerings was a theatrical feature.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, Bad Ronald.
In the U.S. too, huh? Okay.
What was that now?
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead. I was talking to myself.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. Yeah, I was they were making a lot of interesting, creepy and supernatural movies in the early 70s. And but yeah, I never saw the Bad Ronald one. It probably was up because it was shown on a weekend when my dad ruled the roost.
It actually had Janeway in it. Very early appearance, and she looked
Oh.
exactly the same.
Kate Mulgrew.
Yes.
Yeah.
Very small role. She was married to Dabney Coleman in it. They were like a married couple with kids.
Oh, okay.
So Charlton Heston kept getting hosed off like this, obviously, as we've seen. He ended up getting very sick because of it. He ended up getting catching a very bad cold. So it really didn't help much the fact that, or it helped the fact that he was playing a character that couldn't talk, because he said that between scenes his voice was actually very messed up. He pretty much lost his voice.
Yeah, and he still had a bit of a problem from his cold when he says his first lines, but it helped.
Yes,
it sounded raspy, so it helped his performance in the long run.
Absolutely. My camels are begging. Ooh, it sounds like are we getting some snoring in the background, or is that like the new soundtrack?
Or is that gorilla sleeping?
I know
I'm
he's
not
tired.
asleep. I'm not asleep.
I'm not asleep. I'm not asleep.
No, I was just talking like 5 minutes ago.
Yeah, gorilla. There's gorillas on screen.
Yeah, I know.
Isn't that awesome?
So, Gorilla, what do you think about Gorilla as being portrayed as a bad guy in this?
This is just this is typical. You can kind of fit. I was thinking they're trying to mimic like what was going on in World War II there in Germany.
Well, with the way they're portraying it is they have different classes. They've got the apes divided in classes. So the chimpanzees are the scientists. They're basically the brains. And the gorillas are the military.
Yeah, the muscle.
Yep.
Yep. The police and the military, and then the leaders, the administrators are the orangutans. And here comes Dr. Zayas. Dr. Zayas. Dr. Zayas. Dr. Zayas.
Do you have
That's
the name?
But the makeup and the costumes, they had to be hot as hell.
Yeah.
So, right, I know they had to drink a lot of water, and they obviously, when they went on break for lunch, they could not remove the makeup because it took hours. So they had to eat everything through like a straw and like a tiny spoon.
Yeah. And sometimes because of the muzzle, they would, if they were eating with the little long handled spoons and whatnot, sometimes they would drop food. And they have to have that cleared out of the muzzle. Like,
yes,
they'd be eating peas and they would drop some in their muzzle.
Exactly, right. That's what it showed in some of the pictures. They were eating those mixed vegetables. It was like peas and corn.
Yeah.
Right, let's catch up on chat real quick.
Thank you, Gorilla.
And Dale says I sent it to you on the community chat.
Thank you. All right, I will check that.
Women, how's you doing?
Yeah, Herc 130, how's it doing?
Nemesis says, hail her. Hope you're all doing well. Dale says, I didn't think Noah was particularly attractive.
Wrong answer.
You might need to have your glasses adjusted there, Daniel.
Yeah. I suggest you change your oculist, to quote George Lazenby from On Her Majesty's Secret Service.
They didn't exactly show her at her best. Remember, she was like all dirty and scrounging and all that stuff.
Yeah.
And well, that's kind of sexy, isn't it? Wait a minute. I didn't say that.
Possibly.
Erase that.
I guess she'd be even better looking if she was in a kitchen, right?
So now,
I wouldn't go that far. I wouldn't go that far.
So we now know that Stone Racket here is attracted to homeless women.
No, just they can be a little scruffy from being outdoors. It's okay.
Yeah.
He likes his girls dirty.
Just plug your nose.
Herc says getting hosed down in the cage reminds me of survival school, the Air Force. Not the best of times.
Oh wow.
Yeah, they're just in Gitmo. That's all.
That's interesting, Herc.
I was in the Air Force, Herc. So I was in the Air Force. So hello there to fellow airmen.
Yeah.
Cool.
No, it's just it's just a little harmless waterboarding. That's all.
Yeah, that's all, huh? Just take a deep breath and a big swallow.
That's right. It builds character. Come on now.
That's right. You call yourself a man? So here's where he tried to convince them that he could talk. And Dr. Zayas said that, oh, no, he can't talk. He's blowing it off, saying he's just mimicking what we're doing. So they're basically doing like what we noticed what apes and monkeys do. They mimic us.
Yeah. Human see, human do.
Right? They even say that in the movie.
Right.
I think there's a hint right there where Dr. Zayas says the sooner he's exterminated, the better. And there's a hint that he knows that Taylor is different.
Correct.
Well, he might have a clue because of his fellow astronauts, and that, but we don't know how soon they started talking and the repercussions because of that. So
Right,
Zayas might know a little something, and he's not letting on yet.
Hey,
Exactly.
Stone Racket, I think this would be a perfect one for you to read.
Thank you.
Dan De La Torre says Nova wasn't attractive. I'm not ashamed to say that as a boy, Nova inspired different varieties of wood, especially hard rock maple.
She looks a little better in this shot. See,
yeah, look at that face. Look at that face. She's just gorgeous.
Right, and you'll get a better look at her body here soon.
Tell me, does it take a good actor or actress to pull off playing silent acting? Because it takes talent to do that.
Yeah, she's good. I mean, she was part of Planet of the Apes from the very first, where they did the makeup tests, the early makeup test. She played Zira in the makeup test, and James Brolin played Cornelius, and they were testing the orangutan makeup on Edward G. Robinson, and so she was there from the very beginning.
Correct.
So she was a makeup test dummy.
Yeah, they did a makeup test. They were considering Edward G. Robinson for Zayas, but he, like Pop said, age-related problems and also dealing with the makeup. He just didn't want to put up with it. But the makeup test is with Edward G. Robinson as Zayas, James Brolin as Cornelius, and Linda Harrison as Zira, and of course they had Charlton Heston as Taylor, of course, in the makeup test.
Yep.
But if you get your Planet of the Apes DVD or Blu-ray, you'll find that on the extras.
Have you already read this chat here, Gorilla?
Yes.
Yeah, I did.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Don. Or is it Dan?
Dan.
Yeah, welcome, Dan. Dan
Thank you, Dan.
De La Torre.
All right, I want to make sure I said hello to Dan. Thank you.
Gee, you're getting a lot of Dans in the comments now.
Yeah, a lot of Dans.
Well, Dan's been around for a few months here at least.
Yeah, and of course, Charlton Heston's already making his way to the women. It's spare no time.
Well, he is a ladies' man.
Yeah, she's sniffing him out.
And of course, Dr. Zira's all excited. She's thinking maybe they'll mate.
Well, in all fairness, though, he hasn't had some in about 3,000 years. So
that is true.
Make that 2,000.
Yeah.
And you see that look on his face? Because he realizes that how excited Dr. Zira was about breeding, and then he suddenly realized that now it's not so fun being in captivity. He doesn't want to be here just make some ape happy if he mates. Pooch, hush.
Yeah, that look tells us a whole lot, doesn't it, Pop?
It does, right?
It's like, Charlton Heston can't act. Well, there he is, just acting with his eyes.
Right. I mean, think about it. If you're all excited, thinking, "Wow, it looks like I might score," and then you look over and you see the ape looking at you, thinking, "Like, wow, he might mate with the other animal."
Yeah.
Oh my God. Yeah.
It's like,
that would kind of ruin the mood.
Yeah.
Because obviously she's gonna want to watch and be like, "Oh, hell no."
Hell no.
No, that's why you wait till they leave. Come on now.
Oh yeah, right.
Nemesis as George Taylor. I'm going to wait till there's nobody here, and then I'll make
Right.
my moves.
Well,
This is a
not
bumping
at least
ride.
the gorillas or the monkeys. Like they're still surrounded by the other people in the cages. Like you're gonna have an
Right.
audience regardless.
Right. This is a
Yeah,
bumping
that's
ride
true.
after everybody's asleep.
That's true.
It would be upsetting knowing that all the other humans are ignorant.
Well,
You're like,
well, yeah. Well, personally, I'd go for the voyeurism. You gotta have a little adventure there.
well, that's true.
So you'd be. We're not. Anyways, we're getting past that and getting past the monkey kisses here.
Well, you got the monkey kisses with their bumping noses. And it's great when you think about it. It's very smart and clever. They saved a lot of money on budget by building the sets like this, but they're very effective and it fits. And of course, she nicknames him Bright Eyes because he has blue eyes. And now he's trying to show them once again that he's literate.
Do you think it's because he has blue eyes, or do you think it's because there's a spark in his eyes that the other humans don't have because he has intelligence?
Probably
Well,
both.
it could be. Yeah, possibly both. Yeah. Damn Noah. I'd say, get the hell out of here. He's trying to write in the sand to show them that he knows how to spell. And then Dan Nova gets in the way, reaches down and scatters the sand. And it's like, oh, come on, you bitch.
Actually, do you think she knows that he's somewhat intelligent, or because she's
No.
doing it, do you think she's
No.
doing that out of instinct?
She doesn't, it's instinct. I think she just doesn't know what it is like an animal. But she definitely didn't do it intentionally because she doesn't understand what literacy and writing is at all. And here we have Dr. Zayas, everybody's best friend. I hope you guys, by the way, take advantage of the subtitles. I'm not able to show all the scenes and all the dialogue, so
And
that's why I
this is
pause it. Go ahead.
yeah, it's a predominantly dialogue-heavy movie, so definitely watch this on your own.
Yes. And with headphones so you can take advantage of the music. Enjoy it.
The classic, who's more dominant, him or Taylor, huh?
Which is, it's primitive, but that's probably how it would be. That's probably how it was, and that's probably how it would be again.
Yeah, or who has the bigger club, in other words.
Right. The old BS, the meek shall inherit the earth, I doubt that. We've already seen the bad guy wins all the time. Here's what we're talking about, an expedition into the Forbidden Zone, which is forbidden in itself. They're very religious. And they've got their own Bible, which they've established.
Why is it the I like characters that are religious zealots that are hypocrites as well? Why is that?
Well, because I can't give. I'm trying not to give away too many spoilers. I know it's an old movie, guys, but because they know what happened to the past civilization, and I think they're being overprotective that they don't repeat the same thing. Because we get that reveal at the end of the movie when Dr. Zayas finally tells them the truth.
Yeah.
And here's another reveal that he knows.
Right, and he doesn't like the looks of that.
Well, it's like a devout Christian seeing a fish walk out of the water, being like, "Oh, that's not good." Like,
Or an alien
it's
ship
gonna-
landing, right? UFO landing.
yeah,
You would think
gonna
religious
flip
people
that
would
back
be
into the
more
water.
open to it. Right, kick it in there.
Yeah.
All these scenes here, He had a really bad cold, so it helped. And now he's where he grabs her notepad.
Well,
She
this
thinks
is, oh my
legit-
God.
Go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry. Just that, like, as a rational human being, like, that's just the dumbest thing that you could have done. But I mean, it doesn't surprise me for his character to just expect to just like grab shit from her and be like, yeah, this will be fine.
Well, yeah, well, he's frustrated because they've been treating him like he's a dumb animal. So he tried to ask her about the notepad and she didn't understand. So unfortunately, yes, he got desperate and grabbed it from her, which is obviously not a smart thing to do because we know they're going to retaliate.
Well, in her worldview, he is a dumb animal. So do you have a better
Absolutely.
idea?
Especially, well, not only that though, but you're right. She looks down at him like a dumb animal, but she actually respects him more than everyone else around her. So the gorillas are even worse. Because slowly and gradually, as we know, she's going to start realizing he's different than the other humans. Natural born thieves, aren't they? See, so that gorillas, I think, well, they're just all, obviously classifying them in one group. Racism, the innuendos and everything still permeates today's society.
And that's why
So it's good allegory.
Yeah, and these subtle allegories and messages, I mean, they're subtle and they're there, but then you can also mold certain ideas or prejudices into that position, and it still works too.
Yes. And here's where she shows her husband Cornelius. And she's trying to convince Cornelius, and of course, even Cornelius it's gonna take a little bit of persuading. Can't blame him. To them, it's like to them, it would be like now someone trying to tell you that you've got a monkey or something that is literate and can spell and talk. You'd be like, oh hell no. Now he's just letting them know everything. He's singing like a bird, so to speak. Oh, that reminds me, everybody. When I downloaded this, the subtitles, I viewed them. I always take a look at them to check how they are, if they're okay. And whoever did the subtitles, every time there's a capital I in the movie, like I'm going to do this, I did this, I think that this, I have done this, I've done any word that had a capital I, they had an L in its place. And it was very noticeable and such a pain in the butt. So I spent about 2-3 hours today. I went through the entire script of the movie and corrected as many of those as I could. And the reason why I'm telling you is some of them may have slipped through because after a while, your brain just kind of turns to oatmeal. So, yeah, not only have I seen the movie recently, but I went through the script, every line in the movie. So, yeah, that's what happens when you got to work with subtitles, unfortunately.
Yeah, plus the
Well, thank you for doing that.
Plus the dialogue and all that blends into the background after a while since you're tired of it.
It does, but it's worth it. And you're welcome, Nemesis. It's worth it. I actually like working on subtitles. It's very tedious, but you really, I mean, not only are you watching a movie to understand, but once you go through and you actually read the entire script, it's on a whole new level. You definitely understand everything. You catch a lot that you never normally do.
You must have the script memorized then.
Well, not memorized, but there's a lot of scenes that I knew because this movie obviously has a lot of famous, iconic lines in it. And it was interesting reading them in context. I don't know. I found it very enjoyable. Like I said, it was very tedious, 2 or 3 hours, but it was worth it. But I'm sure some of them had to get by me, so I know we're going to run across some words where you'll see capital L where it doesn't belong. That happens a lot.
And the sad thing is that, true, Dr. Zayas is using caution, but then too much caution can hold a civilization back. Because eventually you do need to take some risks, but not too much to cause undue harm.
I completely agree. Or if you hold people back, you're going to stunt their knowledge. I completely agree. We saw that with a certain virus here a couple of years ago.
Yeah. Hey, PvP.
Hey, Gorilla.
Hello,
Hey,
PvP.
guys.
Welcome. Good to see
Hi, everybody.
you.
Hi, all.
Good to see you. And I know I don't have to ask you if you've seen the movie PvP because I know you have.
I saw it actually. Was it what 1968 or whatever when it came out? Yes, on a huge, gigantic movie screen in my hometown, and it was absolutely spectacular on a huge, giant screen. I'll tell you that, guys.
Yep, I loved it.
It was great. Yeah.
This is the scene where Taylor, to prove that they said, okay, as we saw Taylor here, the astronaut, Charlton Heston, was writing on paper, telling them how he got there, where he was from, Fort Wayne, Indiana, all that kind of stuff. And that he arrived in a spacecraft. And they don't believe, now they don't have aircraft or airplanes or that kind of technology. So they didn't believe him. And that's why he made this paper airplane and then threw it. So that's what Cornelius is fascinated with right now.
Flight is scientifically impossible, says Cornelius.
Actually, he's intrigued enough, though, to consider the possibilities, it seems, right?
Yeah, I love that.
But that there with the paper airplane, they can go, no, that's just they can come up with some offhand excuse why that's not real flying and stuff.
Oh, they're
like, is a fluke or something.
They're very the apes and the chimpanzees and the orangutans are very good at that in this movie, making up excuses not to believe.
Gaslighting, right? Gaslighting. Just like certain politicians, gaslighting. Don't believe your eyes. Don't believe what you actually saw. Believe what I'm telling you.
I do like the chimpanzees, the scientific ones, though. They seem to be the most open-minded of all of them.
Oh, absolutely, yes. And by the way, I'm sure we'll get this eventually, but all right. They were filming out on location, as you guys can see. So whenever they took lunch breaks, it's not like they went back to the cafeteria at the studio. They ate there on location. So craft services would come out, set up tables, and then they would have like a buffet where they would come along and grab their food. But what's interesting is the actors all start separating themselves by their ape categories. So like the chimpanzees were all sitting together at tables, and then the gorillas over at the other table sitting together, and the orangutans were over at the other table sitting together. So in the interviews, they thought that was interesting, and that is kind of funny.
Yeah, that's ironic.
That is a bit strange. Like I guess you wouldn't call it classicism or even really, racism, but it's some kind of ism, it seems like, if they're separating by groups,
Yep.
Yeah, I'd want to sit with Roddy McDowall and Kim Hunter and Maurice Evans.
Yeah,
have a nice talk.
Yeah, I think they'd be the most fun.
Yeah.
Well, there you see he's got the burn on his shoulder from the torch. Now here's the scary part, because they're basically dying to share what they've learned with Dr. Zayas, but they know that they can get arrested for heresy because their religion is so strict.
I'm just wondering, was the criticism of religion in the film originally in the novel, or did Rod Serling add some of that twist?
There was some in the novel, but more in the movie.
Okay, so Rod did have a say in that element then. Okay,
I
figured.
would say it's more Michael G. Wilson.
Oh, okay.
But of course, me being an evangelical Christian, I kind of look at this a little differently, because I can see it as a criticism of the diehard secularists that want to promote naturalism as an explanation for everything, and maintain the national religion taught in the public schools of secular humanism.
I always just saw it as kind of a statement against being narrow-minded on your outlook and to existence, right? That's what
but of course with the end, with the ending, it turns everything that you're thinking on its head. Anyway,
Oh yeah, but let's not give that spoiler away.
Yeah. And there's that's James Daly, is it not?
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
You can actually, the makeup is so good, you could tell the actors through the makeup. That's what was
Yeah,
so,
and then when we get to James Whitmore, it's like, hey, that's James Whitmore.
and what's his name? And I was just thinking of the name a few minutes ago, but the little short guy, the musician with the blonde hair, Paul Williams. That's right. Even when he plays one of the eventually,
yeah.
right?
Yeah,
it was such an odd casting choice. That's right.
He have you seen the Tonight Show clip where
Yep.
Paul Williams comes in complete makeup as a orangutan on the Tonight Show? That's hilarious.
Yes, because I was thinking he must have been hot as hell under those studio lights.
Oh, I know.
And of course, smoking.
Yeah.
Everybody smoked back then.
Yeah.
That's how Roddy McDowall died of cancer.
I'm curious, how did they actually eat during the lunch breaks with those masks? Did they have to remove them, or?
No, they had to keep them on, and it was very small bites, like mixed vegetables, and they had to use a spoon that would reach inside there. They had to be very, very careful.
Okay, that makes sense.
A lot of good use of straws too.
Yeah,
Yes.
I would think so. Yeah, definitely.
And of course, that's interesting. They had to paint their teeth black.
Yep. Otherwise, they would show up when they're talking.
Yeah.
It's
That must have been fun coming home with that.
Yes, and they had to use those cigarette holders, whatever those are called.
Oh yeah, yeah. And there's stills of them, like Maurice Evans with a fancy cigarette holder.
Wow. It is remarkable how recognizable the actors are through the masks, though. Like the masks are really amazing.
It is. It's highly, I would say, I know it won awards and everything, but underrated, because John Chambers was just a regular studio makeup guy for 20th Century Fox. And for him to step up, not only creating such amazing detail on the masks, but he had to make several. He had to have like a crew of people just piping all those masks out for those crowd scenes.
Wow.
He had experience with rebuilding, like with the artistry of, well, don't want to get too dark here, but morticians.
Oh, those are the people who tend to do it best, like Tom Savini. He was a medic in the military.
And I think Chambers had a medical background from the military, dealing with rebuilding, with prosthetics and whatnot. But his mastery of the latex appliances, and adapting it so you can still recognize the actor, and also that the actor can still do some expression through the makeup, but mostly, making sure their eyes weren't hindered at all.
Somebody's snoring.
Yeah, we got a little bit of sawing logs in the background there.
Oh, I hope it isn't our birthday boy.
Right, and I hope you guys don't think
so.
this, because he was not bored to death. He was just tired. He had to work all day.
Well, yeah, Gorilla often does seem quite fatigued at the end of his days. He must work really hard.
And here's where we get their version of church.
It's more of a, it's a theocracy gone wrong. It's like,
exactly. I'm going to go ahead and,
out
of respect for Gorilla, I'm going to go ahead and mute his mic. He can unmute it when he wakes up.
I'm guessing, I don't remember there being any mention of like politics in the sense of holding elections or anything in the film. Was there? Like,
No.
Yeah, it's just their politicians are the orangutans, and their religious leaders and their administrators and politicians are the orangutans. So they're the ruling class, and and so it's like, okay.
So it's all in one basket kind of thing then.
Yeah, it's really fascinating to dissect this movie. Sorry, no pun intended.
No pun intended, guys.
And that sarcophagus is really interesting too. Just the production design of this movie is just incredible.
It is. It's a shame they tore the sets down after they filmed it.
Yeah,
did they?
And then the costuming is just for the apes is just incredible too. I just love the design.
Uh-oh, little loudmouth kid.
Look, it's a man.
So I guess they tore the sets down because they didn't have a place to store them, or just because.
Well, because it was a busy filming location, so they probably had another movie booked to film
so
there.
they had to get rid of them quick. I get it.
Unfortunately.
Well, I think they still had it up for the sequel, and then they tore it down.
That's very likely. Yeah, that's very likely.
Yeah.
Yeah. That
And then,
makes
oh
sense.
no, Taylor's going to hit the sarcophagus. It's like, oh.
Right, props and things like that, they obviously keep and reuse, but yet the sets themselves, they had to be torn down. I remember it was the same thing for Ten Commandments, and those movies is they have some elaborate sets that they actually built in Egypt, and lo and behold, they tore them down. And a lot of times they do it because they don't want some low budget movie company to come along and film using their sets, because which it's well known to happen.
Well, Roger Corman comes to mind for that, right? Oh, here we go.
He's on the run.
Good action scene.
Now I'm going to point out here, as they're chasing him, you're going to see him run into the bushes and the weeds. Watch this. And this entire scene he did himself, remember, and he was very, very ill when he did it.
Oh, really? Was he? Oh.
Yeah, he got a cold from being hosed all the time by the gorillas.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah. He's still recovering from that, but he marshaled on. I think he even had a fever.
Oh yeah,
a little bit of a fever. And I'm like, holy smokes, dude.
Well, Heston was a pretty strong, athletic man in his prime, though, right?
Oh yeah,
absolutely. So, he worked out and he went jogging every day. And this he started all this shit in the 1950s. So this was years before you had that craze and that fad of people working out like they do now.
Oh yeah. Well, I remember Ben-Hur and 10 Commandments, I guess it was.
Yeah.
I mean, all those great classic 50s films that he was in. Yeah.
Well, it's because of him is why Yul Brynner worked out to get so buff for 10 Commandments. When he was hired, he heard that he would be up against Chuck Heston, and he knew, oh my God, I'm going to look like a frail little twig out there.
Yeah.
So that's what inspired him to work out.
He must have had a good training program, because the time he appeared in the movie, he was looking pretty buff, I got to say.
Yep. Ooh, they make you want to get your hands on that gorilla and just throw him.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he's still got a sore throat, I would assume, right?
Very. Very ill. A sore throat, a fever, all that. But he was very dedicated. He's not going to, I want to take a week or two off. No, he was very dedicated.
Yeah, very professional, and the show must go on.
Yeah, back in the days when actors really were great professionals, for sure.
Yep.
Hey, I hear a train.
Yeah, sorry, our little choo-choo passes by every now and then. But what I want to point out is you can see he's running around the set, around the buildings, around the bushes, and that's where he caught poison ivy.
Oh, did he get poison ivy? No. Oh,
yes, he did.
Top of all the other misery from the cold and stuff. Right?
That's right. He didn't realize at the time, but right, a lot of those bushes were just straight up poison ivy plants.
Oh, no. Didn't the studio check that out before they started filming?
Nope.
That's hilarious, actually.
Yeah, look at that claw. Doesn't that look like something from another science fiction movie? It's like, wait a minute, what the heck is that?
I love that set.
Yeah.
As a kid, I wish I could have played in it.
Yeah.
What did they build this out of, concrete or something, or?
No, it's a form of plastic, and it's over steel scaffolding. And in fact, that if you go back to that shot, you can kind of see the seams a little bit in the wall where the different steel rods would be.
That's really impressive, though. I mean, the design is
that
amazing.
That was a kind of state of the art in the plastics.
Oh, okay. Wow.
But yeah, the thing is, though, it's a good thing, that this didn't catch on fire, because it was very flammable.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Yeah, that'd be bad.
If people smoking, it's like, no, don't smoke near this.
Yeah, really. Yeah.
And here's where he finds out the fate of another
Oh
astronaut.
man, I gotta look away.
I remember seeing that scene in 1968. Like I was 10 years old when I saw this movie at the theater, and I was like, "Oh no, that's not good."
and for
That
the
was an
network,
awesome reveal.
the
It was
network,
great, but it scared the hell out of me. I gotta say, when I was 10.
they kept all this in the network premiere, and it was like stunning. It's like shocking, and it's like and all that stuff that those rumors that the mothers in the neighborhood were saying. I was going, oh, okay, this is where they got it. It's like,
oh boy,
right. And then when you think about it, when they to broadcast this on television, I mean, like first of all, it's rated G. Let's not forget. And second, the only thing they'd have to cut out is when they show the men's butts. That's it. Other than that, the whole movie can be shown on television.
Yeah, they definitely cut out the trial scene buns reveal.
And Charlton Heston said that was very humiliating. Obviously, he did shoot the scene. There was no stand-in or a double, and he said it was very humbling and humiliating.
But he said one of the costume girls.
Nice butt.
Said, hey, nice bun.
Yes, yeah. One of the girls said, "Nice butt." Right.
Well, I thought.
What did he say?
You know, look fine. You know.
And what did Charles Heston say in response? Thanks, babe.
Oh, I don't know. All he said is he laughed in the interview where he talked about it. She just said nice buns, and he just laughed.
He just laughed. Yeah. Of course, maybe he had a no. He was married at the time. He wouldn't have done that.
Oh yeah,
had a hot day.
His wife Lydia. They were married for decades.
Yeah.
They're one of the rare Hollywood couples that did not divorce, that stayed together the whole time.
He might have just been embarrassed when he heard the nice buns comment, you know.
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah.
Well, he had a good sense of humor. You probably just laughed. But imagine these days doing that. HR. I mean, you get fired, right? And you Me Too'd and all this other stuff.
Yeah, it's just we're living in a clown world.
We really are. You know, it's amazing when I look back at this film, and I have seen it more than, I've seen it plenty of times on DVD or TV or whatever too. But it's amazing how a film can be this hard-hitting and serious and intense and still get a G rating, right? Like, it tells you a lot, about if you got a real quality script and a good director and, people that know what they're doing, they can do a lot and still get, a movie that pretty much everybody can watch.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, the rating systems they didn't have as many levels like they do now. G, PG, PG-13.
Yeah.
They only had I think they had G and then M or R.
Yeah, they had it was G, M, R, and X. Yep. And I was on a live stream several months ago, and my memory of the Planet of the Apes movie was I could have sworn I saw in our daily advertiser, or where the movie section was, I could have sworn I saw the famous small quarter-page ad with the Dr. Zaius picture from the poster, and right next to it, the letter M. And my mother saying, that's for mature audiences. You can't go to this movie.
Oh, hell no. Yeah, you're not going to see that movie.
But I don't know if that was a mistake or our local, here in the Midwest, if they re-rated it when it was re-released to an M at that time. I don't know, but I have a definite memory of seeing the letter M next to Dr. Zaius' picture. And but I look at the old newspaper ads and they all say G, and so I was like, it's really confusing because I could have sworn that was one of the things, that was the first time that rating was explained to me and why I couldn't go see this particular movie. But yeah, you look at the posters and it says G. You look at, like I said, old newspaper ads, even our local papers, it still said G. And I'm like, okay.
And of course, G stood for general audiences.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean,
just look.
that's Disney films, you know, that's everything. That's good for
Yeah,
everybody.
Snow White and all that crap.
But I think back then, I think I would have rated this M because it's kind of intense, you know. I don't think just anybody can wander in, you know, little kids and whatnot. But
I just looked. It's the IMDb says it was a G rating.
Yep.
And it must have been because I was 10 years old, and
Oh, yeah.
back in those days, I would go to the movies by myself because, it was nobody was worried about your kid going off to see the movies on their own back in those days, right?
That's
Well,
right.
I just paid my
well, my
50
mom
cents
was
or
because of
whatever.
the rumors in the neighborhood. It was like, no, they
I'll be right-
do
I'll be right
horrible
back, guys.
things.
Yeah.
I gotta step away for a moment. I'll be right back.
Okay.
And the classic line right there.
Oh yeah. Yeah,
That is one of the
that's
classic lines.
that's the classic line. Yeah, that me and my brothers we would quote that quite a bit.
I think the only line that matches it is the one right at the end of the film, which I'm not going to spoil. So
Yeah.
Well,
And they took Heston to task for that, and he says, "No, I am asking the Almighty, you know, et cetera, to do what he was shouting. You know, I better not say much more than that." But, you know.
We'll
Yeah.
get there.
Well, another line that could probably rival this was the famous Star Wars line from Empire Strikes Back. That line, if you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, that was. I saw that with one of my buddies. He was going to the Naval Academy, and he had avoided all spoilers. And I went down to see the movie again for probably the 6th time. And I just said, all I'm going to tell you is it's a most worthy sequel to the original film. And I was sitting next to him, and when Vader goes, "Obi-Wan never told you what happened to your father," and my friend Kent he just went, "Oh shit," you know, and he's like, "Oh, what's going to happen now?" You know.
Well, I remember seeing it for the first time when it came out in the theaters. Lucky me. I went with my cousin to Vancouver. Actually, we took a road trip, a little weekend holiday, and we went to one because they had the ginormous theater screens back in Vancouver back in those days, right? So we walk into a packed house. Get this, it's so full. We end up having to sit in the very front row.
Oh my!
Can you imagine? The screen must have been like 150 yards across or something, and we're watching Empire on the front row. It's like, wow, boy, that's amazing.
Yeah,
it was great though. It was really awesome.
When I was a kid, I used to try to go out of my way to sit up front because I found it more immersive. Yes, I had to move my neck around a lot more, but it was very immersive. But
yeah, I went to all those movies at the River Hills Theater in Des Moines, and it had a huge curved screen. And if you sat in the 6th row, it would just fill your field of vision perfectly.
Yeah, wow.
And so I always ran for the 6th row. But then when I got a little older, I kind of went, no, I think I'm going to go with the 10th row with this film.
Yes, yeah,
you know. So I said, yeah, I don't want to be so close, but when I was younger, it was like, oh, this is so immersive. This is great.
Yeah, I'd usually go somewhere between the 10th and the 5th rows most of the time. I felt that worked pretty good for me.
Yeah.
Tell me, you guys, do you think the Darth Vader line, or do you think the line from A New Hope would rival this? Like, may the Force be with you. That's such an iconic line from Star Wars too.
No, you're right. I love this line better because those lines, yes, they're iconic and quoted well, just like the Terminator. I'll be back. But this one, I think, supersedes all the rest because it was so shocking to the audience, to the apes.
Yeah.
The way it was handled and the reveal. I think out of all cinema, this is one of the standout scenes of all movies.
It's shocking, but it's also a moment of triumph because it's like he finally gets to speak and tell those damn dirty apes off.
Right, and like we previously mentioned, this is when he had that severe sore throat and cold, so it really helped sell the raspy voice when he speaks for the first time.
Yeah.
Yeah,
perfect.
plus this line has been memed to death with other insert words for the phrase too.
Yep.
And all those stunned apes.
Yep. And knowing Charlton Heston, he probably didn't have to take more than 1 or 2 takes at the most.
Yeah.
Man was very professional. A look on her face is like,
Yeah.
what?
It's like, what?
And the music was like, ta-da!
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm surprised and impressed by him too, probably. Or
Yeah,
something.
she seems kind of really impressed by him, actually. That's kind of funny, actually.
And now that he can talk, he doesn't stop talking.
She's like, "Woo, science experiment."
No, it's the gorilla is it Lucius is the one that calls him a freak? Is that right?
Oh, I
Well,
forget.
coming up, yes.
Yeah. Shut up, you freak! It's a madhouse. A madhouse.
And so I like this. Nova notices he has nice teeth. That's great detail. Because I always bring that up in movies whenever people are supposed to be like dystopian and they all have beautiful teeth, which doesn't make sense. And that's one of the reasons why I didn't like Shawshank Redemption. People in jail do not have beautiful teeth, by the way. It's not like you spend time there, but everybody knows it's not exactly like they get a custom dental plan.
He was an astronaut, though, so he probably had great dental care before he launched the spaceship, right?
Correct.
So maybe that was a holdover from that kind of thing.
Oh, absolutely.
And the line that you just had on screen, me Tarzan, you Jane.
Those damn gorillas.
Yeah.
Yeah, it looks like that pressure on that hose is fairly substantial, too. On
It
old
was.
Chuck there.
Yeah.
I-
It doesn't
he
look
said-
comfortable at all.
Yeah, really.
It left him with bruises, he said.
Oh, that's not
Oh
good.
man.
Yeah,
man.
and now the establishment knows that Taylor is a real threat, and they don't want him to spread his genes around.
He's even more dangerous. And if that happened in real life, it'd be the same thing. They'd want to hurt him. Let's just say lock him up.
Well,
The
just
last
think
thing you want him is with you don't want him with the public, any kind of influence.
well, if you had a few thousand talking humans that could start planning and plotting and getting organized.
Exactly. Right.
You know.
Which is, that's the last thing they would want.
And that's how governments and civilizations usually are. They don't want resistance.
Nope. Divide and conquer, keep them ignorant. Very successful. We've seen that even modern day. They're using it against us right now.
Well, it's been going for what? How many thousands of years?
Yep. Damn you! Charlton Heston says that he really means it too.
Yeah.
You hairy scum! Those were right. Shut up, you freak!
So
It's a madhouse. A madhouse.
I'm mad. How right? Another.
And there's
classic
some people that just go, "Oh, that's so over top. That's ridiculous." No, you'd be pissed off too. You'd be shouting a lot of stuff.
yeah, if someone's
And very
hosing me down like
frustrated.
that, yeah. I'm just
Right.
wondering, Serling, he wrote the screenplay, if I'm not mistaken. How much of this dialogue is Serling, or was there any polishing done?
Michael G. Wilson wrote the bulk of it, I think. But
Oh.
the thing is, the Serling still comes through in the opening and the closing for me.
Yes.
It's so. I don't know. To me, it speaks to Serling.
Hmm.
But I haven't examined the early scripts. That's the only true way to tell is look at all the drafts that Serling did and then compare it to what Michael G. Wilson did.
Yeah, I see it here listed as Michael Wilson's actually listed above Rod Serling on the Wikipedia page. So he must have had a significant contribution then, I would think.
Yeah.
I think he was. I think he wrote the main draft and then Serling polished it. I think.
No,
and
it was the other way around. Serling had first
Oh,
crack
okay.
at it, and I think he had like 5 drafts. And then,
Got it.
but
Thank you.
Serling's original draft, he was more faithful to the novel, and they go, "Oh, we can't afford this,"
Oh.
and so it was pared down. But I'd like to go
Yeah,
through
makes
the
sense.
genesis of the script and look at all the versions. But I don't know. I don't think those are available online. But
Yeah, that would be nice if they had a website dedicated to just that.
oh
right?
yeah.
And this scene is so memeable too, just like the other one is.
It is. I mean, what I always liked about this scene is, like I said, I'm a big Chuck Heston fan, but it's like you can see what he's going through right now emotionally. It's a madhouse, but it's not more than 2 or 3 seconds he's hitting up on the girl again. I mean, like immediately, as soon as they leave, he hits up on the girl, and I always found that hilarious. He gets over it real quick.
Well, when you have a cute girl or beautiful girl, would you too?
I know exactly right. Exactly.
Yeah,
You gotta make your moves when you can.
Well, Chuck might be angry for a second, but then he comes to his senses real quickly.
and
Right here. Right
also
here, he's already talking to her. See?
yeah,
Yeah.
it's he needs someone to talk to. So I like this. I don't know him. Of course, I'm a hopeless romantic, so what do I know?
Well, I agree, right? Because he has no one to talk to. You're totally right. So he's gonna, you're in frustration and of loneliness. You're gonna talk to somebody, even if they don't understand what you're saying.
Oh, he's talking about Stewart. Yeah.
Yeah, well, Linda Harrison, you got to say, was pretty much a babe. I mean, at least as far as I'm concerned. So.
Yeah, it's for not being in. This is basically the movie that introduced her. She does quite well for her first acting role.
Hmm.
Well, she looks good without a lot of makeup and false eyelashes and all that.
But she's with those expressive eyes and everything. It's great.
She actually did a few films after that. She did, well, of course, she did Beneath, and then Airport 75, Cocoon, The Return. She was in the Tim Burton film. Oh, gee, I don't know about that.
Yeah, I was looking for her because I saw some promotional stuff, and I knew she was going to be in it, but she's just in one quick scene, unfortunately.
Of course.
As what?
She's one of the caged. She's in one of those portable cages, a cart being hauled away.
By a horse. Yeah.
Yeah, a horse-drawn cart, and she does have a line. I can't remember, but it's directed towards the Wahlberg character. I think is his name Taylor as well.
That I don't remember.
I don't remember.
So does that relate to the first film in any way, just to make us original fans depressed to see Nova locked up again?
Yeah.
Or don't forget the quick cameo with Chuck Heston in ape makeup.
Yeah.
Yeah, she did a bit of TV too. She did a couple of Batman, some Barnaby Jones, Switch. She had a little career going there for a while.
I remember watching Switch. I was a fan of that. It was very
fun. My younger brother and I loved that show.
That was a very cool show. That was just one season, I believe.
I think so.
Mm-hmm.
Was Tim Burton's movie Charlton Heston's last movie, or did he have another role after that before he killed over?
His last movie was unfortunately a bomb called Town and Country. It was a Warren Beatty movie, and it was an ego fest. Warren Beatty spent way too much money on it, and it bombed and lost a whole bunch of money. So unfortunately, Chuck Heston didn't really go out at the top, but it wasn't his fault. He just played in the movie.
Well, the thing is, it seemed like, excuse me, clear my throat. Was this the first sci-fi film that Heston did, or was there anything before this? I'm trying to remember now.
Sci-fi? Let's see. Omega Man was after this.
Yeah. And Soylent Green, Omega Man was
Soylent Green was after this.
And Soylent Green, yeah. So I'm thinking...
it may have been his first.
Yeah, I can't... Yeah, I think it is his first because everything else has been, westerns, historical epics, biblical epics.
Yes.
So. Yeah. So I remember like late 60s, early 70s, it was like Chuck kind of became a...
avert your eyes.
You showed it.
Yay.
Don't worry, I brought my hand up against the screen and just in the nick of time.
Right? Don't you guys get too excited now. Calm down.
No, I'm fine. I'm fine.
But there's James Whitmore. James Whitmore in the center. James Daly on the left. And of course, Maurice Evans.
Right. Now, James Whitmore, some of his sons went into the police, right? Into the police force in L.A.
Oh, really?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because there was sometimes where you'd watch news reports and it would be his son, looked just like him. And he rose pretty high. I think he was a police chief at one point.
No,
just like him.
Yeah, one of his sons, played Beamer on Brockford Files. He was in a couple episodes there.
That's right.
James Whitmore Jr.
Uh-huh.
Really annoying character.
Yes. There's going to be a scene here. I don't know if I'll be able to catch it, but it's where they say, they pose like see no evil, hear no evil, and speak no evil.
Yeah, and the thing is, they were like, can we get away with this? And I think there was some resistance, but I think the producer and the director said, "No, we're going to keep it in."
Right.
I thought it was so dumb.
Yeah,
That's
yeah,
what
it's
they were-
dumb,
they were
but
concerned about unintentional laughter. That's what they're concerned about.
but my parents got a big laugh out of it when we were watching it. We watched this as a family.
Yeah, it was dumb, but as a 10-year-old, I laughed my butt off. I gotta say, guys, because I thought it was funny.
Yeah, plus it also shows great symbolism on how the establishment and the ignorant will do anything to not know the truth. They'll do anything to go away from it.
Well, still people think the Earth is flat, so there you go, right?
Yeah, right.
Hey, you guys, we really never went to the moon. Okay,
That's right. It was Stanley Kubrick faked it all.
Yeah, he faked it all.
Yeah.
I actually had a coworker that seriously
Believe that.
believed that.
Oh wow.
You know, he
That must have
oh
been
he was
entertaining.
he was a diehard atheist, and he always argued with me about my Christianity. But boy, he said we never went to the moon.
Oh gosh.
And he's like, "Well, you know those radiation belts." I go, "Yeah, Neil, they're belts. They can navigate around them."
I just want to quickly mention James Whitmore because you guys mentioned him a minute ago.
Yeah.
I love James Whitmore. I thought he was an amazing actor. Like, I saw him in tons of stuff growing up, and he's kind of one of those underrated guys, like maybe a top B-lister, but he never seemed to get the starring roles or the credit that he actually
Yeah, he was
deserved.
more of a supporting actor.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but he
quality.
helped. He helped James Arness fight giant ants in the
Yes,
50s.
he was great in them as well. That was an excellent
Yeah.
movie. Wow. But yeah, I remember he was in an episode of The Invaders, which was really cool.
Uh-huh.
He did a lot of great stuff, like long career, and I always thought his acting ability was really top quality stuff. And I don't know, it just seems like he got overlooked even during his lifetime, and
did
now he
you,
seems forgotten. You know,
Did you PvP and Pops? Did you see when they telecast James Whitmore in his one-man show?
I haven't seen that.
I don't believe so.
Of oh, now I'm blanking on the name. Doggone it, this happens all the time. The humorist that he did a one-man show.
I never even knew about that. Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, are you talking about like Mark Twain or something like that?
Well, there's Mark Twain, but I'm can't think of his name. He caught cowboy hat. He died in a plane crash.
And he's known for a lot of anecdotes.
Yeah, and he
He was Ritter.
he was in some movies
Tex
too.
Ritter, wasn't it?
No, not Tex Ritter.
No, I can't remember the name, but I know you're talking about.
That's frustrating. Here, you guys go ahead. I'm going to look it up.
I just looked up his filmography here, guys. He must have done like at least 70 movies. Like, it's mind-boggling. Like, he started in the 40s in 1949, and his last film was in 1999. So that's a heck of a span of, like, what, 50 years?
Yeah, one of his last movies was The Majestic.
That's incredible.
Pops, before you forget, you may want to check the private chat for a second. There's someone that wants to get attention.
Well, thank you, and I need to also check the chat and see what people have to say. Now the gorilla is, let's just say, in repose.
Repose. That's cute.
Oh, gorilla, unmute. Gorilla, unmute your mic. I turned the volume down on your mic, gorilla. I see. Sorry. Thank you for pointing that out. Sit down. Where is he? All right. I got to move my thing here. Sorry, gorilla. When he's connecting and coming back because he thinks there's something wrong. Gorilla, I just turned down the volume on your mic, gorilla. All you got to do is turn it up.
Gorilla got muted on his own birthday stream.
I just turned it back up, gorilla. We can hear you now, gorilla.
Okay, because I've been trying to speak for a while here, so.
I'm sorry, sir.
Oh,
There was a little bit of snoring there, and I didn't want to embarrass you, so I just turned down your mic settings.
I've been around for a while here, so.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
You're hearing my cat. You're hearing my cat.
Oh, your cat. Okay, gotcha.
Oh, and real quick, Will Rogers.
Yes, that's it.
Oh.
Yes,
Yeah.
well done.
He did a famous one-man show, performing as Will Rogers and doing all his famous anecdotes and essays.
And I want to point out too, while these movies were being made, Roddy McDowall had his face insured for $1 million.
Wow.
Oh, wow.
In case they damaged it, yes.
Oh, wow.
It was very important to him.
All right. Can we catch up on chat though?
That's what I
We're a
was
bit
just
behind.
getting ready to do. Right. Thank you, Gorilla. You came along just in time to save my neck.
All right. So Don said this actress was good as Raquel Welch regarding silent sexy roles in 1 million BC.
Oh,
What,
yes.
1 million years BC, please.
1 million years. Yeah.
1 million
Yeah.
BC is the original.
Yeah. Now, if there's a movie that's put me to sleep, that was that one right there.
Yeah, 1 million BC is with Carol Landis and
Yeah.
oh,
Daniel,
can't think of it. But anyway, go ahead.
yeah, Daniel says then Dr. Zier blurs it out cause he knows everything about human past. Well,
Right, that's just data, but there's a lot he's not telling us, and we find out at the end, and we'll find out a little more.
Yeah. Man, so woo, Dr. Zanis. Dr. Ziers, Dr. Ziers.
Dr. Zayas, Dr. Zayas, Dr. Zayas.
Gorilla, have you seen that Simpsons episode?
Oh, it's been a while. I haven't watched The Simpsons
Okay.
in years.
No, that's fine. I was just curious.
Yeah, it's a great parody. It's on YouTube. It's just a few minutes.
Mm.
But I like the cutaway to Homer and Bart, and they're like, "Oh, this is the greatest thing I've ever seen."
As Kirby says, help the humans about to escape. Get your paws off me, you dirty ape.
yeah,
Yep.
that's from that musical.
And Dan says, elements of faith and racism. This movie was ahead of its time. Get it?
Yep,
Yes.
I completely agree.
Hey, Daniel.
Yeah. Get your stinking paws off me, you damn dirty ape. God, a lot of people are being racist towards me tonight here.
I kind of thought you might be a little bit offended by that line,
Yeah.
Gorilla.
Chugga, 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 choo choo. That's the scary scene where Taylor sees the crewmate stuff.
And the thing they did to the eyes, it's just freaky.
That's what
Yeah.
creeped me out.
Very
when I saw it as
disturbing.
a kid. The eyes just totally creeped me out. Yeah,
Yeah. And wasn't Charlton Heston a Christian?
I
He
believe he was.
seemed to be
Yes.
drawn to
Yes.
Christian content. Even made a video of him reading the Bible and
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
promised
Yeah,
land. So it seems like he'd be content.
Well, I
And many
think
times he did voiceovers as God.
he was fairly conservative and traditional. I think in a lot of his viewpoints, was he not? If I,
yeah, you're
listened to
totally
his stuff
right.
over the years.
He was.
Yeah.
And that's why when we get to the end, that's why there was some controversy. People gave him a hard time. They even gave him a hard time with the beer commercial that he did.
Oh,
Right.
geez, folks.
You
Well,
know?
because back then the censors, especially when it was a G movie, and the censors did not want him to use the line "God damn."
Oh no, no!
Together.
Don't give it away! Don't give it away!
Yeah, don't give it away.
It's
Yeah,
too good.
I was talking about earlier, and I just said no. I'm not going to go into detail until we get there. But
Gotcha. Sorry,
Yeah.
guys.
yeah,
My
Right.
own,
Okay.
that's right, break my own rules. What do you know?
It is amazing they actually got that line into a G movie back in '68. Actually, come to think of it, though, isn't it?
yeah.
Well,
It's not quite like with Gone with the Wind though, when they had to pay extra money so they could be allowed to say the word
Right.
Damn. at
Yeah.
the end.
Yeah, frankly, my dear.
My dear, I don't give a damn. I mean, they had to have that line.
Oh,
So they go, well, we're going to pay you a little extra money so we can have it.
Uh-huh.
that
And,
line-
and bribes always work, right?
Yeah.
yeah, that line was the icing on the Gone with the Wind cake, so to speak.
Yeah. And Daniel
Yeah.
says, I don't remember the ape saying, shut up, you freak, LOL.
Uh-huh. The gorilla,
Yeah, that I remember because he's
Yeah.
just, he's the one that beat him when he took the paper and pad or the
Yeah.
pencil and pad.
And Daniel says, what does it say when a movie from 68 is better than most movies and TV shows today?
Exactly, right.
It
means
says
we
a
had
lot.
better writers, better directors, better producers.
The whole thing.
Better
Right. They would
actors.
not start shooting until the script was complete
Yeah.
and it was good.
I
Look,
think
everybody, D. Oberg. Great.
I think the one common denominator with all the people just mentioned is they had tons of life experience, and that's what the difference is.
Exactly.
Yeah. And we're getting a bunch of monkeys from D. Oberg
Yeah,
here.
great. Thank
Eric
you, D.
says,
Oberg.
Jason Whitmer Jr. became an excellent TV director. NCIS shows were some of his big ones. Cool.
Okay.
That's
Cool.
right. I remember now. Yes, seeing his name pop up on TV.
Then we get Burger Prince or something.
We got, well, Matt G sent us 1 hamburger, a cheeseburger, and 4 volleyballs. So I'm like, no, let's send hamburgers to everybody.
Yeah, I haven't eaten yet. I ain't playing volleyball. I need a burger.
Yeah, Herc came through. Will Rogers, you got it. Thanks for helping me.
Yeah, thank you, Herc.
And Other Greg says the actors divided themselves into different groups after eating and conversation. Humans, chimpanzees, and gorillas are self-segregated.
Yeah, Pop told us
themselves.
about that. And that's just, I find that fascinating. It's
Yeah.
just, what?
I discovered that research in the movie for a review on it. Wow, back in those days, damn was considered a bad word, and they had to pay to try to get into movies.
Well,
Major-
it wasn't just that word; it was a combination of how it was said. But it's a testament to Charlton Heston's influence
Yeah.
because he's the one that basically convinced them. And
Yeah,
they listened to him.
Yeah, Daniel's Hot Topics. I was referring to back in 1939 with Gone with the Wind. They had to pay a fine to get that movie in at the end of that movie. So they basically were forking over money for a fine in order to use that word back then.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. And he says, wow, Major Roddenberry was right in the censors those days were very strict.
Yeah, for television, yeah, extremely so.
All right, that's all the chats.
And this is where he finds out the fate of his other fellow astronaut. Unfortunately.
Yeah.
I have a theory about that. Like maybe Dr. Zayas did that on purpose to Taylor's fellow astronaut not to hide the evidence.
But you know what? You're exactly right. That's what I was thinking because they may have been able to captured with the ability to speak because they weren't shot in the neck. And as soon as he saw that they were smarter than the other humans, yeah, I think he did that intentionally. That's why both of them, he basically took apart their brains. So
and what does that look like? Dr. Zayas saying, like, "Yep, I did that." Beep to you and to your friend.
Yeah, I can still hear my mom groaning when we first saw this on TV. When she saw that Landon had been basically cut open,
or in other words,
lobotomized, or even worse. Yeah,
primitively lobotomized.
Yeah. Unfortunately, Dodge wasn't he killed in the field?
Yes, he was. He was shot through the neck and stuffed, which that scene of him that scared me as a kid.
Yeah, that's very disturbing stuff.
Bam, you again.
Yeah, a lot of dams in this movie.
You got a lot of trains tonight, Pop.
I don't know what's going on.
That's okay. I kind of like hearing trains.
Are they freight or are they passenger usually?
Yeah, I was just going to say, I think most of them, from what I thought, are tourists going from here to the Grand Canyon. But I'm thinking, what the hell are they doing out in the middle of winter? It's freezing outside and there's snow on the ground, but who knows?
Yeah.
Well, when you get down in the canyon, it's summer down there.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's really? It can be snow and ice on the south rim, but you hike down into the canyon itself, and it's in the 70s.
So there's probably people that just go tenting down there all winter long then.
Well, if the south rim is passable, if they can get around there, but I'm not sure what the regulations are.
Yeah, well, and the real question is, will the National Park Service allow it?
Yeah,
Probably
right.
Not. Probably not.
I've only been there in the summer, like a damn fool, to keep using our D word for tonight.
So it's like 110 degrees or something.
It was 114 degrees down in the canyon, and we camped down there at the Bright Angel campground, and like once again, damn fools, we left the rain fly on our dome tent during the frickin' day while we were hiking. It was like, what the heck were we doing? Because it made it even hotter inside the tent.
So it's like sauna.
Yeah. And so my younger brother had to sleep on the picnic table. He said, I've had enough of this.
Yeah.
So he just slept on the picnic
Yeah, it's
table.
insufferable.
Yeah.
That's why I
Tell
don't.
me,
That's why I don't go camping, basically.
Well,
tell me,
I love camping. Oh, here's that L, Pop.
Yeah, here's that Dan L. It looks
Yeah.
like this is one of the ones I missed.
But
Yeah, I've
that's
noticed-
okay. You warned us, and we know what to look for.
Have you guys
we go.
noticed on some other streams, like maybe when we do a movie or something, there'll be an L instead of an I on the subtitles?
Yes, that's what they did with this movie. The entire script was like that, so I had to go through and spend a couple hours today trying to fix as many of them as possible.
Oh no.
But here's where we have the see no evil, hear no evil, speak no evil.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That is
which is
fun,
sad,
you know.
which is sad but true too in real life too.
Well, a lot of them. Yeah.
Well, a lot of people don't want to deal with stuff, so they kind
Yeah.
of try and close it out, don't they?
Yeah. And too many of those bastards are in power.
That's right. And
It's all about control, and yeah.
dividing us, gaslighting us, lying to us, misinformation.
You got it,
propaganda. Yep.
But we're our tight community. We stick to the truth.
That's right.
Well, even if we don't agree on everything, we try to discuss things in a rational manner, do we not?
Yeah.
Yep.
And we have diversity of thought.
Yes, and I appreciate that.
This is a
Indeed.
line that no man wants to hear.
Oh yeah.
Right. It's like, okay.
Well, you know, I always was glad I was not a puppy dog, because those poor little guys don't end
I
up
know.
in very good ways.
I know it's terrible.
You
Then
okay,
they
girl?
do surgery on the speech centers. I can't wait for that emasculation, and then they're gonna operate on my brain. Pass.
So let's see. He can't procreate. He can't talk, but I guess eating will be his last pleasure in life then.
Yeah, and like he says here, eventually a kind of living death. So basically a zombie.
Yeah.
They
It's
might as well
like,
just
no way, man.
lobotomize him like they did his buddy. You know, like why not just do that?
Well, see, what they're doing is even worse than lobotomize.
No, but I mean, they could just lobotomize them. That would solve their problems, wouldn't it?
Oh yeah, yeah, but it's almost like he wants to enact revenge on them. He's going out of his way to be extra cruel.
Yeah, he wants to just torture him and
Uh-huh.
make his life a living death, basically. Yeah.
Yep.
And
But he wants the information of where's your tribe, where there's got to be
Yes.
more of you.
Exactly. He
Take
sees
a
him
look
as
at another galaxy, buddy.
Right. He
Yeah.
sees him as a threat.
Yeah.
and do you know what's ironic and kind of sad? Dr. Zayas is unintentionally acting like a human. He is, even though he's a chimp or orangutan. He's acting like a human. He is.
They all are. That's exactly it. Even though they think that they're holier than thou, right? They're all just as bad, if not worse.
Yeah.
Well, you know why-
Enslaving people, right? The torture, the experiments, all that stuff.
I think why they fear Taylor so much is because they think they're superior to humans. And Taylor comes along, a man that can talk, a man that talks about, you know, flying a spaceship through the universe and all this crazy stuff, you know, like even concept of flight is scary to them. And they're thinking this guy might be actually superior, and we can't accept that because we have to be the superior ones over him.
But Zayas knows the dark secret, as I think Taylor calls it, sarcastically.
Exactly.
Yeah, he's known all along. And I just, well, when we get there, I like what Zayas says about dreading something. I'll just say that.
That's a good scene.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Now, is that gorilla in his off hours? I'm just wondering.
I guess so, right?
Yeah.
You know, one note I kind of noticed with their structure there. You got like the chimpanzees are the scientists in that. You got the orangutans that's like the superior leadership that think they're better than everybody else.
Yep.
But then you got the gorillas as the military force. I wonder if this was the inspiration that Burnham got for the structure of the Dominion. Because with the Dominion there, they they had the Jem'Hadar as the muscle for the Dominion. You had the Vorta as the diplomats and scientists there. Then you had the founders as the ruling body.
That's
And everybody else
excellent.
was kind of like slaves underneath them.
That's a fantastic comment, Gorilla. I think you nailed it. I think you did.
Well,
Wow.
I would say that the Vorta, they act more as leaders because the founders, they don't really interact much in the wider galaxy. So they're kind of like both roles. They are.
But I get what Girl is saying about that three-way hierarchy. Like, that makes a lot of sense. I wonder if they did take a little bit of inspiration from this film. I mean, it sounds a little bit, little bit implausible, but it is an interesting thing that Girl had just mentioned,
Well,
yeah,
some
and I
of it-
wouldn't know. I haven't seen it, so no
well,
comment from me.
Well, some of it, probably not all of it, I would say. That's my theory. Some of it, but not all of it. Probably.
It's just
There's a
interesting.
lot of stealing from this movie.
You never know, though, when people take a inspiration from an unusual source that you wouldn't expect, right, and add it to what they're doing.
Are you with us, Nemesis of Eden, buddy? I haven't heard from you.
Oh yeah, I'm here.
Okay.
I just don't have much to say.
He's
Oh, no.
alive!
That's unusual. Usually you are talkative.
Now he muted his mic again.
Nemesis has been the man of mystery tonight.
Well, it's nice to not have somebody here that is trying to compete and talk over everyone. It's such a relief.
Oh,
And
geez, I
here's
better mute too.
yeah, one of my pet peeves, the day for night shooting that we just saw there.
Oh yeah.
It's like, well,
right here.
They had to do it.
Not only is it day for night, not only can you tell it's actually daytime, not nighttime, but by the shadow, you can even tell that's about 1, 2 in the afternoon.
Well, Pop, it's the moon. It's a full moon. It's moon.
Yeah,
moon
right.
shadow.
Well, I thought you might get a moon burn, right?
But fortunately, it doesn't last too long there. And we get back to the bright daylight.
And the good news is you rarely ever see day for night shooting anymore. It's like they pretty much phased it out by now, which is a good thing.
Yeah.
Really low budget. If you see it now, I mean, there's no excuse.
The only reason they do that was budgetary concerns, I'm guessing.
It's
Yes.
but it's easier. It's just, all around, it just makes things easier. Night shoots, it's costly. It's overtime.
You don't have all the lights.
Yeah.
And those powerful lights would attract bugs. That was another problem. They'd have bugs.
Right.
But one thing I really liked about television production in the early 60s with The Fugitive, when it was night, they actually shot at night. It looks gorgeous on black and white.
Oh, I love that show. Great show.
Have any of you heard of the YouTuber and movie reviewer, the Decker Shadow YouTuber that reviews movies or not?
The name of the YouTuber is Decker Shadow.
Yeah, have any of you heard of him?
I've never heard of him.
Because he was doing a review of this movie, he made a snide comment saying, "You know what, is Charlton Heston acting, or is he being himself when he plays with that gun?"
When he's Taylor.
Well, the commentary on that YouTuber, he said, I was wondering, is Charlton Heston playing himself, or is he playing Taylor with that gun? Since Charlton Heston was known for loving guns, in other words.
Well, he was the head of the
Yeah, not at this time.
Rifle Association, NRA, but nobody was at one point. Yeah, but he was very pro-gun.
Yeah, Mm-hmm.
But he was the one who came up with the famous line: "The only way they'll get that gun out of my hands, or they'll have to pry it out of my cold, dead hands."
Yeah, I remember that.
Charlton Heston saying that.
Yeah.
But at the time of the production of this film, he wasn't head of the NRA, or however you want to put that.
I don't think,
or even I don't even think he was a spokesman for the gun lobby even at this time. But later on, he was.
I don't remember Heston being political back in '68. It was later on, I think, maybe 10 years after this, that he started to get more political.
Well, he did. Also a matter of the era, because stars in general did not get political. They did not share their political views in public like they do now.
Well, just real brief on that point. He was part of the Freedom March with Martin Luther King.
Yes, he was. He was there at
And
the
so,
march.
so there he was more politically active for a great cause.
And he was maybe a little more left of center in those days too. Then he became later on a little more right of center. Like,
Right.
you know, people are complex, right? And we always try to pigeonhole people, but people are complex, you know.
Well, he was more conservative than a lot of Hollywood, I'll put it that way. I don't know if he's necessarily like a hardcore like John Wayne, but he was more conservative than many of them.
Yeah.
I probably would say no to he would go that far. I would say he was, well, you may hate the term, but he was pretty right wing probably, but not as right wing as John Wayne was probably.
Right. John Wayne was pretty extreme. But he knew John Wayne was also very professional, so he could work with other actors that were on the other end of the political spectrum, and he had no issue with it, as long as they didn't bring it up in front of him.
Yeah, in other words, he tried to separate the two worlds. In other words,
yes, and he was not afraid. He outright called them commie pinkos.
Yeah.
And are you guys a fan of John Wayne as well, or not really?
I love him.
I like John Wayne, the classic westerns, but it's more John Ford / John Wayne, and Howard Hawks / John Wayne. So
yeah, when I was a young kid, I didn't really like him because I thought he didn't have much of a range, but he grew on me, and I eventually appreciated him for what he was, and yeah, I liked him.
Yeah, just real brief, Pop. Would you say that his performance in The Searchers is his best?
Yeah, Searchers is definitely one of his best movies.
Yeah.
What was his last film?
The Shootist.
Yeah.
I think that might have been one of my favorite films of his because he played an old gunfighter dying of cancer while he was actually in real life dying of cancer.
Yeah.
And I remember Richard Thomas from Walton's fame being a co-star in that film. And I thought that was a really interesting film because it wasn't your archetypical Western in the sense like, you know, bang, bang, shoot 'em up, you know. It was a lot more thoughtful, I thought. And I thought that was a really great film that kind of gets overlooked over some of his earlier stuff.
Real brief here. That is going to be released on Blu-ray in the next few months.
Awesome.
Oh, nice.
Wow.
So it's finally getting a Blu-ray release, everybody.
Yeah, I love that film. I'm not as big a John Wayne fan as you guys. I appreciate, you know, that he was a good actor and everything, but I've watched some of his films, and I don't know. I love westerns, but for some reason, a lot of John Wayne's output just, well, it's you know, it's fine. It never really excited me somehow. So I guess it's a matter of personal taste, I suppose.
Well, Pop and I are going to have to set you straight, PvP.
Maybe I'll have to rewatch some of it maybe eventually, but I don't know. You know,
have any of you seen John Wayne's movie, The Undefeated?
Yeah.
And just for
I missed that one.
Did you like it or not care for it much?
It's okay. I like his films with John Ford the most. So
John Ford was an extremely excellent, talented.
He
you know how to put a film together.
It's just he just had a natural talent. He had such an eye for composition, and he wasn't particularly trained in that. He was inspired by paintings, of course, but he just had a natural eye. And I like how real quick when Peter Bogdanovich was interviewing him, he was talking about certain sequences. He goes, well, how did you shoot that? And John Ford just goes, with a camera.
Right. So here's what we have. I know we haven't really been talking about the movie much, but Zira and Cornelius helped Taylor and Nova escape. So that's what they gave him supplies, gave him a couple horses. And now they're here on the beach. It was actually filmed over by Malibu in LA.
Yes, indeed.
So Dr. Zayas helped them out indirectly?
Yeah. Did you see that with the gun, though?
What's that?
Here's a question. If you look carefully at the gun, How's he able to fire off any bullets with no magazine in it?
That's what I was asking. Is it bolt action? I'm trying to remember.
No, it's a semi. I thought it was a semi-automatic.
No, I don't think so. Let's see. Let's see if we can get a good look at it.
Well, you will see later on in the movie when he shoots it off a few times. You will see it then.
So that's what you're talking about right there, right? Below the clip not being in there?
Yeah.
That's probably just an oversight and also for safety. So.
Oh come on! Oh come on! It's not like we're gonna have any Alec Baldwin's here incidents
Exactly,
here.
Alec Baldwin.
But of course not. No, I'm pretty sure safety on this set was tight.
When I went to Malibu, now we're talking about the 1990s. I was trying to see where they had that cave where they shot this scene. And I couldn't find it. I'm sure it's changed. Like I said, considering it was the 90s.
Yeah.
Okay, that's a better shot of the gun.
And how many times did he shoot?
He shot quite a few.
So it is a semi-automatic. Then the rifle is.
Yeah, that's not a bolt action. So.
Yeah, it's a semi-automatic. Yeah,
you got it right. Mm-hmm. So yeah, I was a little confused there. I just couldn't remember until we finally got shots of this thing.
To which it was actually pretty advanced for a civilization which is still in the. Would you say in the 1840s technology? Or
well, that's just it. Well, their medicine seemed to be more advanced, but that's just it. If you actually, well, it's kind of like Gilligan's Island. If you actually start tearing apart the logic of it, I know there's some of it doesn't make sense. Like I said in the book, they were driving cars and then flying helicopters. So here you're wondering, well, wait a minute, they had the technology to do gunpowder, make bullets. So yeah, it kind of and the guns, where those come from, that kind of thing.
Well, in all fairness, gunpowder bullets have been around since the 12th century.
Right, but they never tell us exactly how advanced these apes are.
I mean, judging by how the semi-automatic is, those rifles have been around for us since the 1870s at least.
Right, but so what it is, what throws you off is, well, then why are they living in rock caves? So because at least you think they would be living in structures that they built that are a little more like maybe wood or something. I don't know.
Hey Daniel, semi-automatics haven't been around that long because World War I we were still using bolt action.
Yep.
Well, how should I put this? They weren't very common, in other words, until the mainstream started to pick it up during the major world wars. But they were around since the 1870s. I mean, the Civil War had semi-automatics. They did. And our Civil War, they did.
I thought, the Civil War we had what they call a repeating rifle, and that's where it's they put 7 bullets into the thing there, but they still had the prime and cock it and everything. But instead of shoot, reload, they're able to fire off 7 shots before they had to reload.
Is that semi-automatic?
No, not when they had the cock and prime it every time. Semi-automatic means you can pull the trigger until you're out. You pull the trigger, it shoots off one bullet, pull the trigger, and you can continuously fire 1 bullet at a time. Well, if you have to pull the hammer back and prime it every time, then that is not semi-automatic.
Correct.
Answer me, why are we debating firearms right now?
I don't know. Somebody asked about the ammo and if the gun was loaded.
I think it was about the magazine, not in the gun or something.
So here's where, if you guys follow along with what they've been saying about the timeline. It was over 2,000 years since Taylor left Earth. And now he asked, when was the Sacred Scrolls written? And they're telling him 1,200 years. So that's the 800-year gap, which tells Taylor about how long, well, I don't want to give away too much, but how long civilization lasted before the apes took over.
Wait, so are they actually literally back on Earth?
Oh, don't
we don't know that.
It's not yet revealed.
We don't know that.
Right, we don't know that yet.
You didn't watch this film, Gorilla? Come on.
Oh, yeah, and plus, to your point, Pops, probably 1,200 years when the girls start to learn how to read and write their history instead of doing
Well, that
verbal
too, yes.
history. Yes. So for their history, probably about 2,000 years since the gorilla history. Well, they start up verbally, and that's not very good thing to keep history from them when they start writing it down. Was about 1,200 years ago to keep a record of it.
So here we have they're inside the cave where it looks like this is where Cornelius has been excavating. And you can see where, just like people do when they are digging up artifacts, you can tell the age by how far you go down in the earth. And so the further down you go, the older the artifacts are. And of course, a lot of them, they don't know what they are. What he's saying, unidentified.
And then, of course,
pretty weird, actually.
And then, of course, Dr. Zayas plays dumb, just like he usually does.
Well, yeah, exactly. All he does is there to refute everything, right? Even when they say things that are starting to make sense, he's like, nope.
He's already made up his mind. He doesn't require evidence because his mind has already made up a decision.
Right. And he doesn't want them knowing the truth.
Yeah, that's the whole thing. He doesn't want the Cornelius and Zara to know what he knows, that all of this is evidence to what he knows, what really happened, what the true history is, that it's well, I'm not going to say anymore.
He does not want the truth out there, so to speak.
I was going to go into more detail, but we'll get there
towards the end of the movie, at least. Towards the end.
Yeah.
We are getting there, though. We are getting there.
Right. It's all denying and gaslighting.
Yeah.
What's Nova doing? She's playing with a doll.
She's playing with the doll.
Oh, that's cute.
She's curious. It shows how she's getting kind of smarter with Taylor around, too.
She's learning.
And Taylor's pointing out that they found false teeth. You know, that takes technology of some sort.
Yeah. And then a heart valve, and I think he also had found eyeglasses and
some more L's that snuck in there. Darn it!
That's okay.
Oh, there's a line. That was a great line back there.
And he was better than you are.
Yeah, he didn't like to hear that.
And before you, yes.
Yeah, that's right. Except there was a big thing that happened.
and you know what? That one line that you showed a few seconds ago, that actually sums up what the SJWs and all of them actually feel like. They don't want someone to say that to them.
You know, that's pretty goddamn good point.
True.
Yeah. Sorry, I didn't mean to swear. But that's a very good point. Yeah, that kind of nails it. Yeah.
Yeah. They're the orangutans who are clinging to their false false
virtue, in other words,
beliefs
virtue.
and
narrative.
And it's a religion to them. You know,
and a lot of them are.
We'll just call it for what it is. It's neo-Marxism.
Yeah, exactly, and it's proven a lot of them are mentally unstable. They're like 85% of them have mental issues, and unfortunately, they vote.
Unfortunately.
Yeah, here's another line that proves them wrong.
Yeah.
Would an ape make a human doll that talks as he throws it down to the ground?
Yeah.
Yeah, there's tons of iconic lines in this movie, come to think of it.
Tell me, just what makes the movie so many lines iconic exactly? Because there are tons of movies that have lines that sound good, but they're not iconic. Why is that?
Good writing, maybe? Because if it's a good movie and it's good writing, people are going to remember what they saw and they're going to mimic it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think iconic is too when it states a basic truth presented in the context of the film, and it kind of sums up a lot of what's going on in the film in one line. I think that maybe is what iconic is as well.
Very possible. Of
Okay,
course, they're
is there a
being
magazine?
ambushed.
Is there a
Go ahead.
magazine in that, or was Gorilla right that it's not correct?
Maybe it's a short one.
Well,
Unless we get a good look at it. I don't know if we're going.
yeah.
There we go.
No, there isn't. There isn't. I see it now. There isn't.
It looks
Stop
hollow.
it! You're spoiling the movie for me.
You think Chuck would have pointed out, "Hey, this gun doesn't look right." Oh, well, he wasn't doing the NRA thing yet. Okay, I'll pass.
I don't know. It's just that was bugging me the whole time I was watching it.
It does look a little bit weird, I must say.
And he's got Dr. Zayas there hostage.
Yeah,
Cease fire, withdraw.
he tricked him. Tricked him good.
Yeah, I mean, well, the gorilla behind the Oscar just shot Taylor in the back with Dr. Zayas right there. But
Yeah,
but
I
he
like
has,
it.
he has
Right,
plot
he-
armor anyway. He has plot
Yeah,
armor.
he deserved it after all the deceit.
Yeah,
Yeah, he deserved
no.
exactly what he got.
Yeah, but Daniel, what problem with or not, Dan? Now, what problem with that? He can shoot him, but unless he can get that instant kill where he can hit him just right in the side of the head where he cannot pull the trigger, then their spiritual leader is dead
That's interesting.
because he can just easily just pull the trigger before he dies. There's a special spot right in the side of the head though that if you hit it just right, they'll instantly immobilize the person where they can't do it, but otherwise the person has a chance to fire it right into that person's back.
Gorilla, I guess got to ask: is this expertise coming from your days years ago as a hitman?
I plead the fifth.
Okay.
No, I learned this on. We were talking about this when we were watching an episode of Justified a few
Oh,
weeks ago.
okay. He could have actually changed their society quite a bit, though, if he had murdered. Well, not I shouldn't say murdered, killed Zayas. That could have really put their society in an upheaval, possibly.
Well,
Well,
I don't know if it would necessarily change the society, but they would
Yeah.
definitely off him at that point. I'm sure they'd be very upset.
Yeah,
yeah.
I'm glad he didn't kill Zayas.
Yeah,
Yeah, they don't establish if the other orangutans know what he knows.
Yeah,
He may be
And
the
the-
only one that knows about the humans. We don't know that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it seems that way, but we don't
Yeah.
know 100%, but it seems
Yeah.
that way for sure.
Well, I
And-
guess Taylor's basically a good guy too, right? And if he did that, that would make his character too dark for a G-rated film, I'm guessing.
Well, and also they could have made him a martyr and entrenched their beliefs even more than they already are. You already got the younger generation questioning the beliefs there, and if they would have made him a martyr, that could have entrenched their beliefs for another 500 years.
Interesting point.
and
Good
that's
point,
what I was
Gorilla.
gonna say too.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Very good point.
Yep, it is.
Oh, Nemesis is still here. His phone just died.
Okay,
I'm sorry, you
I
know
was-
Nemesis, buddy.
I was wondering why Nemesis left. I thought maybe he was
Yeah.
getting tired of hearing all of us chattering on and on.
No, I feel
Sorry,
we've
Nemesis.
we've got to help him get some kind of laptop or something. The poor guy.
Nemesis, if you're still here, you could give your review in the comments once Pop's video is done with. That way, Pops can know.
That's the
what-
problem. Yeah, is this damn StreamYard just sucks that battery dry.
Or just let him know he could give you his review in the comments.
Yep.
After the live stream's over.
Yeah, definitely. If you can hear us, Nemesis.
Well, he probably will rewatch this part of the video and take up my idea unless you repeat it to him towards the end of the video.
He usually knows. He speaks up when his phone dies.
He said it
Oh,
in
yeah.
the comments.
Yeah, it's good to communicate in the comments if you can't,
Right.
be on the
Now the
panel.
public, that is the public, Nemesis, if you're listening, public comments, not the private.
Oh, this is a cool scene. I like this scene at the end. This is cool. You can tell Taylor actually is kind of growing fond of the chimpanzees.
Yeah, that's Dr. Zayas' nephew.
Yeah.
Yeah. You can't help but like these chimpanzees here.
I think as an astronaut, he appreciates their curiosity about investigating their world. So
Right. So basically, he's went from the cynical, negative person at the beginning of the movie to the last example of the human race.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's cool, actually.
So
Yeah,
which is what exactly?
that's why he's my hero in this movie.
I think
Absolutely.
this scene is so cute. I think this
It
is a really
is.
cute scene.
Right. He asks her if she wants to kiss him. Yes, but the famous line, "You're so damned ugly."
There's that word again, Pop, the D word.
That's right.
I just thought this was adorable,
Right.
though.
At least
Yeah.
you didn't say effing.
Yeah,
Oh
and,
dear.
Yeah, and Cornelius is after they kiss, jealous.
Yeah, he starts huffing and puffing.
That
He's
was
like,
good. Yeah, that's good. Yeah, it's so funny. You're so
But-
damned ugly.
And I kind of agree. Doesn't Zero say that, or was it Cornelius? One of the two. I can't remember that they prefer him with his beard.
She does.
Yeah.
She says
Yeah.
that.
Yeah, she does, and it's kind of like, yeah, he's cooler with his beard, but I'm kind of biased because I have a beard.
He's more hairy, like it's more ape-like, I guess, right?
See, there it is, right there.
Yeah.
Cornelius' reaction, I love it.
Of course, look at Nova. It's like, hey, what's going on here?
No, it's like, hey, what are you doing? Kissing her? You should be kissing me.
Yeah, I'm your girlfriend.
That's a great scene. Yeah. Nice. That's one of the few little moments of actually real great humor we have in the film, come to think of it.
Yep. Don't
And they
follow
were,
us. Yeah, but no, it's like, he's going to let them. He knows where they're headed. He knows what they're going to find. And that's
Yep.
what he says. What are we going to find? He says, your destiny.
Your
And there's
destiny.
Another great line.
No, they're great. Yeah, especially from Maurice Evans. It's like,
Uh-huh.
it's great.
well, I think
And-
Dr. Zayas is a cynic now.
Yes.
Well, he's like, we foretold. What was, oh. Well, he's known about man, yeah.
Maybe he's got
Now
a
is where he's
point,
telling the
actually.
truth, right? Now is where he's
Yeah.
telling the truth.
We've known about you and dreaded your, what was the line now? Dreaded your,
You could ask him to go back to a few lines. See.
oh, that's
see-
okay. That's okay. Well, let's get going.
Well, yeah, and I don't want to get flagged if I play too much of the video.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
okay.
don't take a chance, Bob.
And whether like it or not, we are a warlike species. We are.
We are, unfortunately.
Yeah,
or
this
at
is
least,
just,
at least the people in charge.
yeah.
And we try to suppress it as much as possible, but then it comes out in other ways if we do that, though.
That's why we need a purge night.
Oh, no.
We absolutely have the worst, dirtiest, nastiest, most evil, backstabbing people running this world, and that's what's sad.
Anyway, we're off to the iconic scene any minute now. We're getting real close.
Right, and unfortunately, the sad thing, even though it is off camera here, but now Dr. Zayas it says that Cornelius and Zara are going to be indicted for everything they've done.
Oh,
So the
yeah.
future does not look bleak for them. They
Yes.
helped Taylor escape and everything. So yeah, that's not good because obviously the law is very strict.
Yeah, but do you know why he's doing it though? Because we probably all know why he's doing
Silence
it.
him. Yeah, silence him. Get him. He doesn't want
Yeah.
to be part of the scientific community anymore.
Yeah, he's a zealot through and through.
But don't forget. I just want to mention a film called Planet of the Apes #3. I don't want to give
know.
away spoilers.
That's why. That's just it. That's why that's a good explanation for that
Oh.
movie and why they do what they do.
Isn't
Yeah.
that fantastic foreshadowing? Like, that is incredible foreshadowing, I gotta say.
Well, they probably did not know it when they were trying to make a sequel to that, though.
Well, here, let me explain this. Here's something that happened in the book, and it was on one page of the book, one page. And that is, they found a gorilla tied up, and they asked him, and they said, this is not in the movie, but it's in the book. It was on one page, and it said, what happened? Why was the world turned upside down, pretty much? And he explained He said, well, originally it started was there was a disease and all the dogs and cats died. The humans wanted something to replace their pets. They eventually brought in like apes and chimpanzees and stuff like that as pets. And then they realized that how smart they were. They eventually turned them into servants and slaves, which eventually, over the time, they ended up revolting and then turning against the humans and eventually overthrowing the human race. So he, in one page of that one book, he describes everything that they have made all these sequels with.
Yeah.
So you can go to that one page and you can see all the sequels written in that one page.
Yeah, but my point is that when they were making this first movie, they probably did not even know about that idea, in other words, to make a sequel.
Yeah, no, they did not. The sequel they didn't know was going to be this popular, but they knew that because they had read the book, that there was plenty of material to go back and use, which is a good thing. Unlike like Star Wars, for example, when they made A New Hope, they didn't know that it was going to be so successful, so they had to suddenly come up with ideas and retcons at the last minute. So they did not have to do that with Planet of the Apes, thank goodness, because the book is so well written and so detailed, I guess you could say. And here's the famous line, what will he find out there, Doctor?
His destiny.
His destiny, right? That's Rod Serling right there.
Yep. Yeah. That's why when I was paying more attention to credits and I had Twilight Zone under my belt by then, and I rewatched this movie, I'm going, yeah, this is pure Serling.
Yep.
And then I found out concretely with some of the behind the scenes stuff that this ending was in one of his earlier scripts from the beginning there.
Yeah, they tossed around a few different ideas. And
Yeah.
it's a good thing they chose this one, fortunately.
And what's interesting is back then in 1968, in grade school, we got this thing called the Weekly Reader. And they actually showed what we're seeing here. And they just said, oh, this is a production still from, they didn't say what movie it was or anything. They just explained that, oh, here's a replica of you know what. And, you know, and it was just fascinating. You know, and later on I went, hey, I remember seeing that in the Weekly Reader back in, you know, third grade.
Yep. And just to let everybody know, that to save money, they did not build a big replica, 200 or 300, however many tall, how tall the Statue of Liberty is. All they did to shoot this was they climbed a mountain, and then they used a forced perspective to make it look like it was much higher. So it was a camera trick to make it look full size like this. And then when we get the full reveal, a matte painting.
Matte painting, yeah.
And
unfortunately, when I showed this to my youngest nephew, he went, "Oh, it's." And what did I do? I said, "Shh, don't say it."
And here comes another iconic line too.
Yeah.
Yep. You'll let that sink in, huh, Jack?
Yeah. It's like, and Nova, poor Nova, she's like, what's going on? What's wrong?
Yep. In the book, he did eventually, by the way, in the book, they did escape and leave the planet. And he did eventually teach her how to speak some English.
Yeah.
She became pregnant and they had a child.
Yep.
And here we go. You maniacs.
Yeah.
There's one more after that.
You blew
There
it
it
up.
Right.
I thought it was supposed to be you bastards.
Yeah, you maniacs. I like that better.
No, I'm a bastards guy.
Bastards would be considered a cuss word back then. I don't know if they would have been able to get through with that.
Yeah, they could do it because I think don't they use that a lot in Who's Afraid of Virginia Woolf?
Possible.
Yeah.
And welcome back, Nemesis.
Nemesis is back.
Yeah, but for how long though?
Well, hopefully his battery hold up. I apologize, Nemesis. We need to get you a laptop, serious.
It's all good, dude.
There it is. That's the line that, yeah, they definitely, that was a fight just to get him to be able to allow to say that.
Yeah, notice how it's not all that one word, but he's actually asking the Almighty to damn those that blew up the planet.
Yes.
Yes.
That's exactly how he won the argument with the
Yeah,
the ratings board.
because
He said,
he's pleading to God to
uh-huh.
punish those people who destroyed the planet.
So,
Correct.
did they circle around and come back to Earth, or is this like a
Yes.
parallel Earth?
Yeah, they basically they through some kind of fluke, instead of going to their destination, they went through, maybe you could say a weird time warp and circled back. And so now they're, at least, some 2,000 plus years into the future.
Well, either that or the ship's computer had another glitch and they turned around.
Yeah, or they turned around. Yeah. Yeah, you can explain it any way you want. They just somehow now they're in the future of the planet they originally left.
I like to think the time warp theory is more accurate though, because you need time after the apocalypse. When the Statue of Liberty is destroyed and the war happens, you need a lot of centuries for the ape civilization to develop to the point it has in the film, right? So I kind of side with the time warp theory that there were many centuries that passed before Taylor got back here.
Yeah, but the thing is, their destination was in the belt of Orion, was it not? It was in the Orion constellation.
I think that's what he mentioned.
And so that much time would have passed anyway if they had actually reached their destination, but they went and they just circled back. And, if you want to describe it that way, or you can just say it's a time warp that equated exactly to their journey if they had made it to Orion.
Yeah, well, there's obviously a computer glitch of some sort that messed up the whole program. And whether it was time warp was involved or it was just something with the computer that sent them back to Earth, who really can say? I mean, I don't know.
Yeah,
it's always fun to theorize. That's why.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I go with the time warp stuff personally, but that's just me.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah.
Now, a quick explanation of how the book dealt with this. So, in the book, they left Earth on this exploration mission, obviously. But the way the book is portrayed, I'll put it that way, it starts out with a small ship flying through deep space, a very small ship. And there's two astronauts aboard, and they've got their helmet on. And what they do is they find a bottle with a note floating through space. And they're able to retrieve it. And one of the astronauts pulls the note out of the bottle and starts reading it. And that starts reading the story, which basically says, I am Taylor, and explains that I left the planet Earth. We ended up back on Earth. Apes were the overruling factor. And I have Nova with me. We were able to escape the planet. We went back to Earth, but then that's when we found out Earth was overran by apes. So the ending in the Tim Burton movie was actually closer to the book. So they go back to Earth. They make it back to Earth and only to find out Earth is already overrun by apes. So he escapes Earth again with Nova and his son, not knowing where they're going to go. They just head out to the deep space, and then that's when he puts the note in the bottle and sends it off, hoping somebody would find it. So we've got these two astronauts. This is the end of the book. They're reading this whole story they found in the bottle. And then the astronaut's reading it, laughs, and says, haha, can you imagine that? Humans actually intelligent enough to space travel. Who would be crazy enough or insane enough to come up with such a ridiculous story like that? And then the astronaut takes off their helmet, and it's an ape.
Yeah, there's a couple of chimps.
A couple of chimps.
Yeah.
So there was actually a double twist ending in the book. The first twist was he gets back to Earth only to find out it's overrun by apes. And then the second was when we find out that the reveal that from the very beginning that it was a note that was left behind, and the human race is totally extinct. Yeah. And it's just two apes or chimpanzees traveling through space, laughing at it, how it's basically thinking it's all fiction.
Yeah, if I remember right, real quick, Pop.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Yeah, Sean Carter. Hello. Hi, Sean. Sean is in the chat. Good
Hello,
to see
Sean.
you, dude.
Good to see
John
you, buddy.
Carter, hello.
Yeah,
Hey,
Sean. Good.
Sean.
Long time no see, Sean. I hope you're doing well, and thank you for being here.
Yeah. Hey, Sean.
Didn't mean to interrupt you there, Stone Racket. Go ahead.
No, that's okay. Interrupt all you want. I just going to ask Pop real quick. It's been years since I've read the book, but when Taylor, the end of his manuscript, he comes back to Earth, and the landing field is overgrown, and then he's met by, and it just ends with, he sees a gorilla, and that's kind of how the manuscript ends. Isn't that right?
Yes, and that's when they
Yeah.
they immediately get it back in their
Yeah.
ship and take off and
And
leave.
then yeah.
But in the Tim Burton version, they're captured by the, if I remember right, by the gorillas, right?
Yeah,
Like prison.
but the whole Abraham Lincoln,
That's
Yeah,
funny.
yeah.
That's funny.
Yes.
that's what made me groan, made the whole audience groan.
Oh yeah.
I went to see that with my
Oh,
two
man.
younger siblings because we're fans of the original movie, and we knew it wasn't going to match it, but we had fun. It was fun to see. It's like I said to people at work before I went. I said, "Would you guys pay good hard-earned money to see a bunch of actors dressed up as apes?" So I guess I did. I said I want to see this because, like Pop said, Rick Baker, Monster Maker, he's a superb makeup artist. I wanted to see how he did things, and it was superb. That's the best thing about that movie is the makeup.
I just
Yes,
want to
and-
mention quickly the pullback on the Statue of Liberty on the final moments of that film, I found actually totally spectacular and breathtaking as a kid. It's just like blew my freaking mind. Okay.
Yep, I agree.
Yeah.
And something else I want to mention too that was in the book that was not in this movie or these 5 movies was Zira and Cornelius would swing through the trees. And they would hang out in the trees up on the branches. And they would easily, casually swing down and land on the ground. So
Yeah.
I did
Wow.
I did like that Tim Burton added that in his movie. Did you guys
Okay,
remember?
yeah.
That was, the apes and everything, they hung from certain branches and things, and they showed them swinging. And I did like that. There was a few things that I picked up on
Yeah.
that were, it was good. It was nice to see that he had paid attention to the
Yeah,
book. And
One thing in the book, and correct me if I'm wrong, but one thing I was going to say earlier, but there's the crosswalks for the apes are these like 4 parallel bars, and they can go. Isn't that in the book where they're crosswalks across the traffic? It's a bridge that's really 4 like bars that they just
I
kind
think
of
so, yeah.
something like that. Yeah,
Right. I haven't read the book since early 2000s, but I believe so.
yeah, and
I need to read it again. It's a great book.
Yeah, I just little bits and pieces I remember, but it's been so many years since I read that book. But there's certain things that stuck in my mind.
Yeah, and I highly recommend it. It's a great book. It's not.
Yeah, I'll have
boring.
to reread it. But Pierre Boulle considered it one of his lesser novels,
Yes,
and
he did.
and he did not like the movie.
Well, he also wrote Bridge on the River Kwai, and that
Yeah,
was the one
and-
that he thought was going to be his biggest legacy.
Yeah, and you know what? Even though they changed things in Bridge on the River Kwai, he really liked their adaptation of that novel. He liked what they changed.
Great.
So that's unusual to get that from an author.
That's a fantastic film, though. I mean, you got.
Oh, it's brilliant. I highly recommend it. Bridge on the River Kwai.
So I can see
1957, David Lean directed.
Obi-Wan
that
Kenobi,
was
Alec Guinness.
Alec Guinness.
Yeah.
I can see why the author might have kind of thought, "Hey, this is pretty good."
Well, yeah. Well, in the novel, just real quick, in the novel, Bridge over the River Kwai, instead of on the River Kwai, I believe, it doesn't blow up. But and then they added the American character played by
I remember William Holden.
William Holden. Yeah. See, I'm having trouble with names, Pop. I can remember
That's
things
okay.
from a novel that I read back in 3rd grade, but I can't remember. But
That's quite all right.
yeah.
Was
there
that
was-
the famous tune where they whistled? Doo, 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 doo?
No, that was a Great
That's-
Escape.
Okay.
Yeah,
I'm getting
that's
my movies
it's
mixed up.
it's the Colonel Boogie March that they whistle.
I guess they had just add the explosion of the bridge just for like a little bit of action at the end of the
Well,
film.
there is an explosion. It just does minimal damage in the book, if I recall. But real quick, since you mentioned Obi-Wan, I gave that movie on Blu-ray to my best friend, and when he showed it to his son, he just said, "Oh, young Obi-Wan."
Nice, yeah.
That's
With
good.
Alec Guinness.
Yeah.
That's good. At least he recognized him, right? That's awesome.
Yeah, he was pretty young. His son was pretty young. We just went, "Oh, young Obi-Wan."
He must be a smart kid, I'm guessing.
Oh, he's a smart kid. He's awesome. His name is Sam.
That's always good. Well, that's good.
Yeah, and that is one of Alec Guinness's most famous movies, the Star Wars one, and that's why how fans and other admirers probably know him by too, though.
Yeah, it's just a brilliant movie. Have you seen it, Dan?
No, I haven't.
Bridge on the River Kwai. I highly recommend it.
You know, the thing is, a lot of younger people know him for Star Wars and stuff, but he had a very long career before that, making a lot of amazing films. So you really should check out his entire
Star
career.
Wars, right? Star Wars was so big it just totally eclipsed everything else.
Yeah, but he was in David Lean's production of Oliver Twist. He played Fagin, and he was in Lawrence of Arabia, and and he was also in Dr. Zhivago. So he was in several David Lean produced or directed movies.
Yeah, but my point is that the movie Star Wars eclipsed his career in that, so he was only known from that role. That's why younger fans know him as that.
Oh yeah, no argument there. Yeah, it pretty much eclipsed it, but it's nice that some fans rediscovered his earlier movies.
Exactly.
Oh, yeah. And just to ask the question which PvP asked in the private chat, Gorilla, is that your dog or are you asleep?
I'm still awake.
It's his cat.
Yeah, I'm still awake.
We believe you, Gorilla.
Wanted to double
I've been
check.
listening. I just got nothing to say here.
Just wanted to double check. Just wanted to be sure.
See?
You know.
He's like me.
Just wanted to be sure. I thought it might be the cat, but I just had to check.
So we gotta wrap this up so I can go to bed.
Okay, well, Gorilla, you can take off anytime. I understand, but I want you to tell us about your channel. Give us your review first, and tell us about your channel.
Well, there's a lot of dead airspace out here. That's like the worst things you could do for these movies there. And
okay,
I was kind of expecting the apes to be a little bit bigger, to be honest. Not like King Kong size, but at least a little bit more intimidating.
okay.
So, and I wish they would have like stretched the explanation out more throughout the movie instead of just one big long explanation at the end. There, I don't know. I have mixed feelings on this.
Well, what grade would you give it?
C+ to B-.
Oh,
Cool.
oh.
Okay,
Right.
tell us about your channel, Gorilla.
Tomorrow we are watching Justified, season 4. I can't remember which episodes. And then for Cringe Stock, Slave Girls from Beyond Infinity.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
the Academy Award-winning epic.
Yeah, then Friday, the Waltons episode, the 5-foot shelf review. Saturday, Return to the Lost World. And on Sunday, we're watching Ted 2.
Very nice. And I wanted to say, your shorts are excellent. I've been watching those, so nice work there, Gorilla.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, and have a great night, huh, Gorilla? Drive safe tomorrow. I hope you get some sleep tonight.
Yeah, have a good sleep, man.
Yeah, have a good sleep and a good day tomorrow, Gorilla, and thank you so much.
All right, night.
Yeah,
Good night.
Yeah, have a good night, buddy.
Bye-bye. So I want to point out that Roddy McDowall, there was a couple instances where he did drive home in LA traffic with the ape makeup on.
Yeah, that would to be there to see that would have been awesome.
That
Now,
must have been pretty good,
also,
yeah.
yes, also during the short-lived television series, he surprised Carol Burnett when he showed up on the family bus stop brief encounter, a movie I guess she did in full Galen makeup while she was taping her intro, talking to the audience. And I watched recently because Shout Channel is showing the classic Carol Burnett show, and Roddy McDowall did make an appearance there as well in makeup.
Cool.
Oh.
Out of curiosity, did any of them reprise their role in the Spaceballs cameo in that movie or not?
Spaceballs, no, I forgot there was a cameo.
Well, not a cameo, but there was a scene in that movie where it was a parody of Planet of the Apes towards the end of that movie. It's just a scene or two of Planet of the Apes.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but wasn't Spaceballs like mid to late 80s? Is that right? For all you Spaceballs fans out there, you guys should know that.
Well, I don't know the exact year, but it was somewhere in the 80s. I know that.
Yeah, because I remember it was several years after Star Wars, after all the hype had already died down. Because I thought it was odd that Mel Brooks chose that to parody when, like I said, Star Wars was already on its way out.
He just parodied a few scenes from Planet of the Apes. He did not parody the whole movie, just one or two scenes.
Yeah, I just checked, and Spaceballs was from '87. So you're right, Pop. It was the late '80s.
That's what I thought. But yeah, I agree. At that point, he was just, like they say, throwing anything at the wall to see what sticks.
Yeah, I didn't like that movie at all. I didn't like Mel's later stuff. I love his early stuff, but the later stuff is like, it just didn't do it for me, unfortunately.
I can't describe the ultimate cringe when he came on dressed as Yoda. How bad that was.
Won't argue with that, Pop.
I want to mention, too, at one of the first test screenings for this movie here, a woman walked up to Charlton Heston and asked him how he was doing.
Uh-oh.
And he had no clue who she was until she revealed that she was Kim Hunter. Zero. He had only seen her on the set in makeup.
Yeah.
That's cool. The mask was so good, eh?
Yeah.
Well, you think you would have recognized the voice, but, I'm sure he had a lot going on.
Well, he's probably trying to learn his lines or something,
There were a total of 4 endings for this movie. There were 3 other ones besides the ones we got.
I would say that as a Star Wars fan, Mel Brooks' Spaceballs had me chuckling a few times in his movie he did.
That's fine. For all you youngins out, since we're talking about parodies of Star Wars, for all you youngins out there, search and look for Hardware Wars. That was the first good parody of Star Wars.
Yeah. You'll laugh.
It used to travel the college circuit.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's where I first saw it, Pop, was when I was an undergraduate.
Mm-hmm.
And it's you'll laugh, you'll cry, you'll kiss $3 goodbye.
Right.
That also is coming out on Blu-ray in the next few months.
Oh, I can imagine what the quality of that looks like, all cleaned up, huh?
Yeah, it's going to be there also with his parody of Apocalypse Now, which is Porklips now, which is classic.
Right. Didn't he also do
that was a different
of the Nerd Kind, or no?
That was a different outfit that did that, and unfortunately, that's not included since it's not his parody. But there was a VHS tape released by Warner Brothers Home Video that had all of these parodies on it, including Bambi versus Godzilla.
Yeah, it was called Hardware Wars and Other Farces.
Farces, yeah.
Bambi versus Godzilla is a classic. That's a total classic. Hey, I just wanted to mention, you guys were talking about Alec Guinness a little while ago. Have you ever seen a film he did called The Horse's Mouth?
I don't think so.
No, I haven't.
1958. It was directed by Ronald Neame. And it's based on a novel by the author Joyce Carey, which I actually did manage to read many years ago, which was actually a fascinating book. And it's about a very eccentric painter, and the things he engages in his life, and he's called Gully Jimson, I think is the name of the character. It's actually quite a strange film, but if you ever get a chance to see it, I gotta say, Alec is pretty fascinating. It shows his creative range, I would say. So it's actually a really good film to check out if you guys get a chance to watch it.
Yeah, thank you.
You're welcome.
So I guess there were a total of 4 endings for Planet of the Apes, and the one we got was the one Charlton Heston chose. So that's how we're getting this particular ending.
I give
Cool.
thumbs up to Charlton. Thumbs up.
Yeah, and thumbs up for him picking Rod Serling's original ending, or one of his original endings that he wrote in an early draft.
It was a great ending.
Right, and the of course, which we mentioned, the see no evil, hear no evil, speak no evil gag was ad-libbed right there on the set the day of filming.
Yeah.
And Charlton Heston was sick during much of the film with the flu. Rather than wait for him to get better, the producers felt that his hoarse voice added something to the character, which of course it did. Ingrid Bergman turned down the role of Zara, and much to her regret, because she has said publicly in an interview that she regretted it because she by the name she thought, well, that's just going to be some lousy B movie. She hadn't realized that how big it was going to hit. And I loved Ingrid Bergman. That would have been interesting to see her.
Yeah.
Yeah,
She's
she was good.
Yeah. Awesome actress.
But she was obviously much older than Kim Hunter, so physically it would have been a more demanding role for her.
It definitely, yeah.
I think Kim was more suited to the role, actually, to be honest, guys.
Yeah, she did wonders with it, just like Roddy McDowall did with Cornelius.
They were both great in their roles. I thought they were fantastic, yeah.
And let's not forget Maurice Evans.
Good old Maurice Evans, exactly.
Yeah.
And producer Arthur B. Jacobs enlisted several journalists to play background apes. This was a clever way of ensuring that they would write about the film. Oh, and here's something. Sorry, poor Gorilla missed this. But in the original script, all the female native humans were all bare-breasted. The idea was quashed by Fox to appease censors. So, yeah, sorry, Gorilla. Sorry you missed that part.
So I'm guessing it would have been R-rated if that had actually taken
Oh,
place.
yeah.
Yeah.
No,
That would have given it an instant R.
Instant R, and never would have had the wide audience that it got. So it would not have been the hit that it ultimately became.
Yeah, I think they made the right decision at the studio, actually.
Right, and the author of the book, Pierre Billy.
I just go Bull. Pierre
Bull?
Bull.
Yeah, he thought it was absolutely his worst book, is what he thought.
I've heard it
Really?
pronounced Boule too. Boule, kind of Pierre Boule. I don't know.
It's interesting. He thought it was his worst novel, and yet it's probably one of his possibly his most famous novel, right? Like,
No, wasn't it?
a lot of people.
Yeah, wasn't it? Its original title just The Monkey Planet?
Yes, Monkey Planet. Was
Yeah,
the
I think it
original
was.
title.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not exactly a strong title. I
Yeah,
gotta
but
say.
the paperback version I got, it was Signet, if I recall correctly, and it had it was a movie tie-in, so it had pictures of the 3 astronauts on the front.
Ah.
Oh, very cool.
Yeah, of course, and it didn't ruin the ending. It didn't have anything close to that. It just I think it had back on the back. It had some of the ape actors, and on the front it had the 3 astronauts in the raft, if I recall.
That's good.
Yeah, very nice. Apparently, the line "Get your stinking paws off me, you damn dirty apes" was voted as number 66 out of the top 100 movie quotes of all time by the American Film Institute.
Yeah.
So who beat it?
Oh,
Well, 65 other.
Well, we got time to list the other 65.
No, I mean what is number 65 and 64 that beat it?
yeah. Well, you'll have to
I'm sure
investigate that. Sci-fi,
Yeah,
says Dan.
Right, the American Film Institute top 100 movie quotes of all time. I'm sure if you Googled it, you'll find it.
Yeah, I would
Yeah,
put
look
that
it up.
line up a little higher than 66.
So would I.
Yeah.
I'd like to know what the other lines were because they could be
Well,
absolutely.
you know,
awesome.
some of them had to be Arnold Schwarzenegger's. Obviously, he had a few of them, right? Some
I'll be
zingers.
back.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, which is of course Star Wars too.
Thinking, get to the chopper.
I'm more of a classicist. I would have, so many lines from Casablanca up there, and
Oh yeah.
of
We'll
course,
always have
frankly,
Paris.
my dear, I don't give a damn.
Oh, I bet that was in the top 10 or 15.
Yeah.
I'm guessing.
Oh,
And
yeah,
of course,
yeah.
the famous Darth Vader reveal, that's got to be up there.
Yep.
John Chambers, and this is to touch on what Stone Racket was talking about earlier. John Chambers' outstanding makeup effects pioneered in the film were based on a technique he had used during World War II to give disfigured veterans a normal appearance.
Yeah.
Oh.
Chambers spent many hours watching the apes at the LA Zoo, studying their facial expressions. Several other productions were delayed because many of Hollywood's top makeup artists were all working on this film. Leftover makeup supplies were later used on Michael Conrad, playing an ape-like alien in Fugitives in Space
Yeah.
in 1968.
Yeah. On a particular sci-fi show.
Oh yeah, I wonder which one that could be. And the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences gave Chambers an honorary award for makeup, which was not an Oscar category at the time until 1981. For this achievement, the second time that a makeup artist received an Academy Award. William Tuttle was the first for The Seven Faces of Dr. Lau
with Arthur O'Connell and
the guy
and
from
and
The Odd Couple, Tony Randall.
yeah, Tony Randall. Yeah.
Yeah, that's it. I had to remember.
Yeah,
the name
I
from
froze on that too. It's Tony Randall.
And Chambers' award was presented to him by Walter Matthau in a chimpanzee in a tuxedo. As a chimpanzee
Cool.
in a tuxedo.
I just looked up his filmography, and he's got like it says Blade Runner in '82, but he's uncredited. Like, does that make any sense at all? Like,
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah.
yeah, I don't know what he would have done, but it says he did something in Blade Runner, but he got no credits. Like, that kind of
Yeah, he must have been. He was a good one to call in if they were in a jam. He's a problem solver. So
could have been a consultant kind of thing.
or
Yeah.
consultant.
Yes,
Yeah.
that's
Yeah.
true.
Okay.
When Franklin J. Schaffner came on board as director for Planet of the Apes, one of his first acts was to reimagine the apes society. In the script and book he was given, the apes lived in a high-tech world. Schaffner wanted it to be more primitive, and this also helped to significantly reduce costs. So that was the director's decision.
Okay.
Uh,
I did the design of Ape City though, the more primitive. I think is really cool.
Oh, it is. Yeah, it is. It's nice. The opening scene set on the space rocket was actually the very last scene to be filmed, as Heston had shaved off his beard toward the climax of the film.
that makes sense.
Yep. Radio.
Right? That way it was a real beard, right? And that way it makes, yeah, totally. So that way he's all clean shaven at the end.
Yep. Always go for the real beards, guys. Don't ever take those fake beards when you're in film productions.
Oh,
Exactly right.
I still think of that season 1 Star Trek beard, the alternative factor.
Oh no, let's not. Oh, hey, sci-fi
Yeah.
sit then, yay!
That's got to be is that possibly the worst beard in the history of that one in alternative factor? Like,
Well,
Everybody
it's-
makes fun of it. I was
it-
watching another
yeah.
channel reviewing it yesterday, and they were making fun of the beard.
Yeah, it's just, and the thing is, it's like, how the heck, especially in that scene in the briefing room where it's hardly, there's just a few strands of hair, and I'm going, how was this even accepted as something that passed their production? It's unfathomable to me.
well, you watch the episode though, and you watch the directorial choices that director made with all the weird special effects and them flying, the two guys fighting in interspace or whatever the
Yeah.
hell it was. It looks like it would have been outdated in the 1950s, to be honest, some of that stuff. So
Well,
I'm
it's
not
just
surprised.
a lame attempt to kind of goose things so there's some kind of drama. But
Yeah.
anyway, let's get back to the apes here.
Let's get back on track. Sorry,
Yeah.
Bob. I'm sorry.
Tim Hunter reportedly found the facial ape prosthetics to be so claustrophobic that she took a Valium each morning while being made up as Zira. After a while, she didn't think she needed the pills anymore and went one day without taking one. After the morning makeup session, she thought she did fine, but her makeup artist threatened to find someone to replace him if she didn't start taking the pills again, as apparently he became exhausted from wrestling with her the whole time.
Oh
Jeez.
dear.
Wow.
I know Roddy McDowall started to develop claustrophobia,
Yeah, I've heard that too. Yeah,
but I think he
understand.
conquered it eventually. But yeah, he had a little trouble there. I don't know exactly at what point or in what production, but he kept. I mean, he was even in the TV show, so he still kept going strong with that makeup. So
And still to this day, when adjusted for inflation, the movie holds the world record for the highest makeup budget.
yeah, oh
Really?
yeah, yeah.
Yes.
Wow.
They had to do so much. They had almost all the makeup people and their assistants, you know, on that production.
Exactly. Other studios were trying to pull them in, and they couldn't. They were all busy on Apes.
Yeah, one real quick anecdote with Arthur C. Clarke. He was miffed that Stuart Freeborn didn't get Best Makeup for the Apes in 2001. He said, "Well, I guess the Academy thought we used real apes." I'm kind of going, no.
No.
The John Chambers was more revolutionary makeup appliance, and I think it deserved. I have no problems with Planet of the Apes getting the best makeup over 2001.
I totally agree.
Yeah,
The thing
and
is-
the thing is, I'll wait till I get to my review.
I just want to say, as much as 2001's if not my favorite film of all time, it's right up there. There's something about I saw it when I was like 11, and it blew my mind. And it was the first film I ever saw. Before that, as a kid, I thought, oh, films are fun. They're entertainment. They're just kind of disposable almost. You watch them, and then you go on with your life, right? When I watched 2001 that evening, I was like, no. Film is not disposable. Film is not entertainment.
Wow.
Film can be our art, high art, interesting art that will stay with you for a lifetime. And it totally changed my perspective on what films and in general media were, right? And so that's why I consider it a key film in my life. And I do agree with Stone Racket, though. As good as the ape makeup was in 2001, it was more basic, right? It was more like proto-human ape makeup. And it was only in the film, maybe 10, 15 minutes tops?
Yeah, about 20 minutes.
Yeah. So the thing is, with Planet of the Apes, you had that awesome ape makeup for like the entire film, right? So I've got to go with that as the A1 thumbs up, Academy Award winning choice. I do agree.
Yeah.
Yep. And deservedly so. The first movie the second one to be recognized for magnificent makeup and win Academy Award after this was American Werewolf in London.
Yeah, Rick Baker. Yeah.
Rick Baker again, right? And they deserved that for that movie as well. That was also groundbreaking.
Yeah, that was very groundbreaking. And I
definitely want to cover that one day.
Yeah,
absolutely. Yes.
I got to teach, and when I was in an undergraduate and film criticism class, I got to teach the class for a whole hour on that specific film.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
When adjusted for inflation, the movie holds, like I said, the highest record for makeup. Then they spent $345,542, which represented about 17% of the total budget, which was, can you imagine this, a $2 million budget on that movie?
Just $2 million?
$2 million.
Whoa, man. I was thinking it was more closer to like maybe 5 or 6.
Yeah.
But
nope,
hokey smokes. Wow.
Yeah, very frugal, right?
Yeah, they put every penny on the screen because Fantastic Voyage was $6 million.
Yeah. Pops, tell me, what was the net gross of the movie for accounting for inflation?
What was it? What? I'm sorry?
The total gross on the movie and adjusted for inflation for Planet of the Apes.
Oh, give me a moment. I'll look it up.
I'm actually just checking the budget because I'm not sure if it was quite that low, Pop. I just want to double check that.
Yeah, it could be because thinking again on Fantastic Voyage, they had much more sophisticated sets and a lot of sophisticated optical work, and so I can see where that would be closer to $6 million. And Planet of the Apes was a little more.
Actually, I think Stone Racket's got it closer. Wikipedia lists the budget as 5.8 million, and IMDb lists the budget as 1.8 million. So I think 1.8.
Maybe it was 1.8 million, and then they added.
I meant 5.8 million. It says 5.8 million on both.
I'm wondering maybe it was 2 million for the movie, and then the rest is for marketing.
Could be.
Because a lot of times they forget to take that into consideration. Total, how much money did the movie make? 33.3 million.
Yeah, it was a hit. It made like a ton of money back from its budget. So yeah, it was definitely a hit film.
Right. It's funny because 33.3 million now would be a bomb, but that's only because they spent 200 million making the movies. Unfortunately,
Right.
You wouldn't even get a movie made for 33 million these days, would you?
no.
It would just be
Godzilla.
yeah.
Godzilla was
Oh,
actually
yeah.
very, very low budgeted.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, but not many films. I'm saying.
Right.
No.
Well, either that or from very low budget independent filmmakers. That
Right. You got to get the right people who do it, who don't blow the money.
Yeah, you got to get people that know what they're doing.
Yep, exactly.
But yeah, so it made like what, about 5 or 6 times back on its budget. So it did okay, you know.
Very good. Oh yeah, and like I said, it's one of the first movies to have the major large-scale merchandising tie-in, similar to Star Wars.
I guess they had a lot of
one of my
toys.
one of my classmates had the Planet of the Apes lunchbox.
Oh jeez.
Yeah.
Did it have like the thermos and everything? Like,
Yeah, and the one I had was the Munsters, and then I had another friend that had the James
Oh.
Bond lunchbox.
Oh
and
yeah, I remember having a $6 million man. It's like, oh, I wish I had that
Uh-huh.
one still.
Yeah, and then another classmate. Well, he was in a class ahead of me, but he had a Man from U.N.C.L. lunchbox.
Oh, I want that one. I'll never get it though because it'd be too expensive. But
Right.
Yeah, right.
I just looked at John Chambers. His TV stuff is impressive too. He did The Outer Limits, The Munsters, Star Trek, Mission Impossible, and get this, Lost in Space.
What do you know, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's we should cover that, Pop. No.
We should actually
Yeah.
check about him in Lost in Space, what episodes they did, because that would be a lot of fun, maybe.
Oh, we'll get there. Don't worry.
Some of the musical instruments used, they were created by using stainless steel kitchen mixing bowls.
Yeah, that's
So, yeah,
isn't
he
that
was
funny?
using- Oh, yeah, he was using all kinds of weird stuff.
Yeah,
Okay.
when they're kind of tumbling down the hillside and in the desert there, it sure sounds like a lot of metallic stuff being hit.
Oh yeah.
You know, it's like, okay, but it sounds so tribal and primitive. It's just, I thought it fit in really well.
Yeah, and also, the actors, while they were in ape costume, had to eat their lunch in front of a mirror so as to monitor any changes to their makeup. They also,
Yep.
of course, had to use straws for their drinks.
Hmm.
And yeah, they were all using cigarette holders. So yeah, I forgot about the mirror. Yeah, they had to watch in the mirror.
Yeah,
so they
there's
don't make-
some of the behind the scenes footage in black and white. They actually do show an actor using a mirror while he eats.
Yep, I remember seeing a picture with Roddy McDowall using a mirror.
Okay, cool.
And the makeup team consisted of over 80 makeup artists, which is still groundbreaking even now. I mean, that's incredible.
Yeah.
That's a
Especially
lot.
now would be all CGI, obviously.
Yeah.
And it wouldn't look half as good, I'm guessing.
Oh no, well yeah, we see what we're getting now. It looks cartoonish.
Yeah.
And did any of you guys watch the trailer for the new movie during the Super Bowl?
You talking about Deadpool?
No, the trailer for the new Planet of the Apes.
I have.
I didn't even know there was one.
Yeah, I've seen it. And
Yeah. Who's that? Who said they saw it?
I did.
And what'd you think?
I have also seen it.
What do
awful.
you think? What do you guys think?
Well,
It's going to be terrible.
Did they show the little girl who's the secret to everything?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, fuck.
Yeah, I saw it. The last movie I was at, they showed that trailer and not impressed at all. I don't know if it was the Super Bowl trailer, but they did have a trailer for the new Planet of the Apes movie, and I was like, why? We don't need this.
One answer. One word. Disney. That's why.
Oh yeah, Disney.
Oh yeah, plus Cash Cow too.
Yeah.
Yep.
No, I thought after Tim Burton, didn't they need to just shut this? Well, they don't shut any franchise down because they want to run it into the ground till it
The
dies,
first,
miserably, right?
well, when Fox owned it, before the being bought out by Disney, the first few movies were okay. They weren't bad. The ones with Andy Serkis, that is, where the makeup was good. Like the first one with John Lithgow, that wasn't too bad. I think, but then the last one, from what I remember, I can't remember how there was 3 of them, but the last one was where it went off a cliff and totally sucked, and that was even before Disney bought out Fox. But the
I
last
haven't.
one, it centered around a little bitch who was the center of everything. So
Yeah,
this makes 2 movies in a row.
Oh dear. Yeah, I haven't seen any of the new ones. I just no interest whatsoever.
Yeah, I try and tune most of this stuff out, but I'm a huge Deadpool fan from the first 2 films. I thought the first 2 films were very creative and funny and entertaining and quite innovative in how Deadpool would always break the fourth wall and talk directly to the fan base. Because I thought those were really good, and I love those films. I think they're very entertaining. And I did see the trailer that was released like a day or 2 ago, and I kind of have mixed feelings because apparently the third film is being called Deadpool and Wolverine, and they're bringing Wolverine back in big time in the third film, right?
Well, we don't know about big time. We don't know how much screen time he has yet.
Well, from what I get, I mean, I've watched a few reviews, and it sounds like it might be one of those alternate dimension time travel things.
Yeah, they're already saying that it's going to be. Well, I hate the term now. I used to, when I was a kid reading comic books, I actually liked it, but multiverse, that's it. Yeah, it's going to be multiverse.
Yeah, I'm a little cringy about the multiverse stuff because I don't know. And you know what? My big disappointment was I didn't see any mention of Cable in the third film. And I remember at the end of the second movie when Cable saved Deadpool at the end by putting the lead thing on him so he didn't get shot through the heart. And he's like, I'm going to stick around so you guys don't totally shit the world up and kill it or whatever the line. I love that line, right? And it's like, I want Josh Brolin back. I don't want anything else. I want Josh back.
I know, but now
it's not going to happen.
I know everybody thinks that it's going to be like the second coming, but remember, it's still made under Disney, so I don't have any faith in it at all. I mean, there might be a couple good scenes, a couple laughs, but I don't trust Disney. They've got to interfere with all their productions. So I don't.
I'm going to go. It's apparently released in July. I will go to the theater and lay my money down and buy my popcorn and give it a chance. I'm going to be open-minded till then. I'm not expecting a film of the greatness of the first 2 necessarily, but I do trust Ryan Reynolds to a certain point to be enough of a smart ass to pull off some really good jokes, even a few against Disney, I'm hoping. And if he can do that, I'm still going to, probably end up giving the movie a thumbs up if it's half-ass entertaining with some good comedy and some ultra violence and all the stuff that made the first 2 films so much fun. So I let's put it this way. I'm not expecting the world, but I'm hoping it'll at least be very, very good. If that makes sense.
Well, I am hearing that it's tied in to the shitty TV series, that you've got to watch the series in order to understand the movie.
Yeah, I've heard some reviews about that from some panels on here, like Doom, DC, and a critical guy that likes to drink, and a few of those channels. I don't want to name names. I think you know what I'm talking about. I watched some of those before work today. And it's like, well, they seem to have mixed feelings about it. Some of them are totally dissing it. Some of them are going, well, I'll keep an open mind till I wait and see it. So it's like a mixed bag, right? So that's the way I'm feeling.
One thing they all agree on is that there is no way they're going to go back and watch those TV shows just to understand the movie.
That's the problem. That's the problem.
Yes.
The one criticism I saw in one of the streams, it was like, why the heck did they bring this Loki TV show team in when nobody watching the first 2? I have no fucking idea who these guys are, right?
Nobody cares, right?
Yeah, and nobody's probably, it's maybe 5% of the population, 1% of the population watch Loki and they can give it.
Yeah, the show even had low ratings, so about how stupid they are.
Yeah, so it's okay, that's a big red flag right there. Still, I'm just hoping, maybe something will happen. Maybe Deadpool,
a miracle.
Maybe he'll kill all the fuck. I don't know.
A miracle. Maybe they'll show him killing off Bob Iger.
That would be great. You never
Yeah,
know.
I know, right?
I know. I'm not. I'm saying I'm not expecting
Sorry,
miracles.
kids. I'm just kidding out there in YouTube land.
I'm really not. I'm really not expecting miracles. But let's put it this way: I didn't see the first two films in the theater because they happened before I was aware of Deadpool, and I only got caught up watching it online, right? And I thought the first two films were so amazing, like the way they were filmed, and they were filmed in Vancouver, which, as a city, I lived in for 5 years because it's only a 4.5 hour drive away from me. So that has a special place in my heart, right? Because it's filmed in my province here. So I just have to go and see the third one in the theater, even if I walk out disappointed. I just got to go and I got to give it a chance. I guess that's what I'm saying, guys.
Okay, that's fine. Are you trying to say something? Sit down.
Yeah, PvP. Well, if you want to be a real optimist, let's hope Deadpool 3 slams into Disney real hard because they have a lot of gold mine material for Deadpool to slam into and pick at.
Well, I've seen reviews where they're saying, is Deadpool going to like crash and burn and be the death of the MCU, or is Deadpool going to be really, really good enough to actually, save and resurrect the MCU? So
the problem, the thing is, it's just a little fluke because everything lined up after that is more of their MCU feminine garbage. So, right, it is not going to change the MCU at all. It's going to be a one-off.
That's the most interesting point in one of the 3 reviews I listened to earlier today, Pop, was the one who said, this film might be really, really good, but it is going to be a blip on the radar because as good as it can be, Deadpool is so outside of the mainstream MCU, right? He's such a smart ass. He's basically an anti-hero, let's face it. So he's not going to resurrect the mainstream movies, probably, but, it is what it is, right?
Right, because after it comes and goes, they got more crap coming out that's just going to bury the MCU all the more. So, there's no way it's going to help it.
I like Ryan Reynolds, and I hope he makes a good movie, and I hope it's entertaining, and I hope he gets a decent return on the box office. And, if it's nothing more than that, I guess, I'll be satisfied with that because I think he's a good actor, and I think Deadpool is a cool character. So, I'm not expecting the world, but I hope it doesn't fail because we need something to uplift us this summer, right? Because how many good movies are coming out this summer, guys?
None.
In July, like nothing. So it's got no competition. So it should do good, right?
Right, but it'll be interesting to see how many swear words and how much violence Disney's going to allow because I do not have any faith in that department.
Well, I saw one of the previews, one of the reviewers put, and there were a lot of stills of a hell of a lot of blood. So I'm hoping for the best.
Well, we'll see, right?
And PvP, and that's sort of to bounce off pop culture's concerns. That the real question is, how much will Disney and the studio hold back Ryan Reynolds and the scriptwriter from holding the punch? How much will they hold them back?
Yeah,
and he already said this is the last Deadpool movie.
Have they? I have not heard that.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's a one-off. They're definitely not doing any more after this.
Maybe Reynolds has had enough.
Well, I think that. Well, it was probably a struggle just to get this made, and he probably doesn't want to go through that again.
Well, shit, it's been like about 6 years or something since the second one.
Yeah,
came
but
out?
I don't think he had a good time making it. He probably had to butt a lot of heads with people. So
he might have. I mean, I don't know. I guess the truth will maybe the truth will come out eventually. But
well, eventually, we'll find out the first day it premieres when everybody goes to see it. Yeah, I'm sure reviews it.
Okay,
honest reviews.
I'm just looking it up. The first film budget was $58 million. The box office was $782 million.
Nice.
So that's a pretty successful movie.
I know this opinion, it won't be popular, but George Taylor is greater than Deadpool.
Who's George Taylor?
Taylor from the Planet of the Apes movie that we're supposed to be talking about.
Oh, sorry. I thought we'd finish talking about that.
Oh, nice callback.
I guess we didn't get reviews yet, did we? Damn.
No,
sorry.
I was reading trivia from.
Yeah, Pops was reading trivia.
I got sidetracked. Sorry.
And so did I, but well, me and you and Pop got sidetracked with you.
You
The,
guys want to give a review? Is Gorilla? Oh, Gorilla's not with us. He can't even review. Oh, darn.
Well, next up is Stone Rack.
It always, I don't know why, but it always gets very difficult towards the end of these streams to talk. I don't know why.
Well, I'll shut
impossible
up.
to stay on the subject. I don't know.
Sorry.
I'm not gonna do the trivia. I'm gonna skip it.
Oh
So,
no!
yeah, let's go ahead and just. Sorry, what's that?
I didn't mean to. I wanted you to go back to your trivia if you wanted to finish up on that. That's fine.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I
Okay,
wasn't
I
even
can,
sorry. I got so. Man, I went off from.
No, that's
tangent.
okay. I was just making a joke. I'm not peeved or anything.
I feel bad now. Damn, I didn't mean to go off on such a tangent. Jeez, Pop, you should have just said, "Hey, can we end this stuff?" Like, sorry.
Oh no! Last time I tried that, everybody started shouting at me.
I wouldn't shout
So
at you.
I figured
I would say okay.
In a perfect world, yeah, but that's not what happened. You guys,
Well-
those are the guys that were there. Go back if you don't remember. Go back and look at the video.
Oh, I know the video, but seriously, if you just said, "Can you please hold on for like a couple minutes or 5 minutes?" I would say, "Sure."
Yeah, last time I did that, everybody said, "Well, just shut the fuck up." Then I'm like, "Never mind. You know what? Just fuck it."
Well, there was one particular person, but I'm not going to mention him.
3, and I'm going to be honest. It was like coming from 3 different angles. It was not easy.
Anyway, should we?
There are no female gorillas or orangutans in Planet of the Apes. The heat in the desert scenes at the opening of the film proved so intense that many of the cast and crew fainted, including director Franklin J. Schaffner.
Oh wow!
Rod Serling admitted that he spent well over a year and 30 or 40 drafts trying to translate the novel to the screen.
Wow!
In the scene at the Ape City Natural History Museum, a large claw, which we saw, of a strange animal can be seen prominently displayed several times on a pedestal at the top of the stairs. Some have thought that this was a plaster cast made of the foot of the monster that attacks the spaceship in Forbidden Planet. However, if you compare the 2 films, the sculptures are actually very different.
Oh yeah.
Right. So I don't know why they even mentioned it because I didn't think that at all. I don't know who said that.
It had one claw in the Forbidden Planet, and it was different foot, and it was a foot and a claw, and totally different. And this thing had 3. It was 3 fingers with claws.
Exactly.
So it's like, what is that? From another science fiction movie?
Right. So you got, of course, naturally, because it stands out, you have a lot of people speculating.
It's cool, but it's like, what is it?
Yep. Director Franklin J. Schaffner deliberately used odd skewed angles and handheld cameras to create a disorienting effect, much like what Charlton Heston's character experiences in The Brave New World. And Heston was first exposed to Planet of the Apes when producer Arthur P. Jacobs sent him a copy of the novel. Heston was not impressed with the book, but nevertheless sensed that it had the potential for an interesting film. And I do remember seeing him in an interview stating that. And spaceship the astronauts crash land in was obviously, as we all know, reused in, ready for this, The Illustrated Man, 1969, with Rod Steiger. Escape from the Planet of the Apes, 1971, and the short-lived TV series Planet of the Apes, 1974.
Got a lot of use out of that.
Oh yeah, that's typical 20th Century Fox.
Yep. They took a cue from Irwin Allen. Reuse those props.
Yes. During the hunt scene, an unclothed John Epper, Charlton Heston stunt double, had to run through the poison oak undergrowth at Fox's Century Ranch. That's wrong. It was actually Charlton Heston. And I know that because I read it in his book.
Yeah, there you go.
So that goes to show you can't always trust the things that you look up on the internet. And also, not only the makeup guy, but Roddy McDowall and Kim Hunter also spent a lot of time at zoos studying the apes. And it was their ideas. They helped the rest of the cast members show that they had certain tics and other ways to articulate the masks more, like the eyes and the nose.
Yeah.
They would show them kind of move the nose. So that kind of helped add realism to the scenes.
Yeah, that I like the way they worked that makeup. It was
Yes. All 5 Planet of the Apes movies were #1 at the U.S. box office when released. Planet of the Apes spent 3 weeks as the #1 top-grossing film. The week of February 11th, 1968, it made, there it is, 3,683,823. The week of February 18th, it made 3,384,838. My God, this is when the cost of a movie ticket was probably like $1.
I saw 10 Commandments for 50 cents, if that means anything.
Yeah, when you think about it, my goodness, aren't they upwards of almost $20 now? I mean, that's a ripoff.
Yeah.
I
It
think
is.
my local cinema's around 15. The worst part is if you buy the popcorn, it costs almost as much as the movie ticket. Pop.
Right.
Exactly right, and especially, not only do we have the highest prices ever, but we have the worst movies in history ever produced. So it's like I don't know who in their right mind would go pay to see anything.
It's not just the movies are bad. It's like how tiny. I've got like 4 theaters around me. They're multiplexes. So the biggest one you go in is like maybe 150 seats with a tiny screen.
Right.
It's horrible.
I totally agree. All right, and I feel terrible because I've gotten way behind on the chat. Let me get caught up there really quick, and then we're going to do our reviews. Okay, Dan Dilator says, this actress was as good as Raquel Welch regarding silent, sexy roles in 1 million BC.
Yeah, we read that already.
Yeah, you read that.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out, because Gorilla usually marks where he left off. There it is. Ola Greg, I always respected Dr. Zayas. He was preserving his society from destruction. Yeah, exactly right. I do see that angle.
Yeah,
unfortunately, he was very cruel about it, but you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, plus he was holding his civilization back, which was also kind of a bad thing too.
Right, the scientists and everything. He lied to everybody. Taylor Swift gives us bacon, I believe.
Yeah, a bunch of bacon.
I would love a bit of bacon right now, but
yeah, BLT sandwich sounds wonderful. Herc130 says, I'm just kicked back and listen to you folks chat. Great show. Well, thank you, Herc130. I'm glad you're here.
Thank you much.
And Daniel's Hot Topic says, are anyone actors who worked on this movie still around?
Yeah, it's Linda Harrison is, I think.
Linda Harrison is, and the younger cast, I'm sure. The older ones have all passed away.
Yeah.
Yeah, there must be a few.
Well, Lemon answered his question in the next comment when Pops gets to it.
Oh,
Daniel's Hot Topic says already. Oh, there we go. Lemon Pie says Daniel Nova's still alive. There we go. She probably doesn't look like she did in the movie, but hey, give her credit for still being around. Daniel says, "Wow." And Taylor Swift says, "LOL."
You got Daniel's interest up there.
Lemon Pie says, Linda Harrison is 78.
Power to her. Yeah. Power to her.
Yeah, she was married.
Oh, Lucius, yeah.
Yeah, she was married to my mind goes blank. What's the name?
Richard Zanuck. Richard Zanuck.
That's it. Thank you. 9 years they were married and they had 2 kids. Lemon Pie. Lou Wagner is 75. The one who played Lucius. Thank you. And Nemesis of Eden says, still here, phoned out. Wow, I am way behind.
Oh no.
Ola Greg, Giant Spider should named Dr. Zayas as his vice president choice in 24. And thank you for the beer. Nemesis of Eden, I immediately stated my phone died. I know, and I'm sorry to hear that. Seriously, Nemesis, we need to get you a computer. Oh, bestiality, says Nemesis.
Oh, is this referring to the kiss?
Yes, probably.
Yeah. Ola Greg, Nova is my hero of the movie. And Nemesis says, I would agree. OG. And Ola Greg says, one of the greatest endings in movie history. Yes, undoubtedly. And Ola Greg says, nuclear war was a constant threat during the Cold War. It was this elephant in the room that was rarely discussed, but its shadow was always there.
Radio.
Just like now, we're on the brink of World War III, but nobody wants to talk about it.
Sean Carter. Hey there.
There's Sean. Wow, we got it like a half hour ago.
Hey, Sean.
I apologize, Sean, for the late shout out. And he says, Nemesis of Eden, Piler Greg, but I think he means Ola Greg, and Lemon Pie. Hey, Sean, says Ola Greg. And Herc130 says, Sean Carter from Mars. And Sean says, Herc130, hail. And Oleg Greg, Gorilla's question is legitimate. They could be in a parallel dimension. Yeah, you're right. It is a good question. Lenify, hail Sean. And then Mr. Veeden says, hail Sean Carter. Sean's giving us the praise symbol. And Sean Carter, did the gorillas have random thoughts? Yes, he
Most
did.
likely.
That was
Well,
funny.
I guess we'll never know since Gorilla had to leave us early.
That's
Well,
right.
that comment is almost an hour old. That's why.
Right, and he did
Yeah.
give us a few random thoughts during the movie.
I
Yeah.
felt
And
for
then-
bad
and
the girl's so
A
tired.
few, well, we also got a few random snores, which is okay.
Oh, we got lots of those.
Then Savine says, I feel like the gorilla had racist thoughts.
Oh dear.
Oh,
Well, they did. They
They did. Yeah.
Well, they did. They thought the humans were way below them. That's what we
Right.
were talking about. The chimpanzees were a little smarter, and they knew the humans were capable of doing more.
They even thought the chimps were below them, did they not?
Oh, yeah.
Yes, but that wasn't in the film. But they show it in the second one, I think.
Yes. Nims of Eden says Gorillas Random drops a link there. Thank you. Hello, low spec Linux laptop. I'm so sorry late reading your text. Yes, hardware wars. Right. Low spec Linux laptop says, and Troopers is good for a chuckle.
Oh yeah,
Oh,
the
yeah,
Star
definitely.
Wars film from way back. Or
Yes.
that's Troops. Just Troops. I'm sorry.
I think you
Oh
mean-
yeah, they're
He fixed it.
yeah. He fixed it, and while I was
oops,
blathering.
Troops, yep, Star Wars parody. Menace of Eden says, hey, hello, Spec Linux Laptop. Welcome, Ola Greg. Great inside info, Pops. Well, my pleasure, Ola Greg. I usually have, that's just it. When we do these streams, I've usually got a lot of trivia that I have to just disregard because there's no time, because these streams run so long, and I hate that. So that's why tonight I was trying to go out of the way to cover that trivia before we do our reviews. So
Yeah, that's
thank you.
cool. More trivia, the better.
Yeah, because I'm not kidding. Some of the movies, I've got pages and pages of trivia, but it gets so late. So, Ninjas of Eden, thank you for dropping your link to your channel. And Daniel says, what do you think the Battle for the Planet of the Apes is the fifth Planet of the Apes movie? Battle, I think, is the
Yeah, Battle is
third?
the fifth.
The fifth?
Yeah.
That's the one where the budget is so low. They're all shot. The whole setting is them in trees.
Hi, Lemon. I'd have to watch.
Thanks,
honestly,
Lemon.
I'd have to watch the last two because I liked. Well, the second one was so weird. I kind of liked it. I saw it in the theater too, and it was just so weird. I kind of went with it, even though it was kind of goofy. I like the third one a lot. You know, I won't give spoilers, but I thought the third one was a very interesting plot twist to continue the series. And then the fourth and the fifth, I don't actually remember them enough to actually comment, so I'd have to rewatch those two.
Planet,
Yeah,
Planet, Escape. Excuse me. Planet, Beneath, Escape, Conquest, Battle. There
Yeah,
you go.
Conquest and Battle, I'd have to rewatch because I think I enjoyed them when I watched them. You know, I was probably a teenager when I saw those, but I actually thought Battle, or not, no, the second one. Now, what was the second
Beneath,
planet?
Beneath the Planet of the Apes.
I thought Beneath was entertaining, but it was very weird. And I did like the third one, though. The third one was actually a lot of fun. And after
Yeah.
that, I really don't remember after that.
It's kind of like the second one was, well, if you didn't get the point of the first one, we'll really drive it home in the second one because they're worshiping an atomic weapon.
Yeah, I just loved all the mutants worshiping an atom bomb. Like that was pretty funny.
Yeah, well, it was funny, but it was also disturbing at the same time.
Yeah,
It
yeah,
was played straight, right? It was played straight.
It was a fun movie, though. You know.
Levi says, hey, PPP, which you responded to. Sean says, I have a personalized signed 8x10 of Roddy McDowall in his chimp makeup. One of my
Lucky boy.
prized possessions. Wow, yeah. Well, I was such a big fan of Roddy McDowall. And then the Zabeden says, thanks, Lemon. Yeah, I always thought Roddy McDowall died at a much too early age. I know he was older,
Yeah.
but he wasn't that old, and it was horrible.
He was a
Terrible.
good
I was a
actor.
big
Yeah,
fan.
very good actor.
Yeah, he's one of a kind.
I completely agree. So, let's if you guys are ready, if it's okay, let's do our grades of what we think about the movie, and then I will end the poll in the chat and share that with everyone. So yeah, if you haven't done so, everybody, please vote in the poll. Consider hitting the like button on my stream if you had a good time tonight. So Stone Rocker, what about you? Are you ready? Think you're ready to give me your grade or review?
Oh yeah, I give this movie an A. It's a classic, and it's just a wonderful science fiction classic, and I never get tired of watching it. And I like the slow build, uh, you know, uh, in the opening of the film, and until we get the big reveal with the apes hunting the humans. I like the fact that it's a cautionary tale involving the use of atomic weapons. And I always used to say, there's some of my friends that thought the makeup was a little too goofy looking. And I said, well, look it's after an atomic holocaust. It mutated the apes. They're mutated apes. And that's why they look more humanoid and they can speak. I said, the
radiation.
The radiation and the humans regressed. And I just said the nuclear holocaust thing for me explained a lot, and that's how I interpret the movie as more of a cautionary tale dealing with the use of atomic weapons. But it's just there's so many layers to this movie, but I really enjoy it. I really like Charlton Heston's performance as George Taylor, and I like his character arc, where we're kind of like, well, who is this guy? Why does he have such a beef against Landon, and all that, and then he becomes our surrogate because he's the only human we can attach ourselves to, and he's in this upside down world, and for me anyway, I'm rooting for him all the way. Once he's caged like an animal, and he's got to fight his way out, and all what they have in store for him, from Dr. Zaius, he's got to get out of there. And so I'm with him all the way. And of course a close second would be Nova, but I'm a toxic male and I make no apologies.
Right, darn your toxicity, right?
But yeah, this is a classic, and I've shared this, like I said, with my nephews, and they were enthralled with it. They enjoyed it very much.
I'm glad to hear that. Anything you would like to share about your channel?
I have no channel.
You have no channel.
Yeah, I'm
like an animal.
I'm echoing Bela Lugosi.
Yes, pull the string.
Home. I have no home. But anyway, yeah, I have no channel, but I love hanging out with all of you guys, especially on your channel, Pop, and on Jill,
thank you.
Anti-Derivative Jill's channel, talking about
it's fun.
Yeah, talking about the things we love. Good old sci-fi for the most part with me.
Absolutely, and I appreciate you being here. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you so much for having me.
Oh, it's always a blast. I love it. How about you, Sith Dan? Are you ready to tell us what you think?
Yes.
All right, go for it.
For this movie, I would give it a solid A+. I mean, the only one gripe I have is that in some of the music scenes, they dragged out a little too long for the silence. That's the only gripe I have. Beyond that, Charlton Heston as Taylor was a good character. Also, Dr. Zaius was a good foil for him, too. And Dr. Zaius actually showed the cruel side of humanity he did. He showed how callous and heartless we can be. And it also shows the hypocrisy on what his kind can bring about. I mean, I hate to go on a tirade, but Dr. Zaius represents the establishment that's willing to hide secrets from everyone in order to keep them safe no matter what. And that means even being a dogmatic zealot about it, and that's what made him a great villain for me. And the end of it was an interesting twist on how he ended up back on Earth, and like we theorized about that in the video here. Beyond that, the movie was pretty good. I'll give it a solid A.
All right, I appreciate you being here. What about your channel? Tell us what you got going on over there.
Well, as for everyone on the panel, you probably know what I do already. But to those not in the chat or have recently subscribed to your channel, I'm a sci-fi sit-down. I'm a mainly sci-fi fan. I do cover sci-fi TV shows and movies. I cover Stargate, SG-1, Atlantis, and SGU. I do cover the Star Trek movies, all of them. I'm a casual Star Trek fan, not a hardcore one. I watched Battlestar Galactica, the 2003 version, 2004 version, and I watched Farscape, which me and PvP are hardcore fans of, I suspect now, since he's watching it a lot more.
I love Farscape.
And that's I would say somewhat, it's not as popular as Stargate or any others, but it's a pretty good show. It's probably more obscure than Stargate. It's a pretty good show. And nice. I do cover Transformers franchise, but only a certain era of Transformers. I cover the aligned time frame of Transformers, which some of you may not like the art style, but I like it because I grew up with it, and it's a nice art style.
That's fine.
The TV show that I grew up with in the Transformers era was the 2009 to 2013 one. That's for about 3 seasons and 1 movie. That's a pretty good TV show. It has a darker tone than the childish tone that the cartoons usually have, and
very cool.
And I like that darker tone of it. And on my YouTube channel, I have Stargate videos. They're a few years old about a possible future timeline that takes place after SG-1. And I do have YouTube videos about Star Wars, like top 10 Jedi Masters, top 10 Sith Lords, and top 10 military leaders in Star Wars Galaxy. I have a few videos on Transformers about what if the Transformers were transformed into humans, or humans when transformed into Cybertronians / Transformers and all that. And my recent videos I put up a few days ago were my best Indiana Jones movies from worst to best Predator movies from worst to best Alien movies from worst to best. And once I going on a few weeks old now, or my rankings of the Star Trek movies, all of them from worst to best, and then Star Wars worst to best are on there. If any of you would like to check them out or give a comment or review on them, see how you would rank your versions of those movies, I would muchly appreciate it and enjoy a few comments from you guys. And to all you chatters, if you guys aren't subscribed, every subscription helps to encourage me to make more videos and to expand my content. I'm planning to do more movie rankings on my channel. Possibly, I'm gonna do at least 1 or 2 episodes per week, hopefully to get my rhythm back in, to get more viewers and subscribers. To that way, I can entertain my subs so they don't escape me from being inactive on YouTube. And I will do a live stream on Saturday the 17th, I think it is, 4 to 6 p.m. Pacific time. And if any of you are available during that time, you can come on my panel or my live chat if you want during that time frame. If you guys don't have time or just have enough time to come in for a few minutes on the panel or chat, that'll be fine. I would love to have someone to talk to, even if it is just for a few minutes with you guys on it. Beyond that, that's all I got for my promotion, and I guess I'll turn over to Nemesis Eden to give his review if he's up for it.
All right. Well, thank you, Sci-Fi Sit Dan. I appreciate it.
Or is it PvP's turn?
Well, I usually go clockwise. PvP, are you ready to go?
I can't see myself.
I can see you.
I see Dan. Let me check here. Okay, I got to switch. I was on YouTube. Sorry. Gosh, where do I begin? It's so hard to know. I give this movie a solid A. I have to say this is a science fiction classic film. This is a thumbnail, rock hard, post this. This is a doorpost kind of film. It's like an iconic film. It's like up there with like Forbidden Planet or, any of those great classics. This is one of those films that people go back to time and time again, generation after generation, watching this thing, and they go, this is really good, man. So it's like, I had to give this one an A. I mean, how can you criticize this? The ape makeup by John Chambers is fantastic. Chuck Heston's performance is fantastic. The story, it might have been gone through a few rewrites, but it's basically fantastic. You got like what 3, 4, 5 catchline phrases in this movie that are like iconic and probably resonate in millions of people's minds. So that's pretty cool. So yeah, it's just a fantastic movie, and I don't know. What can I add to that, guys? Really, I mean, maybe I shouldn't. Maybe I should
I don't
shut
know.
up and give it.
I agree with all of it.
I should just keep it
Yeah.
short, maybe.
I agree. I agree totally.
But yeah,
any selfless promotion?
well, I just want to quickly mention. You mentioned Farscape, and there's a channel. I guess it's the Shout channel's been showing Farscape reruns for the whole entire 4 seasons plus the miniseries for like a month now. They've been rerunning them, and I've been watching a lot of those because I used to love it back like 25 years ago when it was actually on the TV for the very first time. And it's a fantastic show. I wish more people knew about it or would check it out. And I know some people, well, I know Pop particular refuses to watch it because Rigel's a puppet, and I get that. I'm okay with that, Pop. Don't get upset, but give it a chance because Jim Henson.
I've already told you no. Thank you though, but I appreciate it. But no.
But Jim Henson, he was like. Jim Henson was like the John Chambers of puppetry, I gotta say, right?
Yeah, but you've got to have please respect my decision. I'm trying to be very nice about this.
I do respect it. I do. I just when I have a good friend I care about, I just kind of I want to just share something.
I know, but I'm begging you, please. No, I don't want to hear any more about Farscape.
Okay, I'll shut up. Anyway, I guess I'm done. My music channel is still doing what it does, and I'll pass it on to the next contestant.
On The Price is Right. Okay, so the next would be Nemesis of Eden. Are you still there, buddy?
Nemesis of Eden, come on down.
How's your phone doing?
Oh, I mean, my phone's fine. It's fine. Yeah, so.
And I apologize for being so late, Nemesis.
Oh, I mean, going on almost 5 hours. But that being said, I'm not going to do for my review. Sorry, ladies and gentlemen, I hated this film. This film sucked.
That's okay.
It was, man. Where do I even begin? Like, it's where you guys saw, like, and I appreciate it for its cultural importance. I appreciate it for the impact, but holy moly, like a lot of dead space. The 2 characters get killed off basically almost immediately, the only good ones. And then we're stuck with Charlton Heston, and he's a dick throughout the entire thing. There is no real character arc for him. I know you guys seem to think there is, but there's not. Like, as far as I can see, he goes through the entire movie. He has a selfish dick. All he wants at the very end is his woman, some food, and he fucks off. He leaves the rest of the humans to their fate. He leaves the monkeys to their fate. Doesn't care. So, once again, terrible character for me. Didn't like him. Unappealing. And then when it comes to the actual makeup, it's fantastic, of course. Like, that's one of the best parts of the film. Like, I didn't like it as a kid, but as someone now, as an adult, I can certainly appreciate how good it was, especially considering all the fun facts that you let us know about it, Pop, about how many people were working on it. But ultimately, I would have liked to have seen how the book was portraying it, because the set design wasn't very good. The actual natural scenes were some of the best things for me. Like, Nova was fantastic. I felt more for her than anyone else. Like, but ultimately, yeah, like Zira was probably the only other character I really cared about. And so, yeah, ultimately, no, it's a solid D for me. Like, yeah, like, how did you put it earlier, Pop? I would rather watch The Howling at half speed 5 times over than watch this movie again.
Oh dear.
Sorry,
Nemesis, what did you think of Cornelius, Roddy McDowall's character? Did you like him?
I mean, he was fine. He was fine. Like ultimately passable.
Yeah.
I like Dr. Zaius. If I was going to pick any of the ape characters, of course, it's the villain. He's fantastic. I understand where he's coming from. I also understood Roddy McDowall's character's plight about wanting to advance, but not like be denounced a heretic. Therein lies another topic that I don't think we touched upon about how Dr. Zaius was, the commander of science and church. So he was the church and state basically, and
Religion,
how,
okay.
and religion. So there was no separation of that.
Yeah, like
And
I
how
said,
the-
it's a theocracy.
Yeah, that's
yes,
one of the.
there you go.
Yeah, church and state's the foundation, but it wasn't in this, right?
Yeah. Anyways, so that being said, no, I'm not a fan of this film. Don't really want to watch anything else from it.
Gosh.
Didn't enjoy it. So that being said, I'm not going to bore you with a bunch of what I do and don't like for my channel. The only thing I'm doing right now is Skullgirls Mobile and Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Links. There's the KC Cup, which is just basically a worldwide tournament. So I'll be participating in that. And I would love to have you on my channel if you would. It would be fantastic. I would appreciate your subscription and your views, comments, all of that fun stuff. Pop, thank you again for having me on here. And
glad to have you as usual. Believe me, I look forward to having you on here, Nemesis.
Well, I appreciate it, dude. It's I always enjoy these streams, even if I don't enjoy the movie, generally speaking. But
I apologize.
let's
for
try
that.
and. Oh, hey, dude. No, it's whatever. Like it gave me an appreciation for The Howling. We'll give it that. We'll give this movie that silver lining.
Okay, gotcha.
Oh dear.
Perfect.
I'm glad that you cited Nova. Your sympathy for Nova and the primitive humans that she represents. I'm glad that you felt for them more than George Taylor. Your heart's in the right place, even though you didn't enjoy the movie. I'm glad that you pointed that out.
Yeah.
Right. Like, unfortunately for me, for you guys, this was fantastic because you grew up. This was all new for you, but I've experienced all of this before. And so once again, the cultural impact is undeniable, but this is nothing new to me. So to come back to the original, I can appreciate it, but holy moly, no.
Well, I have to ask, what did you think about the newer movies?
I haven't seen any of it, dude. I've seen bits and pieces of this originally as a kid. Had no appeal, no attraction to it, and now I forced myself to sit through this one, and I don't want to do any more. Like, I just don't. No, thank you.
Understandable.
Not my type of sci-fi series.
Okay,
That's too bad.
No, but I do appreciate your honesty. So that's right. That's the whole reason why I like the different opinions.
Diversity of thought. For the
win. No echo chambers here.
Radio.
Thank you, Nemesis. And once again, it's good to have you again tonight. Have you on the stream. I appreciate it. And my review is I'm going to give it an A because it's, I've already mentioned a lot of it before. I grew up watching it. I saw it at the theaters when I was a kid. I do enjoy it. I liked all of the first 5 movies. I think Roddy McDowall was like the anchor for me. He was the one that kept bringing me back. I always found his performance amazing. Everything he ever did, he was great in. Makeup, of course, big fan of that. This is one of the movies that made me a fan of makeup and made me start noticing makeup and different makeup artist names. So a lot of influences there. I remember having the toys as a kid. I remember looking forward to the movies when they came out. The performances, I enjoyed the performances. I think Maurice Evans, considering his age at the time, the makeup, the heat, and all that, I think he did a great job. And it was very brave of him to take that role. And Charlton Heston, what can I say? He's my favorite actor of all time. I can't really say more than that. Nova, whether she's a good actress or not, you can't really tell. She didn't really have a lot to do. I do absolutely love, like I said, Roddy McDowall, and I fell in love with Kim Hunter watching this movie. So no arguments or no disappointments there. But basically I liked it. I still do.
So what I missed, Papa, what was the overall rating of the movie if you haven't done the poll yet?
A plus. And on my channel, tomorrow, Gilligan's Island, we're going to continue with season 3 of that. We'll be finishing that up eventually. And then Saturday, I will hopefully have another Rumblings from the Lab. Hopefully this one will be drama-free. And then next Monday, another classic episode from Lost in Space. And then I'll be posting, I've got to figure out, my mind draws a blank at the end of these streams. But next week's Tuesdays, I've got to figure out what it is. I can't remember if it's when we vote on or is it.
If I can make a suggestion, Pop.
Sure, of course.
Since, unfortunately, oh my God, Carl Weathers passed away, and why don't we do Predator?
Oh, I have no problem with that. Does that sound good to you guys?
Oh, for next Tuesday's sci-fi movie?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, Predator,
It covers horror, it covers sci-fi.
Yeah, why not? Why not?
I agree, and I was thinking about doing it anyway. So yeah, great suggestion. So I'll do that tomorrow. I've got doctor's appointments tomorrow in Gilligan's Island in the evening, but sometime tomorrow I'll manage to get the post added to my community tab, and I'll put a link in there so people can watch it. I don't want anybody to have to pay, obviously, to see it. But thank you for that suggestion, Em. It's a great idea, and we will do that.
Yeah, I'd go for that. I haven't actually seen that movie. One of the ones on my long watch list I'd ever seen. So yeah, that'd be cool.
Right, and like he says, it falls under horror and sci-fi.
Yep.
Yeah, that was a lot of fun seeing that in the theater with my film grad buddies.
Absolutely, we'll definitely get a good heaping helping of testosterone for that one. Right?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, lots of toxic masculinity there. Boy,
You
oh boy,
got it,
sexual
baby.
tyrannosauruses and all.
Everything we do not get in Hollywood these days, right? Exactly. It'll be like exact opposite. Everything they hate is what we're going to get.
Yeah, plus if Jill joins the panel, she'll love that part of the movie.
Well, I'll invite her, but I know she's wrenching on, I think Clavies or somebody else's channel on Tuesdays. I just don't remember who.
Yeah, Jill's so busy. She's got so many stuff going on. It's hard. Sometimes it's really hard to connect with her. For sure.
Sometimes she'll stop in near the end of the stream when she gets done over there. But that's a hit and miss. You never know. But I'm going to go ahead and close the end of the poll and then share the results of that with everybody. Thank you, by the way, everybody. I appreciate you voting tonight and interacting with us and your patience. I know this ran a little long tonight.
A little long. Yeah, it's like going on 5 hours now.
Okay, smokes.
Well, for our little sidetrack chat, that took about, 30 minutes or 45 minutes?
I'm not complaining, though. I'm actually enjoying this. But
well, it's 5 hours, and there's 5 of us, so there you go.
I made the wise choice of. That's why I got here a bit late tonight, guys, because I went to the local supermarket and got a deli sandwich, which is in my fridge. I'm going to eat right now.
All right, and on that note, we should probably end her up.
Yes, sir.
Looks like we got a whole slew of chat at the last minute. I apologize, guys.
Oh.
Lemon Sci-Fi Sit Dan, and he drops the link. Thank you for that, for Lemon Pie. Sci-Fi Sit Dan says thank you, Lemon Pie. Lemon Pie drops another link for PvP's channel. Once again,
thank you.
Some woman and some food. Well, I mean, hey, says Lemon Pie. Nims of Eden says, dude, I get it, but still. Lemon Pie, I was making a bit of a jokey remark there, which is totally fine. Lemon Pie, Carl Weathers, so do Happy Gilmore, just kidding. I don't think.
Yeah, please don't.
Yeah, Carl Weathers with a C, please.
Yeah, I like Carl Weathers. Don't like Adam Sandler or whoever the one that starred in that.
Yeah.
Sean Carter, good night, all. Gotta sleep. Good night, Sean. Thank you for stopping by. So good to see you again.
Good night.
Sleep well, Sean.
Yeah, sleep well, Sean, the sci-fi model guy.
That's right. And he does some amazing work, everybody. Check out that channel.
Oh, he does. Amazing.
Lemon Pie says, damn alligator bit my hand off. That's Carl Weathers as Chubbs Peterson. What is going on with my computer? All right, now let's try this again. I'm going to pull up that poll. I don't know what's going on with my computer. Let me see. I'm going to try this again. I apologize for the delay, everybody. I'll get this as soon as possible.
Are you gonna have your sandwich with a nice bag of chips? PvP.
What was that?
Are you gonna have your sandwich with a nice bag of chips?
Nice bag of chips. No, I have no chips. I got a nice sandwich in the fridge waiting for me though.
All that, no chips? No.
No, I didn't buy chips. Hey, I finished my work week tomorrow night, so that's when I'll get extravagant and buy a bag of chips.
There you go.
No,
Yeah,
I don't understand
you
that.
know.
Yeah, usually there's a feature on StreamYard or on YouTube where I close the poll, which I did. It says poll complete. And then there's usually a command where I can say pop out chat. And then it shows it as a separate window, and that's what you see us share. But in this case, it's not doing that. So I'm going to have to do it a different way because I do want to make sure I show you guys everything.
I do see it on the YouTube channel though, Pop.
Right, I'm going to show it this way because hopefully you guys can see it, right? It's a little smaller, but this is it. So looks like we've got a total of 29 votes. Thank you, everybody. That is excellent. What grade would you give Planet of the Apes? And it looks like we got 82% with A plus to A minus. And we got 10% with B plus to B minus. 3% looks like even the last two. 3% with a C plus to C minus. And 3% with a D plus to an F minus. I'm guessing somewhere in there is where we get Nemesis review. No, I'm just
Yeah.
but that's okay. Like I said, I love the honesty. That's the whole point of us being here, right?
Yeah. Yeah, we can take it. We can take different opinions without shouting over people and all that.
Insulting or criticizing them or asking them, why did you say that? Why did you? Oh, I had that problem on a stream earlier today.
Yeah, I had it's I love this movie and I just feel bad that Nemesis didn't like it, but yay, that's life,
Yes, and we accept it. Yeah.
Yeah,
no
and
problem.
it's okay,
Well, it's like
And I could have been a nasty asshole and like.
Oh, you're not nasty.
Talk crap about the. Oh, dude, I can be, but talk crap about the movie. But there's no point. Like I have enough respect for you guys to not be that person to just bring that negativity to the stream because there's no point in that. Like unless there were salient criticisms against it that I probably could have made, sure, but that time has come and gone. I'll make my own review if that's really about it.
I was on the stream today. I felt like I was just constantly taking a beating. And I couldn't wait to get out of there. And I was thinking, fun.
Yeah, it's I could hear your frustration, and it's I just don't get it. I just don't get it. But
what was that stream?
But let's not go into detail.
We can talk backstage.
But one thing, Nemesis. One thing, Nemesis. What was your opinion of the Jerry Goldsmith score for Planet of the Apes?
Not bad. Honestly, not memorable. Like for as it is for you. It's not something that I'm ever gonna throw on my iPod and be like, boy, oh boy, when I listen to this while I go for a walk. Like,
yeah. Unfortunately, Nemesis, it is on my iPhone and my iTunes library. I do have a lot of that soundtrack. But it's just it's such a for me it's just a brilliant avant-garde soundtrack. But I'm really into soundtracks and also Nemesis. I'm an old fogey, so so I'm a classicist, so I do like the older movies. So there you go.
Right, and it stands alone. It's very, very unique.
Yeah,
So it's atypical.
I get what Stone Recker's saying. I think it depends when you're exposed to something at some point in your life.
Oh, sure.
As to whether you love it or not, right?
Yeah, certainly.
Totally.
Yeah, especially when you're a kid, too.
Yes, exactly.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Well, it's like...
I believe that's... Yes, I believe we have come to a conclusion. And thank you from the bottom of my heart to everyone in the chat. Especially with 5 hours, my God, I'm sorry. And it looks like we had 10 viewers according to my StreamYard, so that's cool.
Did we set a record tonight, Pop?
No, wasn't it 6 hours? Well, for the horror sci-fi stream, we may have, I think.
I think we're close.
For time, yes, we've set a record.
But and also to be honest, and I'm guilty, is I'm trying to get my watch hours up so I can hopefully qualify for monetization near the end of the month.
You have succeeded, sir.
No, I've got like 300 and something hours to go. But thank you guys. Thank you for the big hugs to everyone on the panel. Great job tonight. Thank you for spending time with me and giving your honest reviews. I really love it, and that's what we come here for. Is there anything any of you want to say before we sign off?
Just to thank you, Pop, once again, and
My pleasure.
for having all of us here on your stream, on your brilliant channel. And I just love talking about classic sci-fi with you.
Me too, and I love your extensive knowledge, and I really appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, I just want to say thanks, Pop, for putting up with all of us weird characters that we are. But we all love you, and
That's what makes us unique, and that's what brings us together, right?
But we love your streams. Your Lost in Space, your Tuesday night horror sci-fi, your Gilligan's, your Saturday night rumblings. We love all of that. So I just want to say a big heartfelt thank you, Pop.
It is my pleasure.
And Pop,
I wouldn't trade you guys for anybody else, seriously.
And Pop,
Yes,
I will see you on Saturday, hopefully, and I may pop into one of your streams on your channel just to say hi, or maybe Jill's channel to say hi to you guys while you guys are doing your own thing.
Okay, that sounds good. I know she's covering a movie called IQ Friday, and I won't be there for that because I've not seen the movie. But I will stop by and say hello in the chat. I usually do, and give her a thumbs up.
Yeah, that's sweet of you to do that.
Oh, she's my YouTube pal. We both started at the same time.
Yeah.
And so, yeah.
It's like I say with Matt G when I'm voice chatting with him. I always say everyone loves Jill.
Yep, I totally agree.
Yeah.
Totally agree.
I'm going to try and watch that movie because I'll probably go on Jill's Friday stream if I watch it, and I'm guessing, 95% of the time when Jill recommends a film, it's usually pretty great.
Well,
so,
remember, she hasn't seen it yet.
Yeah, she hadn't seen it yet, and also it's a Valentine Day movie. And
chick flick.
I think since Nemesis brought up Predator, I'm just going to watch Predator again.
I might get depressed then, but I'll probably give it a chance tomorrow night after I finish my work week. So yeah.
Okay.
Power to you there, PvP.
Yeah.
I got to give it a chance, right? I heard, and Walter Matthau as Einstein. Like, does that get your attention, guys? Like, that's weird, right?
Well, that's okay, but Kevin Kline, I can't do it.
I'm heading out, gentlemen. Everyone in the chat, have a wonderful night.
Yeah, you too, Nemesis. Thank you.
I was just going to say goodbye. Thank you, everybody. I will see you all soon. I'm going to close this up. Drive safe and stay warm wherever you're at. I've got to get up early in the morning. I just remembered that's right. I've got another.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, I've got chemo infusion tomorrow. I'm not looking forward to it.
Oh, hope it goes well.
Yeah, I know. Party time, right?
Oh dear.
Have a good one, everybody.
Yeah.
Good night, everybody. Bye-bye.
Good night.